Hello, VOD viewers. I am jazzed on coffee. I don't know why. I didn't even drink that much. It's like the same amount I usually drink, but today I am feeling it as we start this stream. So here we are. We are starting with a one from the YouTube comments. So any VOD viewers, if you know, you're not able to join the live streams, that's okay. Totally understand. But feel free to leave a comment on technically any of the VODs, but I mean this one, the most recent one, like this one you're watching right now, probably will be the easiest for me to find. So I'll try to pick one of these. That's what we're starting with here. Actually, I should have filled this stuff out at the beginning of this. What was this? Guardian. So yeah, VOD viewers, feel free, please leave a comment. I will try to pull some different people. You know, not always the same person. We got to start our timestamps over here. Juggernaut 1 Guardian. Okay, let's do this. All right, doing it. You asked. Oh no, I accidentally. Okay, we still have it. We're good. Oh wait, hang on. Real quick. We gotta do some bot banning. Boom. Boom. All right. All right. Okay, now we're doing the Juggernaut. I'm not gonna fix the timestamp. You guys can watch me ban bots in the timestamp. I'm just kidding, I'll fix it. Okay. I think this is one of my worst Jug performances in recent times, so here my question mostly revolves around the laning stage and when to help team in team fighting. Sounds good to me. And the biggest question of all, how to make people believe in your calls. I don't think having the highest kills or impact also matters in this regard in low MMR. Okay, yeah, that is a good question. Let me just adjust this, and then we are good to go. Okay, so those are kind of separate questions. Let's hop into the laning stage first. As we kind of addressed, we will head towards the laning stage. Excuse me, head towards the laning stage. We'll find a couple team fights later, and while we get to that, we will start with your last question, actually, about how you get the team to follow your calls. There is no like guaranteed method, because I mean that's how Dota goes, and like any team game with random strangers goes. My recommendation, though, is that you have to build up throughout the game. If you just start like at the end, it's much less likely to succeed. But early on in the game, you got to start with some small stuff. You got to build rapport with the teammates, right? In the lane, for example, you get a kill. Hey, nice work, good job. You know, something small, simple, or like, let's kill this guy if he steps up, you know? You got to start with small communications. I'm going back. This guy's heading here. Small stuff that is just strictly right. There is no like debate of, oh, should we do this? Should we do that? It's just nice stuff. Nice kill. You know, I'm going back. Purely correct. And it kind of starts to build this idea that like, okay, Juggernaut's this like, he's a player who knows what's going on. You don't want to like fill the comms with random junk, but like, oh yeah, it's useful to know this guy's missing. Oh yeah, okay, he said something and they got a kill. And he congratulated the people for listening, right? It's like, oh, maybe if I listen to Juggernaut, things will go well and then he'll continue to be friendly, right? You kind of need to establish it ahead of time with the smaller calls. For example, me as a support, I might say things like, I'm going to go pull a stacked camp. I am coming to the power rune, right? There's no debate over what that is. It's like, it's literally what is happening, what I am doing. And then as things happen, it's kind of building this idea that like, I explain what happens and hopefully good things happen. So that later on in the game, when I say, we need to be careful of this area, or like, we need to go to Roche, it is more likely to succeed. Not guaranteed, but in my opinion, it works. Like, you will have more success if not. Was the second one a bot? I kind of assumed it was. I kind of just did it quickly. I think it was. If not, they can, I'm pretty sure there's a way to request being unbanned. I've never used it, but, people can, if I ban someone who is like memeing on that, then, oops. All right, step one. I see you've kind of pushed in your lane without anything happening because you just killed that creep for free. But you got saved because Centaur came up and then hoof stomped everything. So I'm just going to show this again, right? Now, okay, Juggernaut is a fast attack speed carry. So if there was someone who could kill a wave or like kill a creep and then bounce it out, Juggernaut is one. But like, here's the difference between this lane sitting at equilibrium and not. The creeps all met at the same time. This is their creep. This is your creep. Like, that is the difference you made here. Now, if you're thinking, oh, well, if I don't do anything, they both get low and I can't get the last hit and deny, that's okay. It takes one auto attack to fix that so that it goes auto attack to last hit, auto attack to deny. It doesn't take 3. And you could also wait for this moment where both creeps are at half. And instead of hitting the enemy creep, you could hit your own creep. This will still break them apart, and it will also keep the pressure going your way so that equilibrium stays here. So like the very first wave meets, it's empty, you're here by yourself, and you tried to kind of ruin it yourself. Now I see you attacking the creep. So in that sense, I see you're trying to fix it, but let's pretend he didn't hoof stomp and he just goes for this last hit, maybe you deny it. I mean, still look at the state of the creeps, right? Like, their creep is taking more damage. What if this guy starts hitting this creep, right? You have kind of like, not that you aren't fixing it to some degree, but you've also put yourself in a situation where if the enemy starts to play well, they will get the lane to come this way, and you didn't need to do that. There are times to push your lane and hit things and all that, but for a lot of pub games, especially in Guardian, I'd recommend just do your best to stay here because we have no idea what this guy is going to do. So I don't want to be like, oh, let's hit level 2 and kill this guy. And then this guy's like over here in the jungle, still level 1, you know? Like, I don't want to try to do that fancy stuff unless you're partied with people or they are actively communicating. Speaking of that earlier, right? They're doing the active communication ahead of time. Hey, let's push the lane and hit level 2 and go for a kill. Then sure, go for it. But as a default, as the carry, chill, you know, keep the lane here, do everything you can in your power for that. That's what today's video, there was a Smurf account booster. That's what you will see that Luna do, right? Like, without the silencer needing to do anything, she maintained the lane here for about 3 minutes. It is still here, but it's more that the Centaur made mistakes because he just keeps hoof stomping, or sorry, not hoof stomping, double edging, and it's pushing in the lane. It's not really because of what we did. In fact, we tried to push the lane with our actions. So that's what you want to be careful about. Or one thing you want to be careful about anyways. Another little trick here. So he drew creep aggro. Let me pop the circle up. So this is what can happen. It doesn't always happen. These creeps may follow these creeps, or they may go to the range creep. It kind of depends on the exact timing of when auto attacks land and stuff. To guarantee this stays out of your tower, attack the Centaur or Shadow Shaman to draw creep aggro and run forward or like to the side a little bit. That way these creeps move this way and then they de-aggro and they go back to the melee creeps and they don't do this, which is that some go here, some go here. Now your eyes are like, oh, one here, which creep am I looking at? You know, and you got to do multiple things. And at the end of the day, this lane's going to shove because the tower is hitting a creep. This is the second wave, and we are now losing equilibrium. So there's all these little things we want to look for. And this guy, he's like, oh, no, please, Juggernaut. It wouldn't be good for you if the lane came out here. Please allow me to randomly hit creeps so that it pushes back, right? So it's mistakes are being made from both sides. And when you just reduce your mistakes, you will keep the lane here pretty much permanently because they will not be able to control themselves shoving it in. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Use your Prime subs.
Use your Prime subs, indeed, please. One shot, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, SafQ. Thank you for always, I appreciate you always coming in and donating for the, I mean, you know, I know I technically offer the replays in exchange, but still, I appreciate the support. I know it's not required in any way, so thank you very much. We will do yours right after this Juggernaut one. I'm gonna speed forward a little bit, because even though I just highlighted some of the mistakes, it won't, like, fully be the end of the world. And you said the laning stage was still rough, so I kind of want to see, like, What else happened? Okay, let's highlight how we can kill this Shadow Shaman. Or maybe we won't kill him, but like our best odds. Let me show you this circle. All right, so this is the circle of Blade Fury. I blanked on the name for a bit. This is not strictly the circle of safety and aggression that we usually talk about. This is just the range of Blade Fury. You have 303 movement speed. This guy has 285. So you are just a little bit faster than him. If you are both only running, for example, you're using Blade Fury, so you can't attack, so you're just moving, you will slowly close the gap on this guy. It'll be very slowly, but like you will do it. So here, you can actually just auto attack 1 or 2 more times. Like you auto attack once, he probably runs up to about here. You kite forward, he's running forward, you auto attack 1 more time. He's still running forward because he's trying to get this line. At that point, he will be at the edge of Blade Fury, and then you Blade Fury, and you only move towards him. You don't try to like auto attack because you can't. And in the 5 seconds of Blade Fury, you will close the gap just a little bit, so that as Blade Fury ends, instead of being at the edge, which is outside of your attack range, you will have closed the gap a little bit, and then you'll be able to auto attack, he'll be running, you'll kite forward, and you'll auto attack again. Essentially, there's a difference of 2 to 4 auto attacks here when you continue to attack him because he's close enough, as opposed to you spin way too early. The spin is a lot of damage, but the true value is that you can move while doing damage, and most heroes can't, right? Because you have to stand still to auto attack, or you have to stand still to use an ability. Blade Fury is one of the few abilities that does damage while moving. That is one of its greatest strengths. So if you just use it point blank, you usually miss on that. Now, if it's because you're trying to dodge some kind of crowd control or something like that, then that's okay. That's like a different matter. But in this case, they've already used a lot of their abilities on Lion. They're clearly focused on him. So staying closer to Shadow Shaman, like I mentioned, 2 to 4 auto attacks, 95 health. So you can see where if you did get that 1 or 2 extra auto attacks, like that's the difference. You have now killed Shadow Shaman as opposed to, okay, we didn't quite get it, which isn't the end of the world. I mean, line's low, but shows Shadow Shaman. So it's like, it's still neutral to even, but you're seeing another example where, okay, with slightly better execution, I could have a kill and, you know, get going. Courier died, unfortunately, but, you know, you'll build towards your items and whatever. Somewhat related, it's like a slightly different matter, but you were really close to level 3, and then you would have had 2 points in Blade Fury, which, for your mistakes, would have killed Shadow Shaman. So I know that wasn't fully on you, like the line was kind of doing some stuff, but if we go back and let's say there is some communication, right? You mentioned like, how can I get the team to listen? And you want to talk about like, okay, how can we start building that rapport? It's pretty close to where if you get these 2 last hits, or like these 2 creeps die without being denied, you'll hit level 3. That'll be a really good timing. So that's where you would say, when we hit level 3 off these 2 creeps, let's try to kill Shadow Shaman, you know, whoever. And by saying that, you help to build that communication, but you also give yourself a much better odds of success here because, I mean, you would have had the level 2 Blade Fury, right? Like, this creep is it, you know, where it would have happened. Maybe it's not quite it. It was just short of being it. So that's where I was, like, not fully sure. So, okay, we got the math a little bit wrong. But then if you made that call and you don't hit level 3, you go, oops, my bad. You know, like, one more creep, then we go, you know? So either way, you get the idea where there's, like, 2 different mistakes here. One, the actual execution of attacking the Shadow Shaman, balancing the attacks and spells, but then also like timing it with a power spike coming up here. Okay, I know your actual question was, it was like twofold. One about the laning stage, which at this point it's honestly okay. We could keep going to see where it starts to like decline, but the couple things we mentioned could have already put you ahead at this point. Continuing to keep the lane here, and then, for example, we were just short of level 3. If we did a little bit better of a job balancing this out, you may not have missed these 2 Like he may not have been able to get these 2 denies, which could have been level 3, and then you kill this guy. Or with a slight better execution here, you kill this guy right now, which could then prevent whatever happens later on for you to have a bad laning stage. So I'm going to leave it at that so that we can go look at some team fights, because you did mention when should you help the team. So I just want to like jump forward into lane. A lot of times you want to finish the Battle Fury. You can just start attacking this. You're kind of waiting to stack, but if you just sit here and auto attack for like, let me see when you started waiting here. So like right now, you could start attacking. These guys have a leash range. When they leave their leash range, they will then walk back after a certain amount of time. It's technically supposed to be 5 seconds, but I feel like they don't follow that rule anymore, and it's just kind of like depends on the camp. But essentially, when you try to stack this camp, you're going to hit this at 55 and drag it out. So if they don't move, it's fine. So you can stand here and auto attack for 10 seconds, and then at that like 55 mark, 54, 56, walk out. They'll walk out, and then you'll go back. Maybe they're dead, then you just wait outside the camp, and then you're good to go. But if they aren't dead, because, you know, it's an ancient camp, it's pretty early, then they'll stack, and then you come back. And you will have spent 10 seconds attacking them, so at least one of these guys is probably dead. Like, you've probably at least killed the small one, maybe the large one. I don't know. I'm not a Juggernaut player. I don't know what damage you do. But this is kind of like 10 seconds just sitting here, as opposed to, you know, actively working on it. But right now, you are working on the Battle Fury, so you shouldn't join the team, really. Pushing the lane, farming this, that's all okay with me. Classic disarm. It's kind of minor, but while disarmed and while just attacking it, you could kite this way a little bit. In the same way when you were spinning this camp, you could have started moving this way a little bit while still damaging them with the spin. If you did that, you would save 1 to 2 seconds from this camp to this camp, and then same deal. As you finish this and you're waiting for the disarm, you finish it as you're here, and you've saved 1 to 2 seconds. So even just jumping ahead, we have now found like 15 seconds of time save for you. And if you are a carry player looking for those kind of efficiency things, that's what that's kind of where you look. Okay. Looks like you're trying to stack. That's okay. I was going to say you don't need to spin this camp, but I think you were trying to get to the stack time, so I'm okay with that. Now we have the Battle Fury. If you kite out around as you do this, you will take a little less damage. Either way, it's okay. We now run out, push this out. Cool. You're probably going to stack that, come back here and do this. You actually don't need the lion, so if you see him heading over and you say like, or actually earlier when they first leave and you're just doing okay, you can say like, I'm doing fine. Like, you guys can play other ways. Or like, I'm just going to farm up till I have XYZ. In your case, it looks like a Yasha into Sanj. I'm not going to worry about the actual itemization right now. So you don't actually need the lion here, but you can't always control the teammates, so let's not worry. It's also not the end of the world if he is here. This is where things are a little backwards. The load isn't that important to like slow down your own farm, but here's where you would actually go this way to farm, which I think you did this earlier, so it didn't respawn. Hold on. Let's like fix the farming pattern a little bit here. Okay, 14 minutes, stepped out. Oh, it was Lion who body blocked. I was wondering, I was like, didn't you clear this? Okay, a little unfortunate that Lion stepped in at the last second. So no big deal, we'll just adjust. We do this, you're coming over here, and now I see you running forward, but like, I just don't care. Do we want to come here and risk being attacked, getting crowd controlled under the tower? This tower's not that important. It's not that close to fall. So really, you should just start going back this way to jungle. Or if you want to make like some sick play, you could possibly twin gate if you think it makes sense. This doesn't really look like a great place for it. It kind of could. So if you want to do that, you could. But otherwise, just like, I am interested. I have the farming item to farm. So I want to farm whatever the item is. I want to come over here and do this and start farming this way until I see this naturally push up to here. Then I will cycle back and then shove it out again. And then by that time, I'm hoping these camps are up. Instead, you come to the lane again. So we do farm this creep wave now. But then, because this camp was blocked, which you did see, other times maybe you farmed it like Lion didn't block it, so you farmed it and then made your way over here, right? Now this is all kind of wasted walking time. But if you go from here and jungle, you will miss some creeps because they die, but others will live and it will move up to here and then you will catch it here. So it will overall work out to be more efficient. For example, this creep wave is 150 gold. And so if you miss a full creep wave, let's say 150 gold, but you farmed ancients, like that's already balanced itself out. Plus then any extra jungle camps you get is actually more money, which you then eventually catch the creep wave here, clear it out, repeat. He has a Dagon! Oh my god, that's so funny. Alright, so see, we kind of back off here, but now, uh-oh, creeps in the lane. And you know they're coming. One, you have a ward here, but two, you just know that around 30 seconds, every creep wave meets here. If all the creeps are dead, then they meet here around every 30-second mark. So you're actually kind of walking away too soon. You should actually, if you feel safe enough to do so, which I do because I see enemy heroes here, and I also have this observer, even if I didn't see enemy heroes, it's early enough that I don't think there are blinks. This is where you can, you know, check around, click. But I feel pretty good about walking up, killing this creep wave, and then even if these camps are up, you can farm this way. If they're not up, then after this, you go here, and then you won't be needed until 16 minutes when the next creep wave will meet here if Centaur clears this. But if you kill this creep wave and Centaur's not here, this will shove up, and you won't need to be here at 16. We'll be waiting for this creep wave to push up whenever that exactly is. It's kind of like iffy, but you just watch it. So then, instead of having to like, oh, I farm this, I have to come back here, that limits us. But by shoving this out, we can then farm this, farm another camp, and not have to come back until the creep wave comes back. Which is kind of what gets you. You know, you like farm this ancient camp, and then you go like, oh, well, now I gotta get the creep wave. So we kind of like did this path twice for no reason. I know we're kind of like talking a lot about the farming pattern, but it is related to your question of like, when do I join the team? You want to minimize the amount of time you're not with the team. It is good for carries to farm to hit the critical mass, but you want to like do it as quickly as you can. So the farming pattern will help to alleviate that problem of like, oh, I didn't know if I should join that fight or not. Well, if you hit your item timings, you're like, yeah, I'll join the fight. You know, it's much easier. So the sooner we hit those timings, the easier the question becomes. Let's kind of like jump ahead. Okay, that worked out really well. Because you used Omni Slash, we are full farm mode for like the next 2 minutes, so I don't want to join team fights unless it's like super free. With that said, it looks like you maybe weren't paying attention to them finishing this tower and then heading over, so might be in trouble here. Ah! Oh, we're okay, we're okay. Yeah, you should be able to finish Sange and then have your, you'll have Omni Slash shortly after that, and I would say you could join your team for a nice play, like maybe finish his bottom tower together, because that's our fighting item, right? We got the farming item to farm. Sange and Yasha, or Manta, whichever one you get depending on the game, is your like, I can fight, I can farm item. The third item is like the full-on fighting item in most cases, or survivability item. But like the Manta Sange is like, okay, the farming is complete, so now we can like, we can fight, we can farm, we'll see what happens. Which this game, let me think real quick. I guess I don't mind the Sange and Yasha. I am not really a carry player, so I don't always have the perfect grasp of when you should be building Manta versus Sange and Yasha. I wouldn't mind a Manta this game, I think, just from like the outside perspective, but I also think a Sange to reduce some of this stuff is pretty good. Manta helps with farming. Yeah, especially if you watch the video from today, how the Smurf used the Manta to farm. That is definitely something you all can implement. It doesn't have to be as perfect as the Smurf, but just binding the Manta illusions and telling them to go down a lane, even if you don't like micro them to wait outside towers, cut past towers, stuff like that. You know, just clicking down a lane will be pretty good. Ooh, okay, we did join a fight. Let's take a look at this. So in terms of item timings, we're good. We hit the farming slash fighting item we talked about. This lane's pushed up. I see all this happening. And this is pretty under our tower. So actually, if you TP'd a little sooner, that could be better. We're actually coming in quite late. So yeah, if you notice that happening a little sooner, I'm down for this teleport. I actually think it should just be sooner even. And then you farm down here. And actually, because you didn't use Omni Slash, you could continue to join your team. So for example, I kind of see a big fight building up top, along with Tormentor up. I know that's hard to get pub teammates to do, but Juggernaut's really good at it with healing ward. So as long as you get like a couple teammates, it's usually doable. So for example, off this tower, you could consider twin gating up here and then joining this play, use your ult, and then do the Tormentor. That could be a really nice sequence. But when your ultimate is up, we are a little bit more inclined to fight. It can also be your tool to like safely push. That's okay as well. Oh, I will say something nice about Manta this game. Sange reduces the crowd control, but the Manta might actually save you, where you could dodge. For example, this guy, you see him blink in. Technically, you could spin, but also if you Manta, he might get confused about which one is the real you, and that might give you enough time to spin, especially if spin is like barely off cooldown. I don't actually know if you need Butterfly, and by I don't know if you need, I'm going to tell you you don't need it, because Weaver is the only one who really right-clicks. And it will be useful versus him, but everyone else is like heavy magic damage, so I'm not really sure you need this like evasion from the Butterfly. There are a bunch of items that will increase your attack damage and attack speed on Juggernaut. So the key differentiating thing on the Butterfly is the evasion. With that said, I know the base attack speed is also pretty good, but I think a lot of people would get Aghanims here. Again, disclaimer, not actually the Jug player, but I feel like the Aghanims would... It's generally good on you anyways, but then also keeps you out of sight to not be hit by some of these heroes, and the stats tank you up versus like the magic nukes, as opposed to... like, you'll get nuked down through this Butterfly. Like, when you finish this Butterfly, you'll still have, like, 1,800 health, as opposed to the Ags, which would push you past 2,000. Okay, let's look at Safaku's game, and then... Oh, thank you. You know... I never know how I want to say your name, because it's kind of backwards. Like, I always want to be like Abaps. In my head, that's how it is. I don't know if I saw my Steam message. Oh, I may have missed it. I tend to miss the Steam messages a lot because I have it disabled to not make the noise during streams, and then if you happen to like turn off a PC without seeing it, stuff like that, I tend to miss a lot of Steam messages. If you're Chen, what creeps would Jupiter and Hephaestus be? I would have said Jupiter would have been the alpha creep, alpha wolf creep, but lately Hephaestus actually bullies Jupiter a little bit. The dynamic has switched lately, so now I'm not sure. I think I would make Jupiter a Pinecone creep, because he's got nut shot. If you're walking around and he jumps at you, he'll just like punch you in the balls. What would Hephaestus be? Hephaestus just likes to sit there and sleep. What is that? What creep is that? Maybe a Polywog. I feel like the Polywogs are like chill creeps, you know? Jupiter also likes strings, so like if your pants have the like you know, the little tying stuff, boom, right in the balls. He'll get you. Not the balls. Directly into the balls. Okay. Let's keep going. I remember we looked at your Omniknight game in the past. I kind of forget exactly what we talked about back then.
ZQ_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Randy Time 19.
Congrats, Mr. Randy Time. Thank you, Zuki Big Daddy, for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Gotta love hearing the whoa-low-low. I've been playing some Chen to fill out the Hero Atlas. Should I submit? I mean, feel free. I'm still working on my Chen. You've seen it. It's still in the works, so I'm not sure if I am quite yet the expert to be sharing advice. Can you look at minute 8 of my replay? Oh wait, okay. Let me fix a timestamp and then let's lock in for this one. Okay. So for this one, can you look at? Let me start the download. Can you look at minute 8 because my mid was very angry with me because I didn't follow him there. I thought that's hopeless because he has no mana. Okay, we can take a look. Got a little tilted, ended up building a Midas, so don't look past 10 minutes. Okay, no problem. Obviously, I will mention, let's try not to get tilted. Because even if you're losing, you know, like sometimes you do recover. Midas can be legit, like, oh, damn, we just need to recover and play for the late game. Like, it can be legit. If it is, though, just like, I'm frustrated, I'm building Midas, then, you know, definitely go with whatever item you think is best. But I do understand. Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Let me try restarting Dota. Sometimes that fixes it. Have you been casting? No, I haven't been casting lately. We work the most with ESL, and they haven't really been doing as much lately, just because it was like the end of TI and stuff. Dream League is usually covered by Dream Leagues. So honestly, I don't know the next time we'll cast, which has been kind of nice to like, okay, let's get back to Twitch and YouTube. But honestly, there is an existential part of me that's like, what if it's over? What if I never cast again? You know, then we definitely got to focus up on YouTube, YouTube and Twitch and all that, which is the reality of it. So I've always been like somewhat mentally prepared that it could happen, but I'm sure we'll cast more in the future. You know, how long it'll take? Oh, I don't know, but I'll just work on my own stuff till then. Okay, looks like the second round of downloading did work out. Okay. Where are you? Omniknight. Okay, so let me, before I get distracted too much, I know you said not to go past the 10-minute mark. Let's look at the 8-minute mark first. Let's address this, and then we can look at other stuff. Looks like up to here, Jug is having a good time, but it's, okay, it's getting worse. I was about to say it's not the end of the world, but it looks like it's getting a little tougher. Wait, who was the mid? Was that the moment? Was that the Clinks mid, or is this Skyrath mid? Okay, it's Skyrath mid. All right, we got the kill. Is that the moment? Looks like it. I actually agree with you where, there's no guarantee Jakiro took this path. So Skyrath definitely could have just stopped chasing and you guys give up the Jakiro kill. if we even go back a little bit, when you gave up this chase, there is a full creep wave here. So guaranteed 150 gold, or maybe 300-ish gold, right? At the same time, Pudge, which we actually see does end up TPing here and doing stuff, like, he's close to respawning, so, like, how long do we have to chase this guy? Probably long enough for this guy to TP in, and now Axe is missing on the minimap as well. SF is currently here, but maybe he steps away, gets the power rune, and then TPs in. I don't know, we jumped here, I don't know if that's possible or not. Looks like it's not. You're in the middle of stuff, so I don't even know if you would have processed what rune he got or whether he's available. So I actually agree with your gut feeling here of, like, I don't think this is worth our time to chase, unless, going back to here, if you guys land concussive shot, this is a strong enough slow to get the kill. You will have to wait 7 seconds, which means I am still a little worried about, like, what we talked about. But to me, that is the guaranteed kill, is if you guys can wait for concussive shot and use this, you will kill him. Without concussive shot, it's a little random on the pathing Jakiro takes, because he's going to get through these trees in 7 seconds, and we're going to have to guess which way he goes. You could kill him, it's just a long commitment into the risk we just talked about. But with concussive shot, it's guaranteed when that hits. So to me, if Skywrath wants you to go for this kill, he has to save mana for concussive shot, and he has to tell you, he has to be like, keep chasing, I'm going to have concussive shot in X amount of time. If someone made that call, I would go. But maybe I would also say, like, I don't want to go, I'm going to farm. You know, like, I would at least say what I personally would do. But I'd be willing to follow if he says, like, I will have concussive shot in X amount of time. But you see, he just keeps, like, blasting out arcane bolts, so he does not have enough mana for concussive shot as it comes up. If he did one less arcane bolt, he would have concussive shot right now. And here, like, okay, one more time. So you'd be chasing, he'd be like, let's go chase this guy, right? You have 355 move speed, he has 335. So you would be closing the gap a little bit as you, like, cut diagonally in like this. And then right now is where concussive shot could be launched. So if you had kept running, you'd probably be, like, in this general area, and then you would close the distance with the concussive shot and kill him. And then, you know, they'd be TPing in around there, but then you guys just, like, run out this way. Okay, so that addressed your actual question. Let's go back to see what led to this point. Okay, we are missing a creep. I should, careful of. We're kind of, like, dancing around this creep, but you could just hit these creeps. This lane could actually already be pushing back. So we're, like, still laning here. I know it's moving in, but it is also, like, sometimes this stuff will happen. You see, like, it was supposed to move in, but this is almost in the realm of fixable. If they did a couple more auto attacks, like Jakiro hitting this range creep and stuff, it will push a lot slower than what it originally could have. If we go back in time, even a little further. So one, we're getting the ranged creep right now. Then turning around, getting this deny, and then getting this last hit. You essentially tried to do that. We were just a little off on the timing. But we do all that. And then this one is now below 50. So now we start hitting this one. 2, 3. It's dead, because by that you would have 3 auto attacks. And now we're working on this one. So there's one creep left, which would now be dead. Yeah, they walked up. You can trade. Like, I get it. So maybe we would do that. At the same time, if we were just focused on getting equilibrium back and we primarily hit the creeps, you can now see how you have 3 creeps, maybe we'll say like 2 because this one's almost dead, 2 creeps pushing forward right now. And the next wave is here. So equilibrium would then be somewhere around here right now. Now, this is around where equilibrium would be. And maybe I haven't killed them. Maybe Juggernaut's a little healthier because we didn't harass him. But you can see I'm like a level 2 Omniknight. I am full health. Equilibrium is here. Nyx is a weak laner, so like all he has to do is stop pulls and get Equilibrium back. You can help with that to get Equilibrium back. Now you're laning here. You posture aggressively because Juggernaut is low, and if he comes up, you'll just like whack him with the hammer. You can kind of see how that would feel very different than what ends up happening here, right? Laning here with Equilibrium, not even just Equilibrium, it's actually still pushing into you because like it's 2 creeps, let's say, and then the next wave is coming in, you know? So we would be set to be laning here for the next like minute and a half, depending how well Nyx is like stopping pulls, depending how well you balance Equilibrium, but that feels very different than continuing to lane up here, which is where we end up. Hi Mendoza, what's up? Is a 1 point in W good this lane? This gives you like bonus strength per debuff, right? Jakiro, 2 debuffs. It might not be bad, but Repel is pretty long cooldown plus high mana. But I guess if we skip Purification and we use it, like if they commit on us, it probably is like Jakiro 2 spells plus Blade Fury, and then maybe you can just like Repel, take less damage from all of that, plus get the bonus strength from the Jakiro, and then like whack the Juggernaut plus the Bracer. I'd be open to it, but I don't play Omniknight off lane, so I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it's still better to go Purification for the farming speed or like for other value. But I kind of like the idea. I'm open to the idea. I would try it if I was like playing Omniknight. I don't know if it's actually good. What I will say is Omniknight should just buff up. You should just go like heavy stats and then like phase boots. I don't know if you would do double Bracer or maybe like Bracer plus the Soul Ring, like just the gauntlets, because you do want to be really bulky compared to Juggernaut so that you can just stand and fight him when he is spinning, which like phase boots, 1 Bracer Soul Ring components, or like double Bracer, like that would let you just like stand and whack the Juggernaut even without the Nyx Assassin doing anything. We are missing some CS. I think for the amount of creeps I saw you miss, we could have the boots on the way. And over the course of time, we're still like up here as opposed to that earlier demonstration of being here, 6 to 4 creeps. They kind of outplayed us on those creeps. Ooh, things getting wacky. You actually don't need to draw aggro here. Like, this is going to push to you. So you don't have to draw aggro here, especially because actually drawing this many creeps is what gives Juggernaut the confidence to like move forward for this range creep. He actually doesn't. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. Like he feels he can do this because there's like a million melee creeps surrounding you. He probably should have the confidence to do this anyways, but I think if you don't draw creep aggro, you'll be in a little bit better of a position to go for that. All right, so here, abandon this guy. All right, you're actually in such a good spot. Even though it took longer than I think it could have. Like, if we went back in time to that spot, right? I think you've been here the entire time. But, okay, we're doing it now, right? Like, we made a mistake. That's okay. It happened up here. It's 3 minutes. I have this big of a creep wave. If you bring this here, we are definitely sitting here for a while. That'll free up Nyx to get the water rune. Even if he dies here, he will respawn and have time to go get the water rune, to stack, whatever. So this is what will now free up Nyx to be... He's not good at laning. So his job is to, like, the two of you, to get you in a good spot where you have good damage to balance a lane, and then he can stack and roam and stuff. Like, that's what he offers more value in the early game, as opposed to trying to lane. So we want to go do that, as opposed to like, oh, maybe I'll help him. Nah, you know? Which means this creep wave ends up going up. We actually have a massive creep wave, but actually you only want so big of a creep wave, because when the creep wave gets too big, you actually can't do very much. You're almost forced to bring it under tower, because there's only so fast you can trim it. So instead of having 4 creeps that, if we had just dragged it back, you probably would have denied those 4 creeps while Juggernaut was over here chasing that Nyx. He would have missed all these creeps, or at least 2 to 3 of them, while you balance the wave here. He would have missed these. Now he's getting them. Even if he doesn't get the last hits, he's getting all the XP from them. And now we have like way too big of a wave. So now you do have to run it around. You're going to tank a chunk of damage. But we actually have to trim this because the next 4 creeps are coming in. You know, so we have 4 creeps versus, what is this? 7 plus 4 more coming in. 11 creeps coming in, which is as if there's 2 extra heroes up here doing damage to you. So we actually need to trim this down. I would start with the range creeps because they do the most damage, and we need this to live as long as possible. Kill off the range creeps, kill off the other stuff. But you can kind of see, like, as this creep wave is coming in, it's too much. And Juggernaut and Jakiro could try to dive you with this amount of creeps. So we need to trim this. At the same time, if they're here, I'm too scared to trim it because they could fight me in this giant creep wave. So that's where you just got to let the Nyx go and continue to play for yourself. Oh my god, it's more than 4 creeps. There was even more. There's a horde. There's a zombie horde after you. How many last hits do we have right now? We have 9 and 8 denies. It's actually pretty good. So we can see there are more creeps than we even have last hits at this moment, and I suspect you will miss a lot of these. Just because it's really hard to last hit under tower early in the game, especially while being pressured by 2 heroes and this amount of creeps. Let's see how you do. Here's that dive I talked about. So they're zoning you away from this massive creep wave. You guys are fighting under your tower, but it's still hard because there's this many creeps. We actually drag it back to the tier 2 where it will actually be impossible. It is so hard to last hit under the tier 2 this early in the game. And a fortify happened, so we were at 9, I said, and we got 2. We got 2 of that giant wave. And we're also missing some to the tier 1 now. So this is where the lane got out of control. But you can see where it was actually very fixable in 2 locations. First, that very start where you hit their creeps a little bit and you get this to come back faster. And then you balance it safely and nicely there with a reasonable amount of creeps. Or 2, leave the Nyx, pull this back, do some trimming. The other stuff comes in, but it's manageable because you've had time alone to do this stuff. That to me is where this lane looks like it'll fall apart. This was a pretty big sequence of events. You could have double the net worth, right? If you think about it that way. For all the creeps we missed, we could have double the amount of money. Look at Axe, 30 last hits right now. Since Hammer is 0 mana cost, I stopped building Soul Ring. That makes sense to me. Let me see, what is... Not that Omniknight is like a super popular offlaner right now, but... What are people doing? Okay. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are skipping the Soul Ring, so I'm sure that works for me. I see some people doing like Bracer Phase, Bracer Treads, Echo, and or Blink. If they're having a good game, maybe the Radiance. I'm open to that. Yeah, so maybe versus Jug, just like Bracer, and if you're going Treads, like you get the Boots of Strength, or sorry, Belt of Strength to like tank up and get more damage. If you're going Phase Boots, maybe the Armor, maybe you could still do Boots. But like when we want to stand there and fight him, the Boots won't help. So that's where maybe just like Blades of Attack or the Armor is the right way on that one. Okay. I think that hit everything you wanted to see about... I agree with you. When the mid was flaming you, I would go more your way, unless the mid is like communicating the slow. And then we also saw where there were some rooms for big changes in the lane based on creep equilibrium. Yeah, Yeah, no problem. Okay, let me just catch up in the chat real quick before we move on to our next one. Usually this is random, and I see some of you submitting games. We may make our way back to some of these, but we do have another one that is like a guaranteed. Actually, over donated on this, so I guess we'll do extra time on this one. Should I also catch up on YouTube comments and Reddit comments? I don't usually have to do this. I don't usually follow up on YouTube comments. I made a Reddit post to follow up the YouTube video, and usually when I do that, I try to also keep up with the stuff, but I won't bother. I'll do it later. Okay. What rank are you at right now? Divine. Unranked game, so it might be a little bit around, but we'll just put Divine. Okay. So for this one, we're looking at the Hoodwink. And then poor macro gameplay by the team overall. Thoughts on the team play aspect of this game. Okay, that sounds good. We'll probably skip the lane then. How long was this game? 30 minutes. Okay. So let's try this. Let's jump ahead to about 5 minutes. And we're kind of gonna go a little fast. And we're gonna try to think about like team movements that can be made at different moments this game. So for example, the Hoodwink coming mid. This is actually a little early, but this can work where you actually surprise the mid laner because they're expecting support rotations around the 6-minute mark. I'm going to assume this is just like a Divine game across the board. I know it's like unranked party stuff, so it could be mixed, but let's just go with the Divine assumption since Hoodwink is Divine. If we end up just like waiting for the stack and then coming over, that's where we see like, okay, maybe I could have spent like 10, 20 seconds extra in the lane and then come over, do this. But I don't mind if you come early as part of like, I'm going to see if I can get this guy. If I don't, no problem. Then I'll stack. As long as it's like intentional, you know, like I tried to include a surprise early gank and not just like, oops, I'm just here 30 seconds early. But anyways, we stacked, helped get the power rune, got unlucky, but whatever. I mean, we did all the right steps. Thinking around, hanging around here. You did have this camp block, so you actually don't need to do this kind of check. You actually should just like wait around here to see if this is being used or not. There. And the next time is the 7 minutes, which we could have come over a little bit sooner to get the 7-minute stack into the Wisdom Shrine, but at least we are here. Looks like a fight happening top. Okay, did Wind Ranger TP? No, she ran. It's nice to know if you're mid TP'd or not, so then it's like, ooh, do I get to go hold the mid lane and get XP, or like, will she come back? So she probably will come back, so we can just play the lane for about 30 more seconds, and then we'll head over for the rune, and we can do it a little sooner if we want to stack into it. If you help kill this hard camp, it'll be easier for you to leave. Like, here and a little bit sooner. Like, if you guys just focus this troll, ideally you would have actually caught this creep wave. So if you come over and just help him kill the troll, and then you guys can bring the creep wave back here, then Equilibrium will be up here. It'll push up a little bit, and then it'll push back here again. So that'll be what frees you up to leave at 8 minutes to then come over here and do this. technically he is also okay here. Like if we have to leave soon, but it will be a little awkward. The creeps end up getting killed, but if we pretend this stuff doesn't happen and he just drags like 2 creeps around, the awkward part is, as you can see, this is at equilibrium. So he's gonna have to run these 2 creeps around forever until this creep wave gets there, which is a lot of downtime of not doing anything. Whereas if you can catch this creep wave up here with those 2 creeps, then equilibrium probably ends up somewhere around here while you're leaving, and that's much better for Mars. Hey Kalali, what's up? I am here for the night shift entertainment. Thank you for always tuning in. Oh, I looked away and we got stuff happening. I would say going for the 8-minute rune is pretty good here. Wind Ranger, maybe not the greatest rune hero, but Leshrac is a really good rune hero, so making sure he does not get it, as well as there are a couple runes that Wind Ranger can use to like pick up some kills. For example, the Invis one that he has right now. Amplify damage, of course. Haste is useful. Power Shot's used a lot, so honestly, like, although she's not like a Storm Spirit and a Leshrac, regen is still kind of nice to spam out Power Shot. So I do think we should emphasize the rune. Thank you. Whoa. Unless we get out of here, actually. That's not too bad. Thighfield, thank you for the Prime sub. It worked. One shot. It worked. He told people to use their Prime subs. Here it is. Thank you. You are okay on health. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we can be moving towards something to do. I think you went to go meet your arcane boots, which I don't mind, but you can also see you actually have enough mana if you just want to wait for those boots to get closer. Oops. Okay, she died. No big deal. Shove this in quickly. Yeah, use spells. Cleared off. Got our level 6. You can decide where to go from here with your 6. If you head top, I'll feel a little... I don't know, we're drawing attention to the anti-mage. I kind of get it, though, because Lone Druid is strong, so if you can stop him a little bit, I'm open to it. Ooh, nice. Just throw an anti-mage! Ah! All right, overall not bad. Okay. Nice. All right, 10 minutes. So one person here continues to deal with this while the other goes to the power rune. It could be Wind Ranger doing both, just like power shot this, run over, bottle, try to get the top rune. We don't actually care about taking this tower, so we're gonna head back out. Mars Arena is probably up around now, yep. And then Sharpshooter will be close to being up. So it should be pretty straightforward kill. Spear, Arena, your stuff, Sharpshooter, whatever, you know, the exact order, a little bit up to you. But yeah, I think the next play can happen if we head top right away. If there wasn't a ward somewhere here, you could definitely use your Observer somewhere safe like this. If you think you can make some deep plays, you could put them further. But with an anti-mage, I don't think you really need to be thinking about like invading the enemy here and like here. Like I just want anti-mage to farm this area. So this is plenty. So I would save this Observer, head through the Twin Gate. And if you don't see anyone here right now, you can actually like walk over, place your Observer somewhere around here. This would be kind of high level. If you think you can take this tower in one play, a little further in, like here, somewhere back here, all could work.
That'd make a big mess. I've always wanted to be a giant space.
And it looks like it's happening. I'm pretty happy with that. Don't even need to use Sharpshooter. Amazing. Okay. Can we just push? You two should actually just help kill this creep wave. So Leshrac kill's not going to be bad. At the same time, I have now clicked him and seen there is a shield rune. So I don't know. That's literally just harder than it needs to be. Plus, we will be going to Leshrac, so the enemy can TP in. Especially like, you know, Venge is going to be looking for something to do as she respawns. And if a fight's right in front of her, she could TP here. It's not that this is a bad play, but if there's something better, we can go for that. Which, we are in front of their tower with the carry dead and a catapult. So if we push this in, we get to save the smoke. So 50 gold saved, another playmaking opportunity saved for later. They will have to TP down here as opposed to like, you know, we go to the Leshrac so he's not forced to rotate. He is now forced to rotate down here, giving space to your mid, giving space to anti-mage, as opposed to here where they can then all like come in and then disperse back to their lanes relatively quickly. I guess you can argue the Twin Gate lets you do that anyways, but it does cost mana. I think this is a perfectly fine objective. I feel like we just walked away from... It's like you got to carry down to like 50 health and then you're like, okay, you're free to go. You know, you're like, but why would you do that? Why didn't you just kill him? It's like, oh, same thing. It's like, we're right in front of the tower. Why not take this tower? Looks like you will get him despite the shield rune. But it looks like we will not get any tower damage in. But maybe you kill the Venge again. Or maybe not. Oh, that's kind of bold. Oh, okay, it's kind of working out. It worked out in the end. I do think just pushing the tower will be a little better there, but I'm open to this. Okay, but now, okay, you see how we're like leaving again? I feel like you're almost trying to be too active with the rotations now. You do want to be active, but like we still need to capitalize on some objectives off of some of this stuff. So I think we are now seeing some of these cases, which is like we are winning fights, but this thing is still full health.
Gyrocopter gifted a tier 1
this
sub
thing's
to
a little
Noob
below
Calls.
half or above half. This one's like 2/3, right? So like, despite the lead, we have yet to turn it into any actual objective damage, which I would like at this point. So I think some of these we got to start toning down a little. Jungo Popper, thank you so much for gifting a sub. And Eli Worth, Ellie Worth, I think Eli Worth. I don't know. Hopefully I'm not butchering that too much. Thank you so much also for the donation. Okay, we'll do yours next. I think you'll be next in line once we finish this one. Love the content, but rarely get to watch streams since I'm in EU. Totally understand. Thank you so much for finding time to tune in and then even dropping the Prime sub while you're here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you watching stuff. I was kind of burnt out, but I feel like I'm wrapping back around, guys. I think we're starting to make feeling a little bit better about making videos. I'm hoping to get like 2 more done before Thanksgiving hits here in America. So like maybe there's actually YouTube content again.
Did you know,
it's been pretty dry for a while. I understand.
You'll get 3 months of Discord Nitro for free.
Oh, it's Discord Nitro now? Damn. Eli, got it. Yeah, we'll do yours next. Heartsick Ruben, thank you. Thank you for watching the videos. Are we gonna kill this guy? So this is where sometimes, well, I mean, we'll see how this ends up playing out, but let's compare and contrast. The very guaranteed empty lane tower push. Maybe we don't take the tower, but we take like half of it. Who knows how much?
Who's that? Thank you.
And anti-mage is left alone solo farming. Maybe they even feel like, oh, we got to defend our tower. They TP down here. So anti-mage is totally alone, shoving lane, jungling, shoving lane, jungling. As opposed to we rotate up here. If we get a kill, great. If we don't get a kill, we might bait people in. So now this lane's looking a little messy. And anti-mage actually took a chunk of health. So rather than being full health left alone, he's actually starting to feel scared of like, oh, what if I step up? I could get killed. Like one unlucky root, one pudge hook. Maybe I don't make it out now. As opposed to having full health, one lucky root, one pudge hook. He's not going to die. He's going to be able to blink out in time. Now it's getting kind of close. So now this guy's going to start being a little bit more timid when showing in the lane as opposed to like brave and fast and efficient. He's going to have to put in some caution, which is correct, but like, you know, it's going to slow him down. So this is where we've kind of over-rotated. We've kind of done too much. And we should just sit in front of the tower. Now we got 4 heroes up here. Still barely any tower damage on that one. Now you're gonna come through again. All right. If I see you go to this twin gate, I'm gonna lose it. We better take this tower. We're under the tower with creeps. We must attack the tower. And then drag it, depending where, like, the timing, you can grab the next creep wave, you know, pull it to the camp, stuff like that. But, like, we gotta help do this tower. And we're doing it. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Come back. Okay. You know those phone game ads? The games are usually trash, but it doesn't really matter, actually. And they have this marketing tactic. It's like rage baiting you, where the game will look pretty simple. Like, you can grasp the concept very quickly from watching it. And then the player, the ad you're watching, is infuriatingly incompetent. You know, like, you gotta hit something 4 times, they hit it 3 times, and they move to the next thing. And they work on that to, like, oh, you gotta hit this 7 times, they get down to, like, 1. Like, some, you know, one of those, like, the shooting one, like, pew, 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 there's 2 lanes, you know, you're gonna go here to here to here, or other stuff, you know? And it works because it baits you, the person watching the ad. You're like, this guy's bad. I could do it better, you know, and I'm going to go try the game. Like, it rage baits you into... I feel I'm getting rage baited here. I'm seeing you get to this tower like 3 to 4 different times, and it's like, oh, this is amazing. Get this tower. And you go, yeah, they're lane, you know, oh, I'm going to go somewhere else. And it's like, okay, it works. You do this, and you're like, oh, well, okay, are we going to do this one? Yeah, they're late. We're gonna come over here. It's like, okay, we're gonna get this. Like, oh, we got another kill. We're gonna take this out. Another lane. I'm getting baited. We gotta commit. We gotta finish what we're doing in the lane. It's kind of working. I mean, we're like 10 and 22, but we don't have a tower. I love being baited. The lightning slow is powerful. It's like 100% slow, isn't it, for like 0.4 seconds? 75% for 1.2 seconds. What am I thinking of? I actually don't know if you even need the blink. Let me think about this. I am open to it. At the same time, I think you just follow up on the Mars. Like, blink is either I have to avoid the enemy or I need to, like, really initiate on really far back people. Because you are already a super long-range support. This is freaking bushwhack with Scurry. Scurry's not even active yet. I don't think, yeah, unless it's bugged out. Like, you're a super long-range support. So unless you are trying to get to the very far back line, for example, Dazzle, that's where the blink makes sense. So I'm kind of open to it this game. At the same time, I think Wind Ranger and Mars will be the ones who initiate for you and try to, like, block off the Dazzle or spear people this way, away from the Dazzle. Especially because, like, people like Witch Doctor will not be able to follow up on you because he doesn't have the mobility. So even if you catch someone in the back line, it's going to have to be all the cores helping you, which could work. But, like, someone like Witch Doctor won't. So I kind of think you don't even need the blink. That you could just do more follow-up damage when this guy throws his stuff. You can, like... I guess it's the shard sooner, which, I mean, we're so rich, we're actually wrapping back around to. Or it's like a utility item, like you throw like Solar Crest on someone, but it's not that common Hoodwink. So maybe Blink does work. I guess I don't play that much Hoodwink to, like, you are so rich, we wouldn't even have the shard. I mean, we would have the shard now, but, like, we're still gonna have it at a good time, even after buying the Blink. So I guess it's fine. Here you're clearing this kind of dangerously. You have the Blink, so I guess it's a little safer, but still, it's gonna be hard to react to some stuff. Like, this is done, and then we keep walking this way, and then we clear the catapult from here, because the most likely path of the enemy, if they're trying to get you, is gonna come, like, you know, this way. We do see a couple heroes top, but this is where they're gonna start dispersing, right? Because, like, the job is done as this tower finishes. They will either keep moving up and, like, control this area, or they will look for something else to do. For example, a little rat pushing bottom, you know? So I would, you know, maybe stand on this side rather than, like, this left side. This is kind of, like, extra risk for not a ton of reason, you know? Like, you're bushwhack. Again, this is the cast range of bushwhack, so I don't have to be in the creep wave. I can be, like, over here and still land that bushwhack. I think that's just, like, nothing really came out of it, but I do think that's, like, a bit more aggressive positioning than necessary. Anyways, refocusing back on your original question, which is, like, team movements. Kind of have talked about how, like, after some of these movements, we should capitalize on towers. Now, I mean, when you guys have your abilities, you can go. We need some deep wards down, which you've been playing in this area, so you can deep ward. I don't know if any are available. It looks like none are. Maybe Witch Doctor's buying them all. He's got 3. So you got to help this guy play some observers, maybe take some from him. If he's the kind of guy who just, like, keeps buying them instantly, add them to your queue, mark to buy, so that you can get some, because you've been in this area, but you don't have one to place, which I now see is not really your fault. Maybe Witch Doctor just keeps buying them, but in terms of, like, making the team place, I need to see. I can see. This fight, not that it goes badly, but we do have a 4K lead. I had a 4K lead. We were winning, but yet we're getting into, like, an even fight. And in fact, we're now losing the so-called even fight, right? So that's where there's a little bit of a miss, which comes from vision and where we are playing. It's why, like, well, we've lost it now, but the mid sieges, even when you're winning, tend to be hard just because of, like, the way the map is laid out, which is why usually the play is to, like, occupy this area, and then at some point they don't know if you're just jungling or if you're, like, getting ready to dive mid. You do it quick, you get the kill, and it's no longer this, like, stalemate siege, which may or may not benefit you, especially with, like, pudge hook swap type stuff, right? Doesn't benefit us. So I think that's where your team could have continued snowballing a better lead. Now things have gotten a little bit harder. Oh, nice. I thought you got the Kaya. I'm gonna be like, sick. Let's go. How does free coaching work? I'm a 6K EU position 5 player. Welcome. It is usually this, like, free raffle system. Not fully a raffle, because now we multi-stream. I can't raffle. People just submit games into the chat, and then we pick. But for minimum $5, I'll do it guaranteed. But we actually have a bit of a queue built up. Thank you guys for supporting the stream. So I got to get through everyone's stuff, and then we're kind of back. Like, whenever there's not one queued up, then it's I just pick from the chat. Here, I think this was a little greedy to try to farm this. I think that was your plan. It's like, I'm gonna run through and farm this, but we definitely should have just, like, I'm being chased, and these are places they could teleport and get to me. I should just be, like, running this way, blinking out faster, stuff like that. So this death was avoidable. Your team is ready to do things. Are we missing an item? We're close. Yeah, I mean, you could leave her to finish BKB, but you and Mars and Witch Doctor could have made a play together if you can coordinate that. I know it's a pub, so it's, like, not always the easiest. Who are you playing with? I think you are with the Mars, right? The two of you can do stuff because you're a damage support. So you guys definitely could try to coordinate with abilities being up. And again, the area is in here. That's our preferred area, the default. We do have an observer this time. We've gotten away from Witch Doctor. All right. Some minor critique. This is like separation of Immortal to Divine. So Hoodwink's here. So if I was worried about, you know, the surprise bushwhack, blink bushwhack, all that stuff, she's here. I'm good. But from just like a little bit more on this side, a little bit more on this side in the trees, your bushwhack can still connect and they won't see it unless they're looking. But a lot of people won't look. They'll be doing their own stuff and they'll look at the minimap. And on the minimap, I can see you're now showing in the lane. But you don't need to. You can be in the trees. So now I know I can be a little bit more confident top if I am the Radiant. Or if I want to kill the Hoodwink, then I know where to go. I know to go bottom. Or I know, as I don't see a lot of people, oh, if a play is happening and Hoodwink's one of the playmakers, right? Like, I'm actually a little more scared of going bottom. And now, as a core, I'm less likely to get baited of like, oh, a giant wave pushing in? Well, don't mind if I do TP away from my team and go farm that out there. And then, oh my god, a Hoodwink. Oh, rats. You know? So staying out of sight is very important. And it's what will... it's the small things that will help add up. So this is one where you can definitely stay out of sight. Push that in. And I want to ward without being seen. So like now I know you're down there. And if I click you and I see an observer, I know an observer will now be somewhere down here. I probably should have guessed that anyways. But I have more guaranteed information this way. As opposed to you staying out of sight, clearing it out of sight, warding out of sight. And then you suddenly show up. I never know you had an observer. I might still be suspicious, but... I don't know. I don't have that proof. I can't get a warrant based on suspicions. I'd have picture evidence. We got to pick somewhere in here to place a ward. So as part of being out of sight, we could have made our way over here. I don't know if they have observers and sentries, like where they do. You have two. So like... pick where you suspect based on the game, based on what you know, or just blindly, right? If I was doing it blindly, I'd probably check this area and then this area. Like sentry here, check this with the acorn, and then like sentry here. I mean, probably in like reverse, you know, like I ran in through here. At the same time, if we don't have sentries, likely observer spots from the enemy somewhere around here. Somewhere up here, somewhere in here. Which ones can actually see us? If I'm a Hoodwink running through here, right, then it's the ones that are a little lower that can see us and not the ones up here. So as you run through, you could sentry like here to see this ledge. Okay, I don't see them from like standing on the low ground. I don't see them, and I avoid like showing up through these potential observers. So I run over here. I put another sentry down. Acorn shot up. I don't see anything. Okay. I probably wouldn't observer the cliff at this point, but if you wanted to, you know, you could. If it was nighttime and you could run over here and like place the observer, you could do that, but it's daytime, so they would see you. Actually, with Hoodwink, you might be able to scurry and place it from so far away that they don't see you. So actually, you could do this. If you want to place it like somewhere in this river, that could work. If you want to make your way down here and then place it like here, 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 anywhere back here, all these spots, all these could work. But you could do all this without ever having shown in the bottom lane this entire time while also pushing with spells. And this will maximize you not dying, you getting wards that stay alive, and set you up for future team plays, which kind of cuts back to what you were asking about earlier. Instead, we have a whole bunch of extra movement in here without ever really warding. And we do finally place an observer, but I never know if I was scouted from anything in this area. And now I'm going to run back through here. So then if there is anything here, they're going to click you and they're going to know, okay, there was an observer here. And now she returns. There's no longer an observer here. So like, you know, where it can only be like somewhere here. Let's do a quick check. It turns out there's absolutely nothing down here. So you end up fine. But that's where it is a little bit of a coin flip if they had something here or not. And why using your sentries to help guarantee our deep ward survive can be very good, because we need this deep ward to live. Otherwise, how can I make plays with my Mars, right? How do I know where to smoke and not waste a bunch of time running around? I need this deep ward to survive and be hard to find. So you kind of want to take some extra steps looking for it. You do not want to blink into creep waves typically. It's kind of safer now because I do see a lot of heroes up here. But for example... Okay, you actually do literally see all 5 heroes, so I guess this one is fine. But when you blink in, you can't blink out, you know? So if people were TPing in, you now have to, like, scurry run away from them. I realized you were blinking here to try to catch this creep wave before it gets here, so, like, you know, I get why we did it. Ideally, we walk down sooner so we can do it and then blink out. But adjusting for the game, like, I get it, and you actually did have enough information to kind of do it safely, but it will be riskier. So let's try to keep in mind, like, I want to run in and then blink out. Oh, kind of like that. Doesn't throwing the acorn reveal you on fog as it's treated as an auto attack? Honestly, I'm not 100% sure because I don't usually play a bunch of Hoodwink. You can just do Bushwhack. Bushwhack and the boomerang is enough. You don't have to get literally every last hit. Just doing enough damage to push the lane and is okay. So if you do have an ability that reveals you, whether Acorn Shot does or not, I'll have to go test. Or if someone knows, you guys can let me know. But if you do have something that would reveal you, you don't have to use that one. You can use the other stuff and it'll push. Just check with Radiant Vision. But the problem was that he was in the vision, so it's not from Acorn Shot. He was in the wave. I can't do that one. If it comes up again later, we'll check. Maybe here. Okay, that one should work. Okay, so I think that was Acorn Shot revealing and not just like the tree line, right? Yeah, it was because of the Acorn Shot. Okay, so don't use Acorn Shot if you can. You can just use Bushwhack. So for example, in this one, if you wanted to push this lane without showing, the boomerang through and then the Bushwhack like right here, it won't catch everything, but it'll be enough to shove in the wave. He attacked? Is he attacking right now? Oh, you're right. I just had to replay a little longer. Okay, so then that one's from the actual auto attack. Is the Acorn... I still am not sure then. That was like at the same time. Okay, I need another example. I need another example of Acorn Shot. I know my hero. Yeah. Okay, so Acorn Shot doesn't show Heart Run. I will confirm it with you, our resident Hoodwink player. You do not show if you ground target all spells. But if I target a creep with Acorn Shot, will that reveal myself? Yes. Okay. So ground target Acorn Bushwhack will work to stay out of sight. We have learned. You guys teach me. I'm gaining MMR here. All right, speaking of team plays here. I think you mentioned you couldn't get the anti-mage to do Roche. You guys need a pretty good fight to do Roche because he's not actually strong enough quite yet to do it. Your team as a whole can do it if you like get a good fight. Which I haven't really seen you guys coordinate in a while. I don't know what the team com's going on, but like, for example, you, Mars, and Witch Doctor haven't really done anything together for quite a while, but it's a very strong combination. You've been mostly playing on your own, which can work, but we have fought a little bit too soon because you weren't quite here yet, and then your team went in. So there's been some miscommunication as a team on when to go. We definitely need everybody here. You yourself could leave a little sooner. Like, you don't actually... At this point, even if you take the tier 2 tower, they don't care. They're like in the process of killing the tier 3 and moving to the barracks. So they'll just sacrifice this tier 2. So cutting this creep wave is nice, but I think it pales compared to taking this fight. If you think you can take this fight, which I do think, you know, with everybody, we can potentially do. So probably don't even need to cut this creep wave and be coming here. Or if we go back even further, instead of like doing this stuff, I saw them like pushing bottom through this tier 2. They have Roche, so there is a very high chance they do this. So actually making your way bottom to be creep cutting this stuff, so that then you just need to fortify once, kill the existing creep wave, and then you're good to go. Maybe a second time as like, you know, like you got to use spells to clear the next one, but then the third wave is like cut by you. That could work. But pushing a separate tier 2 is viable if you cannot fight this because you're missing heroes and cooldowns and stuff. Can you though? The enemy team is strong. It's minute 25. Anti-mage has nothing. All right, let's go back. All right. So around here is where we're creep cutting. In terms of if we have nothing or not. Or like, can we actually fight? I think we can fight. Will it be the easiest fight? No, but I do think we can be here in poking. So Hoodwink and Wind Ranger are here. They are the two longest ranged heroes to safely wave clear and to start chipping down the enemy. So throw out the bushwhacks, throw out the power shots. They would already be back. Shoot and chuff out, like right now. Power shots could be killing these range creeps, things like that. So we're like chucking out long range abilities. Pudge, blind hooking. So no observer, although there's already a sentry down. Anti-mage should be pushing. He shouldn't be here. He should be the one pushing towers. The supports should be back. Most of this is no contest, right? They're like done with the tower. This is like the scariest part and we weren't ready. If we're not, okay, another way to think about it, if you don't think you're strong enough to fight when your tier 3 is up, you're certainly not strong enough to fight when it's done. So then we definitely have a miscommunication. Like, no one should come back. If we cannot fight this at all, no one should be coming back at all. And we should all be pushing other lanes and other towers. If we do think we can fight, then we all need to be back at our strongest time, which is when this tier 3 is full health, not when it's like dead, you know? So whatever your analysis of the game is, because I know it's hard. I can see the net worth and stuff, you know? But you can't. So you have to take your best guess. If you think you're too weak to do it, then that's okay. You need to share that with your team and try to get on the same page. If you think you're strong enough, then we got to be here sooner. So like whichever way you interpret it, we're kind of missing the mark. I think it is doable where if the people are here power shotting and like using bushwhack and all that stuff, we can lower people and then attempt a spearback kill. I don't mind if like you disagree. Just like a coordinated effort one way or the other would be good. Okay, so here. Right, so swap actually gets messed up. And this is why I think we can defend, right? Because people will mess up. They swapped in the Pudge ult to all this stuff. So like 3 people are actually out of the arena and in pretty deep. Imagine the tier 3 tower is still up right now. And imagine we time this fight, if possible, with creeps being up so we can fortify to get the split shot and have fortified creeps helping us to tank Leshrak's damage. Oh, well, Zach, well, if that was the case, maybe they wouldn't push. Okay, that's fine. They're not pushing then, you know? Like, then we're buying time. They will make mistakes in some ways, just like we make mistakes in some ways. So by being here, we're kind of ready to possibly capitalize on this fight. We actually do manage to find the Dazzle first, right? And this is where she is getting wrecked by Diabolic Edict, which if we had creeps because we were here sooner and take this fight at like 25-30, for example, then it's not as big of an issue. Or maybe because people are lower because we were like poking sooner, then we can go in, get out faster without having to deal with Diabolic Edict as much. Like in the end, these are where like there are some people who are like kind of low, which you can imagine like 2 power shots, like a bushwhack acorn shot. It's getting them pretty down there. Oh no! Unlucky. Oh, clutch ass grave from Dazzle. Dazzle MVP supports do it again. But you can kind of see it was like fightable, right? Like the net worths end up being the same. Like mistakes happen on both sides. Yeah, tip your support. Mistakes happen on both sides there. I would say for this team, what we identified earlier, they had like a 5k lead, but weren't cementing it with towers, and took some bad fights to make it close. And then after it was close, I feel like there just wasn't a lot of active play between the team. That's what I would highlight more than this like final fight. I'm glad you like the new video. I redid it a couple times, so I ended up relatively happy with where it ended up. The first few takes on that, I don't think I had enough direction. I think it had to be done like several times, but I'm glad we eventually made our way back to it to complete. Eli Worth, are you here actually? Who are you playing here? Maybe your name is there if I turn off anonymous mode. Maybe you said it earlier. Let me scroll up. I don't think you mentioned it, or I've missed it. Okay, let me turn off anonymous mode. Maybe your username is clear. Whew, Viper. Okay. Back on. Okay. Rather than change the time, I'm literally just gonna wait like 2 seconds because I typed 134. Okay, here we go. What'd you say? Did well early game, botched the mid end game, found myself trying to focus Pudge because of my break from ulti ags. So from ulti, Any other tips, let me know. Started as support, but love the fast pace of mid. Okay, so maybe kind of transitioning into the mid lane. I say transitioning, I'm pretty sure you were a Grandmaster Viper, so maybe we're already deep into the mid lane. Who is the enemy mid? Phantom Lance? What in the... Okay, so PL is technically a melee hero, but because he has the Dispel, poison attack will not be amazing. This might be a good case for this like WE max build, which you do have the W already queued up. So it might be okay. You don't know that for sure though, I mean, PL might not even go mid. They may have lane swapped. Let me jump ahead to see. Okay, he is in the mid lane. But you don't know that right away. I would get in the habit of holding your skill point. Hold the skill point till you know who is in your lane, because, like, for example, Earthshaker or Pudge mid, I do think you could punish them with poison attack. So even if you ultimately do decide to go for Nether Toxin, because that's kind of like the hot new build lately, I would still recommend you hold the skill point until you know what you're dealing with, and then you commit to it. That'll just be a good habit to build up. They do have a Pudge. I would be careful of like standing in these areas just in case you get hooked. Looks like in the end, nothing too much happens. You probably didn't even need to throw that W. All right, you see how we end up missing creeps because W is a slow... Hold on, okay. Let's come back here. Couple different mentalities. So one, versus a melee hero, and there's not much you can do at level 1. Like, there's no, like, jungling, there's no rushing around, ganking, stuff like that. We're just straight up laning. So if this guy's late to lane for whatever reason, you could just try to get equilibrium to, like, sit here where you can punish him the hardest. To do that, you would start attacking this melee creep right now to kill it ASAP so that it starts pulling in this way. Another mentality is to build up creeps so that you can harass the enemy and they can't fight back because they're dealing with creeps. In that case, you want to attack the enemy creeps as much as possible. And if they're not here, you could maybe even kill the range creep. But I mean, not that you know that. Like, I would have imagined PL is somewhere here. So for you... I think right now I'd probably have like killed this one or it'd be like killing a melee creep. Either way, when you throw the W like this, I'm not sure what we're going for here. Because if you want to just kill the creeps, you can just attack the creeps. There's currently no one in the lane. So this spell is only pushing faster. It's very unlikely this guy went home, right? It's not like, oh, he's gone, let me punish him, let me like kill this tower. We did a bit of damage to him here. There's no way this guy went home. I am not willing to take that bet. He may have, but like no good mid player would ever do it, so we might as well not build the bad habit. I am willing to Nether Toxin if he's coming in and he's like, oh, I'm gonna take damage for getting last hits and denies, but he is not here, so I don't need to do this. And in fact, what this will do is actually get all 3 creeps low at the same time and force you to have to last hit like really quickly. So if you do want to push faster, you actually want to do some auto attacks to trim it down first. You want 3 different levels of health. A full health creep, like a 3/4 creep, and a half creep. Then you can Nether Toxin, because then you will go in order. You know, you will hit the low health creep first, you will hit the next creep next, and then you will hit the full health creep last. So you'll be able to get all 3 last hits with 3 auto attacks. But they're all about the same health, which means as you reach this point, you go, oh shit, you know, like spit, you know, and we end up missing some because of that. So you do want to be a little careful with things like that. If you do know PL is in the area, times like this are when it's a little better to throw in the Nether Toxin. In fact, a little healthier, because it puts him in a weird spot of like, if I stand there, I take damage. If I don't stand there, I miss CS. You kind of put that question onto the PL. So that's usually a better time for the Nether Toxin. So a little bit like this, where like he came into fight, so he's actually taking some Nether Toxin damage in. But notice he came into fight and you ran, so then that defeats the purpose. He's fighting, that was his damage. That was his Q, and then you're like, oh, I'm scared. You've already taken the damage for Q. Now you're gonna get into a right-click trade. You're level 2, he's level 1. He's in the Nether Toxin. If you had poison attack, you could use it. If you're going with this corrosive skin, that's fine. But like, we are strong right now and you're running away. So that's also part of the logic of like when you use Nether Toxins, like if this guy chooses to fight, we fight. So I think that's important to recognize like why we're using this. Even if like the idea is like, well, I'm using it to actually just push in the wave. I would say, one, it's a little early to only be doing that because it's not like we're going to go get a rune or like farm because nothing's happened yet. It's 56 seconds. So all we're doing is here for farm. And to be here for farm, I got to be here to get the last hits. If I actually run away while Nether Toxin's down, they're all going to get low. And then Peel's going to deny each one like in turn. And then I'm going to be really sad. So all the more reason I've got to stand here and fight right now to get this CS. And instead, I'm having to like attack from afar from the low ground. And you get pretty unlucky with a couple misses there. So that is the downside. You want to swap that. If you do think this position is bad and you're like, okay, I want to clear this out as fast as possible. Two things. One, creep aggro these guys to the low ground so that it becomes easier for you to hit. Or two, launch the attacks now. And if you miss, it's not a huge deal because we're not under a time crunch because Nether Toxin's not out yet. But get them low, then drop the Nether Toxin so that you can rush in and threaten him like, hey, if you come fight me, Nether Toxin's down. I also will now kill these creeps quickly because I got them low ahead of time. They're in Nether Toxin. I am attacking them. You can even aggro to apply corrosive skin if you want. So if he does fight, you're going to kill the creeps quickly. He takes Nether Toxin damage, and these creeps are now going to look for a new target. And they're going to see PL first because the range creep's back here and you just killed all these melee creeps. So then he's going to tank the creeps and he's going to have to run. And while he's running, you're just going to auto attack several times in a row. So we're kind of using Nether Toxin too early and missing some of the potential of this stuff. Oh, hey, it's Viper. I believe it's holy shit, it's me. I love that he has that. I love that he has that line. Okay, good harass there, though. That was good harass while he was getting the CS. You're poking him a little bit. Okay, so here, kind of missing the window again, right? Let's just think about what you did to PL. You got him kind of low while you were harassing him under the tower. So this is his total health, 481, right? And you are 700 just about. So if we just auto-attack each other to the death, ignoring abilities, right? You're likely to come out ahead, even though he actually has a little bit more damage. You have a lot more health from the earlier trades, from being the ranged hero, harassing him a little bit extra, right? So if we attack each other to the death, you're going to win. Then we factor in the abilities, and this is where like there's some matchup knowledge, but I would favor you over the PL. So when you position like this is very much, I respect my opponent. If I go too far, they could punish me. I'm interested in CS, and he's interested in CS, so we respect each other. Like, I stand here, we'll go for last hits, we'll try to be mechanically better than each other, but we won't fight. You know, like, this is a very defensive, respectful posture. But this is disrespect time, because, like, PL ain't shit. I'm Viper. Holy shit, it's me, you know? And I am strong right now. So you actually want to be standing, like, if not in the wave, you actually want to be standing up here. And if you take poison attack, you don't draw creep aggro when you manually use poison attack. So every time this guy walks up, you spit on him, and you can do that when he's back here. So as he comes up for last hits to try to creep aggro and stuff like that, you just keep spitting on him, and you're going to build up to like 5 stacks, 6 stacks really quickly. If you start now, because he walks here to creep aggro, you can't even start spitting on him. So you got to get close. You spit once, he's already gone. We only get 1 stack. It doesn't really, do much. Now, because it's PL, maybe we're not using poison attack, no big deal, you know, but like I still want to spit on him just like the regular auto attack when he gets close. If you are scared, you don't have to be like literally up here, but I would recommend like in the creep wave. And if this guy's really low, then I am on the cliff and just completely preventing him from being here. Let me show you a free cam real quick. So like this guy feels confident to be in this area right now because you're so far back. But if you stand in the creep wave and maybe you had vision here because your ward's closer, you could be auto attacking him right now. You'll draw a little aggro, but it's not a huge deal because you'll step back. You have corrosive skin, you'll do damage and, you know, balance it out. If you're on this cliff, you could get 2 to 3 auto attacks as this guy tries to back away. If he stands to fight you, that's where you like nether toxin. You're like, yeah, fight me. Like, I can do this. I have more health than you. You will die first, so you have to run first. And as you run, I will continue to spit and get more damage. Now this guy feels confident to like come up and get last hits, and we aren't really doing anything to him. But that's what Viper wants to do. Viper is a lane bully, so you want to be thinking about all these little windows of how can I keep attacking him? And then once he is too scared of me and he's getting away, I'm not going to chase. I'm just going to get CS. But if the guy is in the lane with me, I want to go for every moment I can without missing too much CS to bully him. And then, again, once he leaves, then I fully focus on CS. Here, he probably can't beat you to the water rune, and even if he does, you don't fully need it. So I would actually stay for this CS. So for example, you stand here, get all the CS with auto attacks, nether toxin if you have to, but like deal with this and then come here. And you can even do it from like the low ground. So if you do see PL rushing this way, and you can start moving over and beat him. And then he's like, oh, Viper will beat me. I turn back around. You're like, oh, well, there's still CS I want, so I turn back around too. As long as he doesn't have like some kind of gap closing ability to get here first, then you can do that kind of stuff. Like you just threaten it. You just posture that if he tries to go for it, you'll get it first. So like you can stay here and get all the CS and then go for it. Like it doesn't really matter if you get the water rune a little bit late. We aren't talking about pro games. Like there ain't some support here to steal your water rune. That's going to be there until like one of you take it. This is actually quite good, the harass under tower. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I also need to look deeper into it. At the edge of the tower, you can attack without drawing aggro. There's a 500 range around this tower. Inside that 500 range, you are much more likely to draw a creep aggro. You know, the short and simple version. So if you can attack the hero from like this side of the tower, that's okay. Especially because if you do draw creep aggro, it's very close to step out. If you have to chase this far, this is where you got to be really careful. And if you have poison attack, it's a lot safer to do. Or just go for denies, because that doesn't draw creep aggro. Like go for the deny and then back out again. This is a little bit dangerous. And you see like, okay, I got an attack or two on PL, but then I took like 2 tower shots, so then it doesn't really make sense, you know? Unless you're like close to getting the kill, then you can kind of do it. Yeah, you can kind of see where your nether toxin is. You're actually missing CS because of it, even though the goal is to flash farm. So again, try to like, see, they're all full health, right? I'm gonna have to go for every single one. Try to trim it down a little bit, plant yourself in the middle. If he comes in, nether toxin. And if he doesn't, you can just do it. You don't need to, you don't actually need to like auto attack every single time. So here is a good time. For whatever reason, because I did use nether toxin, the creep wave is mostly dead. There's one left. So I stand back here. This is very much, I'm scared. I'm going to be safe. I'm gonna be back here. I'm just going to go for my last hit. Please leave me alone. But that's how he should feel, not how you should feel. So here, you should be moving in. And at any moment you need to get this last hit, you turn around and you auto attack. And hopefully you don't high ground miss, but like, what can you do? You know? But that allows you to stand here. And so then PL, if he comes to creep aggro like he's trying to do, you can auto attack him like 3 to 4 or 5 times as he comes back, like comes up and then comes back. And otherwise, he has to stand back here and wait for you to clear this out. So then you can get some free denies and free last hits. And he goes, okay, I got to deal with this. I can't just lose him. And then he runs in. Then you turn your attention to him and you hit him. But from back here, I can't do that. So he's getting a lot more out of this lane than he's supposed to because of how defensive your posture is. Now, if you're scared of like Pudge and stuff rotating, totally get that. But that would be a good reason of why you want the Observer maybe closer to mid in that case, so you can see that stuff, as opposed to way out here. This sees like the roaming heroes coming in, but doesn't see the like TP hook type heroes coming in. Ooh, very nice harass. Okay, so right there, a little decision to be made here. Okay, this one, I mean, it's close to getting killed, so I'm like pretty tempted to do that. So that's fine. A lot of playing mid is sometimes you don't have such a good matchup as like Viper into melee heroes. So then a different mentality that is not always, it's not fully related to this game, but could be in other games. The true kill potential often happens around level 6. Whoever hits level 6 first and gets their ultimate will be able to get a kill, will have a better chance at securing the power rune. So denies matter a lot in the mid lane. And getting a good amount of tower damage in can also be good, right? Killing the heroes are good, so like there is a balance to it. But for example, in this moment, okay, if you can kill the PL, we can go for it. Let's pretend he's not here. He's healthier or he's just not showing, right? Between choosing to hit this tower one more time or deny this creep, I think denying this creep is good. And then, as this range creep gets low, right? Rather than hit the tower one more time, waiting for the third auto attack to hit this creep, and then immediately deny it, this is what will get you the XP advantage so that you'll hit 6 first before your opponent. And then once you hit 6, for Viper, it's like Viper Strike, spit, spit, spit if you go this build. If not, it's like Viper Strike, Nether Toxin, right? Whatever. Because you hit 6 first, because you get a couple of these extra denies, that's what then gets you the big kill, which then you'll have a lot of time to take the tower, get the power runes, whatever. Now, when this creep is full health and it's like, am I waiting to deny it? No, then you can auto attack the tower like once or twice, step back, get the last deny. But I would, try to think about that a little bit, about how can you build the XP advantage in those kind of moments. Now, because he's having to back away, you actually are building an XP advantage anyways. Again, another case here, right? Like, look how low this guy is. And then you're like, ooh, let me get back to my high ground. Nah, like step back a little bit to get the aggro off of you and then step back on the high ground. Like, I want to be up here right now. And then we're shoving the lane in, but with the health PL is at, if you stood right here and we imagine this is PL's health, do you think he can get a single creep? There's no way, right? As soon as he tries to walk in for an auto attack, you will kill him. So he's going to have to walk into Q, and that could probably get a CS and then get out. But you'll do a lot of damage, and he'll be forced to both Spirit Lance and Doppelganger to get away. So that'll be pretty worth it for you. And you can punish that from standing here. But when we are back here, he could walk up and creep aggro without taking that much damage. If you Nether Toxin, you will clear this, you will shove in the wave, and then he can drag it back because you'll be like, do I really want to dive back here? Kind of scared for some of these heroes. Very understandable, but now PL is getting farm and XP that we're kind of giving to him. We're kind of like shoving into him. If you have a different goal in mind, like, I want to shove in this wave so I can go get the power rune as it's spawning, that's okay, but it's 453, so a rune's not going to spawn. If you're like, I want to shove this in so I can go stack a camp, that's okay, but I'm not going to make it in time for that either in this case, So I don't think you really need to be Nether Toxining here. I think you can just be standing here and punishing this guy for being super low. But I suppose you are getting some tower damage since you backed away. I need to be more aware of what low health means on the hero. Not only that he's almost dead, but he can't really come near me. Exactly. A lot of times when a hero is low, people chase the hero to get the kill. And it's nice to get kills, but you don't actually have to because they will come to you. Like right now, let's pretend if he comes close, he'll die. So like, what else can he do? Especially early in the lane, like what else is there? There are no team plays. There's no stacking. There's no whatever, right? He has to come to you and you will kill him at that time. So you don't have to feel pressure to go like chase him too much. You can just like sit in the lane happily and farm. And if you can min-max, because like, I shove the lane, I go jungle, stuff like that. yeah, you can shove the lane a little bit more, but a lot of times it's a little tricky to do that. And actually, I think you'll probably have an easier time for your rank just focusing on like crushing a lane and then leaving. So here you see like, oh, I'm scared, backed away. But why? You know, like I'm higher level, I'm Viper, right? I should feel comfortable just sitting here and attacking this guy. Instead, you got kind of scared away by some of the illusions coming in. And so now he's going to get CS. Now, you may not know the real illusion, so like that's okay. But like you can still just stand here, nether talks in the ground, and like you'll figure out which one is real pretty quickly. Plus, okay, I can't tell which one's real. Okay, I'll just deny creeps in front of him. Like, whatever, no big deal. Like, you can't get the CS, your illusions will die, and then I'll know which one's real. He can't actually dispel Viper Strike. So actually, even when he does use Doppelganger, you can tell which one is real. Joy K, dude, I was preparing a Reddit post yesterday for the Smurf video. So I was kind of like scrolling through Reddit, and then I saw myself. Usually that's a positive. It's like, oh, I made a video and like someone commented about it. That's awesome. The video is not out yet, so I did not expect to see myself. And then that screenshot of me, I was like, oh my God. Like, of all the things to be on Reddit for. It wasn't related to my video, and it was not a flattering time to be screenshotted. Man, I can't tell you how many times I have redone videos because like my hair looks stupid. I have like redone stuff, but sometimes I just get sick of it. You know, I'm like, oh, whatever. I'm just gonna send it. It's like whatever. Finally got me. Finally backfired on me. There's some, you can push that. You can actually just be there and kill that guy. Which I get, you're probably a little timid for, but I do think if you like Viper, you should practice a little bit. Like, push some limits, feed some games, lose some games for it, but you'll learn. And then you will know when you can do it or not. And that's a big part of playing Viper is like, I bully people, I get kills, and then like a snowball. And if you're getting scared too often, you're gonna miss that window. So it will cost you some MMR to learn. You'll do a little bit of feeding, but that is part of the process. What were some of your other questions? We have really sat and talked about the laning stage, which I do think is really good for this MMR, but I do want to address some of your other stuff. Okay, maybe we just like jump to the mid game and see what you're up to, give you a couple tips there. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you liked the Reddit post. I do think I have nothing against people who just like post the video and stuff. But I do think it's less likely to be watched, right? There is some which is like genuinely wanting to contribute to the community, but it's also in self-interest of like, if I want more people to check out the video and check my stuff out, I do think contributing like truly useful stuff is worth the time. It did take me a while to write up last night. I was up kind of late, having it finished for today. So I'm glad it paid off. I'm glad you liked it. Thank you for making it worth it. I'm naturally timid and wanting to play safe. I often feel like in my bracket, games are lost from overcommitting rather than staying chill. Everyone thinks there's some superhero who can 1v3, so I try to counteract that a bit. I can totally understand that. I will say Viper is a funny hero to be that way. There's probably some better, like, late game scaling heroes, maybe like Sniper to throw a kind of controversial one out, you know, where like chilling and farming is a little bit better for you. Viper does lean in the like, I am aggressive, overcommit kind of category. It's like being a Huskar player, but being really timid. It's like, it's kind of funny. I think that mindset is fine. Maybe a slightly different hero would fit you better, or challenge your mindset a little bit, like give it a shot. You know, like, okay, I like Viper, so let me try to push myself, you know, be a bit more aggressive. There seems to be a good chunk of heroes here. You canceled it. Okay, you got out. Oh, I like that. You drew an X. You're like, let's not play here. Down for that. Okay, I didn't quite talk about the Boots of Travel, but if we do have the Boots of Travel, we want to kind of avoid... Okay, so see how we are coming to the enemy? But the point of Boots of Travel is to give us access to more of the map while still joining fights. Because the cooldown goes down and that you can target like creeps and stuff. So, for example, if you had power treads and there's a fight about to break out, then yeah, we probably have to walk over here, especially if TP's on cooldown, or maybe I want to save it for something else and I'm in the area, then I want to walk over here. But I have Boots of Travel, so I have the reduced cooldown and I have more move speed. So you actually want to be pushing mid or making your way top, essentially the area away from where the fight is. Because when the fight happens, you will be able to boot to travel here and then join, or maybe even to a creep and fortify the creep to keep it alive. And you will have gotten farm up here. So for example, let's say you're up here. So I'm farming this creep wave, I'm farming this jungle camps, and then boom, I'm in the fight. If I don't have Boots of Travel and I have to be here, maybe I have to be here, but as creep waves come in, even if I am the one farming it and I get all the gold, I am splitting the XP with the Luna and whoever else might be here. Like Sand King, maybe Shadow Shaman comes in, so we're splitting the XP 4 ways, but I could let my team split it 3 ways, let the Luna get the gold, and then I'm up here getting all this to myself. So that's kind of how you want to be thinking about using the Boots of Travels. And if you constantly like walk to fights or TP early, well, there are times for that, but you don't want to do it all the time because otherwise you'll miss the point of Boots of Travels, and it would have been better to like build a different boot and then work towards a bigger item sooner. Like this, right? Where we kind of like, okay, they push, we defend, right? We're kind of in this siege mode, but I could be somewhere else. I could be somewhere else farming with the Boots of Travel. Uh-oh. Okay, not too bad. So then if we are in a fight with Boots of Travels, a great way to use it is, okay, let's say this is maybe not, it's a little scary to push because 1, Techies was down here, and 2, there's still 3 heroes. Let's just pretend you won the fight a little bit more just so we can talk about Boots of Travels. So then, let's say they are in full retreat mode. We know it's safe to move up. I, as Viper, could come here and farm stuff. But I could leave it to the Sand King or the Shadow Shaman and then go to a nether lane and push this out. And now my team is pushing out multiple lanes. Our heroes are farming and getting more from it because we're not splitting the XP. And, okay, more of my team stayed bottom and a fight is breaking out again. You are the one who is most likely to be able to come back again because Boots of Travels is 40 seconds and you can come to creeps. If Sand King goes top, right, he can't come down again till 80 seconds, and at this point he can only TP here, you know? So like, oh, the fight broke out here, right? Okay, maybe he could twin gate at that point. That would probably be better. But if he tries to TP, he's got to like TP and then like run all the way over. So you are the best one to be away from the team and then join for a fight, or join the fight, win, and then split away from the team. Let's see what ends up happening. If you stay here, I would kind of get it because I am kind of scared. But you see what's happening, right? Like, oh, okay, we can both farm. That's okay when we have like regular boots, but I got the Boots of Travel, so I want to travel. I want to see the world as safely as I can, depending on, you know, who I'm scared of being alive. Techies, please. I am up for the Mjolnir. It's pretty good versus what's his name? I'm kind of open to Radiance too, but I don't know how much of if that's like way too out there for Viper. I think Mjolnir is maybe a little bit more reasonable. Shiva's will also be good. I would probably do that maybe next. You actually kind of need a Hurricane Pike to deal with this guy as well, though. Ooh, kind of awkward. I think people do Shivas with this Ags build, though, right? So maybe going Ags into Shivas is better for this particular build. It's a little bit new, so I'm not like fully sure on the optimal versions of it. Mod privilege. I think, are you not here, now you can post stuff. Wait, what's happening? I was looking at I was catching up on the chat. Oh, we pinged the Roche? Hell yeah. Let's just go from here. Okay, we gotta wait for Night Stalker. So in the meantime, we just farm safely. If let's pretend you had more map control and more information, same idea, where Luna and I, we both could farm this, but then I have the greater mobility with the boots of travel. So if someone were to go somewhere else, it should probably be me. I am a little scared of what they're up to, so, you know, if we don't go out, that's okay with me. But just as an example. Luna should actually be careful because they're all missing. It's really suspicious. And then, you know, this kind of stuff. Oh, she actually lives this time. This is where you kind of need the Hurricane Pike. I'm really not sure on the optimal... Maybe it's like Ags Dragonlance Hurricane Pike. Technically, like, Nosedive and Sand King stuff, and, like, Luna has some natural AoE. I kind of feel like you have some answers to PL, and maybe you can skip Maelstrom. Because, like, we have no answers to this. I mean, I guess we have Nosedive, but, like, then I can't use Nosedive, which is, like, the whole point. I'm a little conflicted. Here we kind of fought without the Night Stalker. Kind of mentioned like, oh, we should wait for Night Stalker. So we kind of came down because Luna got in trouble, so we all showed up. But this is going back out of your control a little bit. Luna should have been careful. You all should be careful. Wait for information. And then once you know their bottom, you start pushing out other lanes. Safest person just throws out some wave clear. Like, it might be you just like dropping some nether toxins. And we wait for Night Stalker to be up, try to bait some of them to TP home, and then we can take this fight. This fight would have gone a little smoother if we just had the Night Stalker alive.
Don't be upsetty.
Technically held. Okay, where are we going? Come out, smoke. I don't mind, though we won the Luna here. And we didn't actually see much info, so... let me go back a little bit. Alright, so actually, I guess you guys did see, like, 1, 2, maybe 3 there. But the issue with, like, running this way for a fight is that they could TP here and then, like, take the fight in this area. If you want to smoke, I guess I'm open to it. Going for PL might actually be the play. Or you got to push out lanes a little bit more and then smoke. Because right now we're on a very limited time frame with this smoke. Like, these creeps are right here. You guys kind of just respawned. You're on your own half of the map and no one's dealing with this is going to be suspicious. So dealing with that creep wave before smoking would give you more time to find a play. Or like part of the idea behind the smoke is that PL was top, so we should just jump at these opportunities. Like, okay, Pudge and Earthshaker, I may not see the others, but part of the idea of the smoke is that PL was top. So we should just like send it. No. This time we can't send it because the team's scattered. TY for the power trip. I got you. I got you.
Oh, that's okay, sweetheart.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I wasn't fully paying attention to like exactly where the anti-mage was farming in that game before, but I do agree, like, he should, you know, he should try to like actively push lanes, but he ultimately will jungle, right? Like, it doesn't change too much that our job in the game will be to like make plays with Mars and Witch Doctor, and in between that we can still try to like push lanes a little bit. So it's not that, okay, this guy's not doing it, I gotta do a little, like, that is fine. I think you just went maybe like overboard with it, or like the team just didn't like capitalize on you doing it, because like you were aggressive a lot, but we didn't have the vision set up, which is, you know, maybe Witch Doctor had too many observers, but then that should set up like the Mars and the Wind Ranger being able to come over to make use of it. So like some misconnection, even if the anti-mage is being a little AFK, we can still do a little bit more as a team there with the remaining heroes. Okay, this game is actually still kind of doable, but I'm starting to see a sequence which is like, you guys keep getting picked off. They tend to have the numbers more than you guys. You can kind of shout that out to your team, like, hey, we just got to fight together. But it's also one of those things that if it doesn't happen naturally to some degree, it can also be very difficult to coordinate into the game. Like, if it doesn't fix itself with one basic communication, it's probably not going to fix itself. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit, because I think there was one more we have to do. Yeah, this one. Okay. Rhizome friend. I'm gonna do yours next. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna get more water before you do yours. I will let this one play. You guys can like maybe you guys can give some feedback. It looks like the game still goes, even though it looks like kind of dire right now. You guys can give some feedback while I fill up my water. 1 second. A lot to talk about. Oh, hey, Ricky, what's up? I don't know if you're still here. You came in as soon as I left chair stream. We love a chair stream. What time is it? 2:17. 40. Okay. We're gonna hone in on the time a little bit more again. The last two, you guys happen to over donate a bunch, so I wanted to try to cover at least a little longer, make it worth your time, or money, I guess. We'll try to stick a little bit more to time so we can hopefully get to like more people. Let's download this one. Hard support legend. That screenshot did you dirty. It was not my best look, but it's my own fault. I should have known. I should have known. Should have done my hair. Should have done it. I've done a lot of videos. I redo stuff when I'm like, ah, it's so bad. But sometimes it goes through. And sometimes you get screenshotted for Reddit. Eli Worth, thank you. Thank you for donating. I appreciate it. Hopefully the review was helpful and you'll be able to... Oh no, what just happened? It just crashed. Hopefully that game... Honestly, the team was kind of kept going in a little bit scattered, but maybe with some of those laning tips, even if they are scattering, you'll just be winning harder and it won't be such a big deal. Thank you. I'm glad you liked the new one. I'm feeling a little bit more motivated to get back to the videos. I guess I'm still a little burnt to some degree, but I want to get more stuff out, which is good. Since for a while I was just kind of like, whatever, it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Okay, please no crash. This time we are looking at Disruptor 5 Legend, and you said it's a first game in Legend. Oh, congrats, nice. And you lost. It's okay, don't worry about it. Wondering what I need to change in my Disruptor gameplay as a Kime and late game item choices. Okay, cool. Okay, tell you what. Let's kind of mix and match a little bit here. I'm going to answer these questions in a kind of maybe a different order, but it all connects in my head, so we'll see if it works for you guys. So understanding what you need to do, we're going to have to kind of like read the drafts and understand our job in the game. And by understanding our job in the game, that will then also determine what our late game items are. So I think it all starts like from here. And I do think Legend... No matter what rank you are, there will always be some issues like actually coordinating and stuff, right? But Legend and onward, you do have a little bit more team play. Following proper objectives is getting a little bit more important, you know, each rank. So I do think it's pretty... I don't mean to use the word easy because I know it's not easy for, you know, people. But like you can get to like Archon Legend just purely mechanics. You can get further with just purely mechanics, but I think up to Archon, you can still be like very confused about the game, but just good at pressing buttons, and you can get there. But I do think around Legend, you will see a little bit more like, I'm good mechanically, but boy, do I do dumb stuff, and I lose for it. So it is important to like understand the game a little bit more here. For you this game, let's see, what do we got here? We are lacking in initiation on our own draft. You know, we can start with that. We don't really have stuns. We have Shackle, which is kind of inconsistent. We got Global, that's useful. Some slows. You know, the ult is like kind of something. But besides that, the crowd control is very weak. So we may have to help with crowd control. And although it's not really a stun, Static Storm plus Kinetic Field is pretty good to trap people, and then especially with the Aghanims, that's like a pseudo stun in a way. So I'm very interested in making my way towards that build. On their team, fortunately, they don't have the most mobile heroes, so the fact that we're lacking on stuns may not be the end of the world, though Tusk will be able to save people if we don't control him a little bit. This is where Static Storm actually helps a lot. Glimpse can be used to bring people back. That can sort of be a form of initiation as well. Could also use it to cancel some channels, like on Crystal Maiden. Items I might need to get, Force Staff and Glimmer Cape, are both really good. I would lean towards Force Staff this game because it can get you over Ice Shards, get you away from Snowball, get you away from Skywrath ult and slow and silence, get you away from Crystal Maiden, get you out of Tornado into like Meteor, you know, EMP, Sunstrike, all that stuff. You know, so I think Force Staff is pretty good here, especially because I have a Drow on my team. So because we lack crowd control, we are very much a let's slow push towards them and make them come to us. So then we don't really have to initiate. We just need to deal with when they come to us, which is a little bit easier with the heroes we have, plus then the Force Staff. So when they go to you, they go to Drow, you can Force Staff away from all this stuff that we just talked about. And then you can maybe go for the Aghanims or the Blink. Since you have the Force Staff, probably Aghanims first and then the Blink. Depending how well you do, you can also just buff up the Drow. You can get things like Solar Crest generically, though this game is maybe not the greatest for Solar Crest, and I'd probably still go like Glimmer Force Staff, but the idea is like playing around the Drow. Playing around the Necro, who's like just in the front. You will have to be a little slow to start because you don't have a natural initiator. You need to wait for this guy to probably get to his Radiance. Wind Ranger's a greedy offlaner. Maybe she's mid in this offlane Necro. Either way, it's a little bit greedy, it's a little bit slower. But once everyone has their items, it's stronger to be like the wall and just like push up and let them come to us type lineup. What is this? Oh, there we go. So essentially, Force Staff or Glimmer early, if not both. Blink Aghanims late game is very interesting to me. You probably will not get more items than that. That's probably enough in terms of thinking about itemization. And my goal will mostly be to sit behind the Drow, and when they go for her, save her with my items and my abilities. And if I do make it to the Aghanims and the Blink, then I can potentially initiate. If I don't have to use Glimpse to like bring people back for kills, I'm very interested in saving Glimpse to cancel Crystal Maiden ult. And I'm very interested in using Static Storm to prevent snowball saves. It's silence for mid. Oh no! That's true. I forgot this could be a possibility. I forgot this was Disruptor 5. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's doable, but we definitely do not have a great draft for initiating. So all the more reason we got to play our way. Okay, when you get a kill like this, you know, you killed the Crystal Maiden. I see your Drow also died. Separate mistake from you, but like if the team is down here, you shouldn't take the risk for this stuff. Because like, where's the enemy team? If we have a ward here and we only see Crystal Maiden, like the same mistake is happening here. And this is where like people will be like, oh, my Drow is so bad. She's the reason we lost. But Crystal Maiden is making the same level of mistake as this Drow, which is like, I don't have much vision. Let me just go on my own towards the bounty rune anyways. So this is where there's balance, you know? We got bad people making mistakes on all sides. If you do make a play down here, though, and I saw you, like, walk for this top bounty rune, right? But, like, they saw you kill Crystal Maiden, and they killed Drow. So, by all accounts, they should know we walk top and we get this for free, and then we go here. You should also know that. Like, there is no way in hell I beat them here, and if I do, they could both be going there, and then I will die. So, it's just not worth your time. If anything, I would check this rune, except I've never seen the carry, so the carry probably got it. But you could probably check this rune, like vision-wise, and then TP out when it's not there, or just hang around here for 3 seconds and then TP top. It is 10 seconds now is when the TP becomes available. So we are now TPing top. 13 seconds. So if you want to unblock your camp, you could. Except that Tusk is here, so I think it's unlikely he already blocked this camp. He might have done it. He might have rushed up here, done it, and then run down here. If you think so, you can put your sentry, check, for the whole box, and then by the time he gets here, you'll be in the lane, you'll have finished that job. I actually recommend over here, you're going to have to walk into here and then place the sentry like this. That way, this one's really hard to find in most pubs, and it will just about check the whole box. So then, even if he puts the sentry late and you would put it here, he would have killed that. Up here, he's probably not checking this. So you could do that. You could also TP, I want to block this. So you run over, block this, come back, buy your tango, buy your next sentry, and then get ready to play the lane. If the next blood grenade's available, you could get that. But I probably would recommend another sentry. And then it is you and Drow versus Skywrath Tusk, I guess. So we need to stay pretty healthy. I do think another tango or a salve would be good. Now, off of doing the block and stuff, we are now standing here to see if the enemy is blocking. And Drow would not be griefing herself, blocking the full wave based on the information we gave. We got super lucky that it met just outside the tower. But if we're standing here giving vision, Drow will know to not block or block however degrees. Or if she's not doing it, you can do it. You can block the back through creeps, let the first one go. It'll meet out here. It'll be pushing in your favor a little bit. We can now begin harassing Skywrath as well. Because look, Tusk actually is late to lane, right? Because he's doing this stuff. So along with helping getting Equilibrium in the right spot, we now harass the Skywrath while it's 2v1. Now, you don't know it's 2v1 because you may not know where Tusk is, so we do it a little bit carefully. But if you hug this area, right, you're going to be fine because of the towers right here. You're full health. You can't be killed in 100 to 0. So just don't like extend too far. So you do a little bit of harassing Skywrath, harassing creeps. You may not know Tusk is not here, but as he doesn't show, you will keep Skywrath away. Drow will be getting the first few creeps. He'll be taking some damage, and we are off to a good start. Now, because we kind of like didn't want to use our TP, we ended up fighting over this rune. We're kind of like messing with the Tusk. Drow is on her own. She almost griefed herself. Which is why we don't trust the carries and we want to be in the lane as soon as possible because I don't trust the carries, even though it's their one job to manage creeps and equilibrium. I don't trust them. So the sooner you can be here with the TP, especially if you make these first bounty rune plays on the bottom side, I would recommend that. If you make it on the top side, you can walk top and you'll be okay time-wise. But if you start bottom, you have to cross all this way. Like, look at you. You're still not in the... You two still aren't in the lane yet, you know? So it's kind of working out where these two are like, okay, I guess if we're leaving Drow in a one-on-one, and in this case, the matchup's favorable, but I bet you do this even with different matchups, and so then it is like, is the bad matchup good matchup? Is Drow a good player? Is this guy a good player? Who's coming out ahead? I have no say in it whatsoever, and I'd rather be there because this will be more impactful than like these shenanigans right now where, okay, I guess we're getting to courier, you know, like something's happening. But usually, as a default, the safe laner is weaker than the off laner. This happens to be funny, so maybe in this game it's not, but usually you want to be here. Especially because usually 5 versus 4, like the 5 support versus the 4 support. 4 supports are typically stronger than 5 supports as well. Not always true, but... we kind of see, kind of happens. We are now in the lane ready to contribute, and Drow has been killed a second time. She doesn't have her teleport, so now she is just going to miss a lot. So the choice to not teleport is not a guaranteed like lane losing decision, but it opens you up to lane losing potentials, which is now what has happened. So like honestly, at this point, we've kind of already lost this lane. It's a pub, so there's room to come back and all that, but like if I was analyzing this for like a high level game, we've lost, right? If everyone does really good stuff, we are, you know, to put up net worth, like 1,400 Skywrath, doubling her net worth. She's now going to have to walk to lane. He's going to have 2.5 times her net worth and, you know, be like level 3 by the time she gets here. You're not supposed to win from here. But fortunately, I'm sure they'll screw up in some way, so, you know, we're not going to give up yet. But this is why we want to TP here early. We want to help prevent this stuff. We want to give, like, a very stable start because I want this to happen in my favor and not against me. Obtuse Master. I don't know why I butchered that. Thank you so much for subscribing, by the way. Report Drow. No. I mean, she definitely made her mistake, but at the same time, like, why wasn't Disruptor here helping her versus Skywrath while Tusk was, like, running and being late to lane, you know? I'm not reporting anyone, you know, jokes aside, but this is what we can do as a support to be here a little bit more guaranteed sooner. This actually is a great glimpse potential, but you just got to walk forward more and then glimpse us back. Talking about, like, okay, you know, I'm sure they'll screw up. This guy would have been killed. If you waited longer, kept running, and then glimpsed him back, you would have killed him. So this is where our own good plays can balance things out. You can maybe get a clarity, but as you see, this is kind of an action-packed lane, so more upfront power will help. Things like the mangoes, because we're pretty low, and when they fight, I gotta be able to use this stuff. So clarities are gonna require me to be out of the lane, and we saw what happened when I was out of the lane. Like, Drow just got killed. And at this point, once this guy recovers enough mana, if this guy just, like, snowballs shards and then, like, pew, 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 she's dead. She's dead every time. So I need to really lay in the damage on this Tusk and this Skywrath to keep them low enough so they don't feel comfortable committing that hard. So I need to stay healthy. I need to be auto-attacking a bunch in this lane. And if I have to, like, sit outside waiting for clarities, it could work. If we trust Drow to be careful. She's currently died twice, so I don't really trust her to be careful. So I'm probably going to buy a mango here. Going to buy an observer, stick the observer in the lane to keep track of where Tusk is, where Skywrath is, to keep her safe. You may have to start playing for equilibrium, but we got to do it fast. We got to, like, do the pulls and, like, be close to the Drow because I don't trust her. I've lost trust 2 minutes into the game. You kind of see this, right? She was up front for a moment, and then they just go 100 to 0. She's about to die. It's really close. So this is where we cannot let them feel confident. So we have to keep harassing. We have to keep the pressure on. We have to auto attack a lot. We have to have salves ready because, like, if she has to tango her way back to full health, it's going to take ages. So she needs to buy her own salve. You need to have a salve once the lanes kind of get into this point. Like, she just will not be able to walk into the lane anymore at this amount of health, unless these guys are completely out of mana, which, you know, it's kind of close. She should potentially do her own pull here, maybe this one. Damn, what a Sunstrike. He got us. I forgot to be doing the timer. But let's, let me look at the graph real quick. The lane's kind of cooked for the reasons we've already discussed. Let me see your late game items. Let's address that. Okay, you did go the Glimmer. You ended up getting Blink, then working towards the Ags. I'm okay with all of that. Because your Drow probably does buy her own Force Staff through the Hurricane Pike, and then you actually see mid Silencer and Wind Ranger. You actually had multiple Force Staffs on your team, so it's okay that you didn't have one. And none of them want to buy the Glimmer. So I'm actually okay with that. If you had different teammates and no one else will buy Force Staff, I do think Force Staff would have been good for you. And then I guess my slight critique would be maybe Ags before Blink, but it's kind of minor. I don't really, I'm fine with, like, the Blink first. We did. I mean, there's kind of a recovery here. Maybe let's look at, like, around this moment, because 7K at 33 minutes is actually pretty playable. we can start here. You can definitely build a wand as at this point. Like, just have the wand. Carry some dust for the invis. Maybe you had some and we just caught you in a moment because we jumped ahead. Hey, why are you so far back? You glimpsed. You're like so far back. You do have the blink, but at this point, you've also used the major abilities. So from here, I think your mindset should be shifted to two things. One, more, right? Let's say this fight is working because Invoker's not joining and Crystal Maiden's about to die, so they're on the retreat mode. So I want to be in position to glimpse as soon as it's up. I could technically blink forward, but what if they also have like blinks to get further away? Then I need to blink to match their blink, which means my regular position has to be like there. So I think being further in is pretty good right now. The second purpose is dying for the team, where I've kind of used my major ability, which is Static Storm. So now, what if Dragonite comes in from the side, wraps around on this drow, kills her? You know, Invoker does it. Maybe he's not showing on the map. And they're sneaking in from this way. From back here, as soon as they jump drow, I can't do anything for her because I've already like used my stuff. So what I need to do is actually be the one, like, I'm over here, they're coming in from the side, and they go, okay, let's kill Disruptor. We get distracted. I was looking for drow, but like, I'll kill Disruptor first. Or they try to stay focused and like, okay, let's get drow, but you're going to cancel blinks. You're going to give the information to drow to know like, oh, I shouldn't go this close because I see them, right? So we can kind of contribute more, even without abilities, by being here. And then once the other abilities are up again, we're in a better position to use them again. So I think like standing over here would be good. And especially when behind, we need to like get as much as we can. Let's see if you catch this Skywrath. Even with the blink, it looks like he's gotten out, right? So that's where, like, if we were a little further, we get him. Or, okay, we're positioned for Tusk. He blinks out. Okay, blink to match him. Hopefully we get him. Okay, he should be dead. Call out Roshan for your team right here. That's your number one objective. And then otherwise, deep warding while your team pushes is good, which it looks like that's what you're doing. Unfortunately, we don't have a sentry. But that's not too bad of a spot. I think it's like just outside the sentry range. Crystal Maiden and Tusk can both check high ground though, so there's actually a higher chance than usual that the sentry will be on the low ground. Especially because this is Legend, so like more people will do it. So actually, if you really want this to survive, not only should it be out of the cliff sentry range, but versus these two heroes, supports, you should be outside of the low ground sentry range. So then maybe the observer's like back here, over here, somewhere like down here. That might actually be a little better for you. Not my mid silencer. Rip. Oh no!
I mean, that one wasn't really your fault to start. You guys were kind of scattered while they were missing a lot of heroes. I'm not surprised they eventually found something there. The most you can kind of do is kind of explain it to your team and then position to break smokes. I guess I should show that. I shouldn't just say it vaguely. Okay, so like, you guys took the tier 2 and then just like walked past Roche. I mean, that'll happen in a lot of pub games. What can you do? As long as you are calling it out, that's the most any individual player can really do. So as they are missing here, and I'm like, okay, who matters to me? Now, if Drow matters the most to you, then actually where you're standing is not too bad. Stand like, especially because you place as observer, right? So you can stay out of sight. You can stand like here, face away, so that you can blink away as soon as smoke breaks, and you know smoke breaks because the observer's here. But what if they like take this deep wrap around and then they like completely miss you to get Drow? So that's where you would stand a little closer to Drow.
So for example, she's back here. What's the most likely path? It's through here. So capture this watcher, stand behind this tree, face away so that you can blink instantly. And then you'll know as people smoke through here. You can do small stuff like that. In the end, Silencer was actually the one who got jumped, and no surprise because he's actually the first out. So if you were a support and like, okay, ignoring Drow, right? Then I want to help Silencer. So I'm like standing in this tree line to be the one to break smoke and to be the one killed so that Silencer can then hopefully get away. Or I'm behind, depending on like what heroes are in the game and how good your counter initiation is. You can also be behind the Silencer. It just like, it depends. He actually shouldn't be that far up, so. I've never even considered breaking smokes.
You probably haven't needed to. It's your first game of Legend, you mentioned, so the reality is that there's not that many smoke plays. A frequency of smoke plays below this bracket. Even at this bracket, it won't happen that often. But it's something you can start to do as you call for Roche and you get ignored and you're like, oh, sure is wild. My team with no initiators ain't doing nothing. You know, it's one of the things you can start thinking about doing because it's one of the things you can do on your own to try to accommodate a low initiation team that is completely scattered. Hey, Peter, I'm having a good time. How about you? Thoughts on Meme Hammer Hoodwink? It doesn't seem necessary. I feel like Meteor covers two things, wave clear and then tower damage. Hoodwink has wave clear, so I don't really know if you need it, even if it would help you with the tower damage aspect. It is kind of funny to have more cast range on Meteor Hammer though. Maybe there's something there. Should I be prioritizing 1, 2, or 3 here? It would be game dependent. In this case, I think Drow is your best bet at winning the game. So I'd probably prioritize her. But if you feel differently, if Drow is pretty toxic and the Silencer is nice, you know, I'm shifting my priorities a little bit there. If I can tell Drow is having a bad game, but Negro's having a good game, he becomes a little bit more important to me. So in this particular situation, I think Drow has the DPS to deal with all this, and she will naturally sit furthest in the back. So I'm kind of going with her. Yeah, but it would depend on the game. Why is everyone now playing the Poison Dragonite facet? It's for the negative armor having a lot of value in the early game to get you snowballing, and then you just build physical damage anyways, and physical damage matches with negative armor on wherever the heck it is. You know, even 3, it's not like the greatest, but like it's something. So it gives you early pressure and then at least helps a little bit in the mid to late game. So my job in this game is more save. I think I get caught up between offensive Disruptor and save Disruptor a bit. Yeah, because you're lacking crowd control, and it's something you can do a lot of times with a Drow anyways. Like when you have a really long range support, or sorry, a long range carry, most of those are not like, let's get deep into the fight. You know, they like hug the edge of the fight. And I'm a backline support, so okay, yeah, like I'll be back here with you. Like it's totally fine with me. When they jump you, I'll force staff you back. You know, I'll use my abilities here. And if they don't get to you, then like you'll just do the damage, so we're good to go. So for a lot of long range carries, that's a good default way to play. When your team is winning, when your team has more initiators, ironically, it's a little easier to play aggressive Disruptor because they're going in, so it gives you room to also go in and to keep pulling in people. When you have no initiators, I get why it's like, do I need to be initiator Disruptor? And that's why ultimately, you know, I did say like, let's get the Blink Ags, but you kind of need that to be a true late game initiator. And prior to BKB, I mean, when you have like Blink, you can Blink Static Storm, Kinetic Field to initiate. So it does sort of work. But as soon as you do that, you would then immediately fall back to be a backline hero. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like a better way to say it.
I never really thought about it too hard. Like when I play Disruptor, it's very like intuitive to me based on the game. I just kind of do it. I never thought of like a flow chart for it. Drow as a carry, like a little bit of a cheat sheet here. I also believe Drow as a carry. I didn't know Poogie is just in the base. Wait, I thought Poogie was a courier. Poogie just chills in the base? This is amazing. Do they have a Poogie? Wait, do I want a Poogie? Is Poogie worth $15? What was I just saying? Oh, little cheat sheet answer, kind of no matter who you're playing. Drow is a hero, in my opinion, who can carry almost any game as long as she can keep her distance. So a lot of times when she is in my game, I determine, like, what can I do best? Can I be the body in front, preventing people from getting past me to get to her? Or do I let them try to get to her, and then I help get them further away from her? Like, keep them away or get her away. And then whatever you think you can do best, you can kind of adapt to that. Poogie is an effigy pet? I didn't know. Ah, that makes me want to buy a Poogie, but I'm not even a Monster Hunter player, and I don't care about any of the sets, so I feel like it's not worth the money, but... Ah, it's so cute! So cute! Is this worth buyback here? Sorry, I kind of like zoomed around. Is it this fight we're talking about? Should you have bought back here? Let me look. You do have Static Storm. It's not the worst position for your team. I wouldn't mind if you bought back here. Though when I see this, I go, oh God. You know, when this Cataclysm hits, I don't feel so good about buying back. It was prior to that, I think I would have considered buying back. At this point, I am not interested in buying back, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, even as they kill you guys and dive, like, this is still up. He beeps. I do appreciate the extra pathing around this way in case they have an observer here. I would still say you probably shouldn't even leave the base. This is actually really dangerous. So you don't even need to queue that way. That's actually also very dangerous. Oh, let me go back here. Let me talk through some of this. So if I was you, I would just be like sitting in the base right now, like just waiting here. I'm waiting for these people to be up, and I'm waiting for more heroes to show on the map. So, like, you walk up. I don't see anything, so maybe you feel a little good about it. What if Tusks puts an observer, like, right now? We're dead. We're so dead, right? You're going to have to react real fast with the blink, and it's kind of okay. But if they can see you for whatever reason, they either... Maybe you don't have sentries down, they already had one, or they happen to place it now, they happen to have one over here, and they catch sight of you, you will just die instantly. So, like, the payoff of that is what? It's like, oh, clear the creeps a little faster. But it's kind of not worth it, especially as you show yourself on the low ground. If they just instant initiated, it would just come down to, like, who has faster reflexes. And that's kind of a huge risk to take. So I'd probably still just be back here, waiting for this creep wave to walk up, and then I will queue it at this point. But the whole time I'm like still in the base back here, still in the base right now. If anywhere feels safe, top feels safe, because they were last bottom. It is unlikely they ran all the way up here, especially as Invoker TP'd here to push this lane. It's very unlikely anyone is in this area. So if I do feel I need to go somewhere and set up vision, or like just to farm or whatever, walking top, probably your best bet here. mid lane, because they could still just be camping this area, killing people who step down here, killing people who step out here, and I am killable people. So I am moving this way, setting things up, especially because Invoker's pushing top. So the team might connect to him, and then if I have wards down, like, maybe we can do something about it. I think that would be safer than coming through here, although I do appreciate you kind of like pathing this way a little bit. Though you did kind of like show here, which if they had an observer in a similar area, they would see. And then we go this way anyways. So technically you see stuff here, but again, people could still be here, and then as you come through here, they see you now, and then get you. We did not push out the lane before our team started to smoke. So it becomes obvious / someone is forced to reveal themselves, and then it's not really a smoke play at this point. Now is when we get information. So Skywrath and Dragonite and then Invoker here. So now is where you want to make a play if you have the tools to do so. No global, but I think you have enough on the rest that you can try to get this Invoker. He has boot to travel, so if you go for these guys, he could TP back and then like be part of the fight. So Invoker's probably your best bet right now, which you guys came down here, but if we had gone top, we could now act on this Invoker like right away. This was kind of a dangerous walk up here, because if they had been here, Invoker could have TP'd in, or he could just be like Sunstriking and stuff. Crystal Maiden actually also showed here. So now, like, rushing this way with a smoke to kill the Crystal Maiden into Roshan could be kind of doable. It would be risky, actually, for, like, a pro game to, like, get Crystal Maiden do Rosh, but in a pub game, they probably just won't react fast enough. Okay, fight these guys, like, right now. Everyone go. You TP here and, like, blink aggressively. If you think you can cut this way in time, you can also do that. Invoker can join them. They cannot join Invoker. There's no way this is more than, like, the two of them. Invoker Tusk, Crystal Maiden can turn on her way, but you'll actually see her. And then the best Dragonite and Skywrath can do is, if they farmed this way, they can Twin Gate through here, or they can TP here. You have, like, 20 seconds minimum, 3v5, worst case scenario. So we have to try to do this. We have to run in and try to get these guys. Send it. Blink. Blinking. Let me show you their full perspective now. What they just got away with. So two of these heroes nearly killed Silencer. And then you guys actually have the ability to get them. But instead, the two just get out. Oh, Dragonite actually already made his way here. So I was actually a little wrong on that. Looks like he was already in this area. But you did have room to, like, glimpse them back to here. It still actually would have worked out. All right, let's, I think we move on to the next one. From non-graded pass. Our regular team review. I guess I should catch up on chat real quick. Hold on, let me see. What have you guys been asking? Any thoughts on Necro 5? I'm a Necro 5 hater. I think it's not good because if you look at, like, his abilities, he needs to get last hits. Like, it's how the hero functions, is having sadist regen, like, per last hits and kills. So you need to be farming and you want to be getting kills, and that's not really, like, what support is about, you know? You want to be, like, war of attrition, beating people in lane, but you can't do that without the regen. So I'm a hater on Necro support. I know it comes up. He's one of the ones. Him and Underlord. These are two that, I don't know, for whatever reason, people tend to ask about a lot. Let me pause so it's not so loud. This looks like a disaster is happening in the game. Underlord's the other one where people ask, like, can I be Underlord support? But for a very similar reason, like, due to Atrophy Aura and the way that Firestorm works, same with Death Pulse, right? Firestorm even more so because it's a slower ability, but it's very difficult to use those abilities without farming creeps. And part of the value of those abilities is for Necrophos to trade, to take damage, and then to use Death Pulse to heal, return damage, and get CS. For Underlord, it's to drop Firestorm, do some harass, but they back out of Firestorm, so they don't take that much damage. But because they back out, it frees up Underlord to have free control of the creeps, get all the denies, and get all the CS, which then feed back into Atrophy Aura in the same way Necrofoe's making the same play, feeds into Sadist to regen. So, like, the way they function in the lane is all about being able to get last hits. And as soon as you make them a support and say, like, well, you're not allowed to get last hits, you go, how do I sustain my ability usage then? And it's really difficult. So I very much don't believe in these two heroes as supports. I know people will do it and will have some success like you have. But I think it's success more based off of mistakes that happen in a pub game rather than like they are good at what they do. No problem, Rhizome friend. Underlord just has to be near creeps for Atrophy Aura stacks. So that's true. But how much should a support be sitting in lane? Like at the start of the lane, sure. And then after that, aren't they supposed to be like roaming around, warding and stuff like that? Then they're no longer near creeps dying. Okay, I'm in the lane and the creeps die, so I get XP or I get the damage. But if I can't attack the heroes, what do? I'm not allowed to hit the creeps with my high damage, right? I'm supposed to go pull. I can't be doing my damage now, right? Like, it becomes very weird. I have a global ultimate. I'm not supposed to be with my team, but aren't I a support? Like, I'm kind of supposed to be with the team. That's not fully true. There are supports with like globals like Nature's, but I really think the way both those heroes function, they're like much better on their own. Or like as cores, not as supports. All right, we have another, or not another, but this one will also be pretty team focused. Team review. We'll average this out as legend. I could technically type more, but it'll just fill in like all that stuff. So I'll just write legend, which is about average for this. Sorry guys, we keep having the guaranteed replays, which I mean is actually good for me financially, but I think we will eventually get through them and we'll be able to do a couple of you guys, like the free random ones from chat. We're only like 3 hours into the stream, so we're doing at least like 2 more. Oh, thank you, Heartsick Ruben. I appreciate it. I'm glad if the stream is helpful in any way to anybody. All right, this one. Oh, let me fix the timestamp, I guess, because we had to wait for that. Okay, so we have a range of Ancient, Legend, Archon. We have done some team reviews for you before, but I think one player switched out. You had a Herald support before who's now like an Archon support, I think. So it doesn't really like change conceptually that much, but we'll focus a little bit more on team plays. Let me get my timer out so we can make sure we stay focused and make it to other people's replay reviews. Okay, draft-wise, you guys have a small problem. It's not guaranteed problem, but only looking at your own draft, there's like a slight thing, which is that you have one initiator in the Clockwork, which is a little dicey because Viper doesn't initiate, Dawnbreaker doesn't initiate, and Anti-Mage isn't going to initiate. So there's going to be a bunch on the shoulders of Clockwork. That is not strictly the end of the world, but it can be very tricky. For example, your one counter... I shouldn't say one counter. Your fastest counter to Primal Beast ult is the hook shot. Golem can do it. The Golem's obviously a very big cooldown ability, and you're not always in range for it. Dawnbreaker ult can do it, but also takes time and also may not always have it. So this is like your lowest cooldown one, and if he uses it to initiate, he can no longer use it to interrupt the Primal Beast ult in BKB. So it will be a little tricky for you. But it's like kind of doable, especially if you're winning lanes. I'm gonna kind of like jump ahead a little bit because to get into like team stuff rather than like focus on the lanes, which are all a little bit more individual. Though let's go to like when the first rotations would happen, like around here-ish. Like this. Isn't Viper kind of an initiator now with Ags? I guess in a way the new Viper build is a little bit more upfront and personal, but it's still different than like having an actual stun, you know? Especially versus like, let's say Primal Beast just charges away, this guy time walks away, you know? The slow on the Ags is useful and all that, but yeah, if they have like some kind of you know, charge, time walk, zip, remnant, stuff like that, then it's not gonna cut it on those.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
We fed at about 36 to 37 minutes after taking racks. Okay, we can jump to that in a second to take a look. How to get guaranteed replays. So I haven't even had to pop this up all stream because actually we started with the YouTube VOD one and then people have been donating the whole time. But this is how it usually is. The Chaos replays, you guys just post them in the chat. I pick random ones, especially if you have more specific questions. That often helps to give us something to look for. And otherwise, I'll do one guaranteed for like $5, 350 bits on Twitch. There's also a donation link, whatever your preference is. I'll do it guaranteed for that. Otherwise, we just pick randomly. And lately, we're trying to be a little faster. I'm going to say 10 minutes, but it often extends to like 20. But rather than like do the entire game. Sometimes people over-donate, though, and then I feel like bad if I limit it to 10 minutes. It feels unfair. So then we do longer games, which actually happened today. Unlucky that he had the Invis rune, though technically you could click and check and then know it's kind of a waste of your abilities. Part of the reason I came here was to look for that rune. I'm not going to go back in time to double check that. Let's see, Dawnbreaker. Sometimes if your lane is going well enough, you can give Dawnbreaker this shrine and then make a play here and then she can ult in with 6. Doesn't look like the lane was going well enough for that. So maybe just like the usual stack into the play. May have pushed a little too hard there. We are currently not prioritizing the Wisdom Shrine on anybody. Make sure as a team, like one person forgetting it's okay, but as a team, the 5-minute marker hits, the team should be prepared. Okay, guys, 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes. Like a series of power plays, and someone on the team should call it out. To make sure we're on board. We're going for power runes. If not, we're punishing them like left alone in lanes from other people going. We're here for this as it's up. We're stealing it. And then we're like coming here. You don't have to do every single one, but as a team, you got to be aware of every single one. Right now, the later this game goes, I think it'll be harder for you guys. So what you're looking for is anti-mage to be pretty free, hit like 4 to 5 items, really like 3 to 5 items, I guess, before them, and then kind of win off of his back before we get to the point where there's like double chronos, double echoes, all this stuff. It becomes really tough. So you need to get him a good start. Battle Fury, Manta, whatever the extra items are. After that, up to him depending on the game. But we kind of need a tempo win around there. Strong lanes, build the lead, Tormentor Roche, close it out with like the first or second Roche. The longer it goes, you guys will drop off compared to them. Not that it's impossible, but it'll be hard. I like the idea of this stack steal if you get more people involved, or if you have like Dawnbreaker ult ready, because you know Earthshaker mid likes to have stacks. But I think you want some help. You want the Warlock to come over with you. You want the Clockwork, or have like Dawnbreaker ult ready to help you. Anti-Mage is here. The old Anti-Mage surprise. Truly a surprise, but damn, red scanned. I mean, I'm kind of up for it, but it's also very strange because Dawnbreaker wants to hit 6 and go to other lanes, not usually like people come to her lane. Especially because this is a really hard kill. Faceless Void should Time Walk and then be okay. You need to catch him with Time Walk down, which is a lot. Going back to like, I got one Initiator, so there's a lot on his shoulders, and this Initiator does not have Hookshot. So this is where Anti-Mage, speaking of like, he just needs to have a good time, I don't think he's even ganking. I think he actually just stays up top, shoving lanes and jungling. The video I released today about the Smurf, you can kind of copy the rough play that Smurf is doing of like, I am just gonna like min-max farm this jungle and you guys do everything else over here to draw them away until I have like at least Manta. Then I might join a little bit. But I don't think Anti-Mage even looks in this direction until he gets to that point. You kind of need this guy to max farm for the tempo win. Duel lost. It's kind of working though. Oh shit. I say it's kind of working, but at the same time, I mean, you see the net worth, right? Like, we were kind of behind the Faceless Void. Granted, some of that's off the laning stage, but 1 minute of farming on the Anti-Mage should be like 2 creep waves and 2 camps right now, because he doesn't have the Battle Fury, which is going to be pushing 500 to 600 GPM. So if you don't get a bunch of kills, right, you're just below that amount. So you need to be pretty confident that when Anti-Mage comes to make a play, he'll be getting over that amount. Otherwise, he should have just been left alone farming. Pipe. This feels strange. I actually think you probably need an Atos to help your team deal with the lack of crowd control. I think if you have an Atos, you can start to make plays a little better. I know the hot build is like Yags, but Atos seems good. You're even doing Glimmer and like the Pipe instead, which I don't... Pipe is like, I'm gonna force the fight, but then they just don't fight me. So that's what I'm like a little worried about. Of like... I like it. Like they could just avoid you when you build Pipe. The Atos helps you like actually force the fight. Get him! I think your Clockwork should stay here. Whack this guy. He don't got mana. I think you just turn and fight. Or like help tank the tower on this kind of stuff. Oh, almost. Got him! Right, all right. Going a little bit better than expected. I still think it's a little strange. I feel like your Viper and your Anti-Mage should be swapped right now. All right, we're going battle Anti-Mage. I'm kind of open to it. I also don't know if it's necessary, though. I think Viper, Atos, with you guys, and Anti-Mage can just do, like, Battle Fury into Mantha and all that would be fine. Oh, thank you for watching the video. I need it. I need it. Thank you, guys. Watch it again. I appreciate it. one feels a little funny. So like what your lineup is really good at is like standing behind a hero, Viper, and then threatening Golem and the Dawnbreaker ult. So it's like, we have to go deal with Viper and all that bullshit. It's gonna be so tough. So we don't want to go, but then Viper takes the tower. Okay, we'll try to get Anti-Mage, but then Anti-Mage is like deep in the jungle. You've got defensive wards blinking around, stuff like that. I think this tower's dying, so I guess it's okay. But again, it just feels funny. It's like Dawnbreaker should be here. And then when like this play is happening with the Anti-Mage or the Viper, then like she can ult in. And it's a little smoother. We end up having to do like the self Dawnbreaker ult. But that means we're not getting any like global map pressure value from this. Which is not always bad, but it is part of the reason of the Dawnbreaker. Okay, double kill? But not really exploding. He has caught up, and he is doing well, right? But I actually think the Manta Battle Fury, you can actually be further with like very efficient farming. Is my gut feeling. Okay, we smoke, but we don't have Dawnbreaker ult, so this is not a smoke time. This is a farming time. Probably everyone farm, and you wait for key items. Like, you're getting close to Orchid on Clockwork. Let her keep farming towards the Ag. She won't finish it, but, like, we're waiting for the ultimate anyways. Golem is ready, but, you know, we kind of need other stuff. I guess Anti-Mage can fight whatever with the Diffusal build. Otherwise, he would be okay farming, and then looks like Pipe is being delivered. So maybe that's why you guys were thinking about playing together, but we're still missing the other stuff. So again, like, we may try to force the fight, but they could just back off. As an aside, another reason Viper's staying with the team and being mid as opposed to being the one holding top is that, like, I don't think you've gotten a rune for a while because you're, like, really far from them. So you usually want to be, like, here and a little bit more active. All right, Skywrath should have just left there. He could have left after the first cog. I said pretty much when Hookshot misses, I'm probably just like calling any kind of aggression off. Yeah, this is one of those like fairly deep plays without the other, like Dawnbreaker could come in, but then we are missing like these guys. Is there a situation where it's better to go bots over treads? For who? For an Anti-Mage? You don't really need it for Anti-Mage, but if there's a different hero, let me know. For Anti-Mage, you don't usually need it because Anti-Mage Blink allows you to get around the map really fast, so you don't really need the move speed from the Boot to Travel or the like global presence from it, because early Boot to Travel, like you might see Viper buy it early. The idea is that I'm a strong hero, but I also want to farm, but I also want to kill people. So the Boot to Travel kind of lets you do that. It's like, I farm different parts of the map, I still join fights, bada bing, bada boom, it works out. Anti-Mage is a carry. I mean, we're seeing a very different style of Anti-Mage here because he went for the Diffusal. Anti-Mage is usually like, don't look at me, I hate you, stay away from me, I'm working on Battle Fury, and I'm farming like 3 more items. So he's not interested in joining fights. So he doesn't really need the Boot to Travels, and the Power Treads actually help him farm faster because he's not moving around the map as much. He's like step by step by step with Blink, and the Power Treads, by swapping, helps you cover the mana cost of that. And he's not doing the, like, push, 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 TP fight, push, 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 TP here, push, push, TP, push, push, TP. He just, like, blinks here, cuts this wave, you know, blinks back, farms this way, moves here, twin gate, cut this wave, jungles here. It's usually very, like, connect the dots type pattern. as opposed to like Nature's farm, 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 TP, farm, farm, TP, farm, farm. It's a little different. Like the Viper and the Natures, they kind of need the move speed, or like Viper does. Nature's obviously doesn't, but he doesn't do the boots of travel. I mean, someone like Anti-Mage really doesn't need the move speed. Because the game is like pretty even, I'm not feeling great about you guys, because I do think the longer the game goes, the more likely it is to pan out. This is a little too deep. All right, let me paint a different picture in a moment. Let's see how this goes. So we're kind of seeing the initiation issue, which I think has come up a couple different times in these reviews. I think you guys don't like playing initiators. This is super deep. Super deep. I'd like to point out that all the tier 2 towers are still up. Ah! Okay, so let's go back now. So the ideal way to do this is not to be like back here at all. This will force you into like a strange fight like we saw. Actually, Viper is here hitting the tower. Clockwork and Warlock are behind him. Anti-Mage is probably just farming somewhere else, but if you do think you want to be in the fight, then Anti-Mage is around. And then Dawnbreaker is definitely farming somewhere else. If you have vision, you can be pushing aggressively. Otherwise, you're doing very defensive farming so that you are not killed while your team is doing this, so that you can then ult in. And the plan is they have to initiate on Viper, who is already a tough to kill hero. You even built the pipe. They have to initiate on the Viper into Golem, into Dawnbreaker ult, and by overcommitting on the Viper, this will give the Anti-Mage the choice of like who to jump and pick off, and then Clockwork can choose like when to go in and counter initiate with hookshot, or to like cut the back line off. Like some heroes initiate and then you interrupt the back. So that's the format for our draft. But here we are initiating behind the lines, so we can no longer do the very straightforward, like you jump Clockwork instead of Viper, we drop all the ultimates. Technically we can because we brought the backline Warlock into the deep end, but like that's why this fight becomes very strange. You know, like they initiate on the Warlock and we're required to Dawnbreaker ult for the Warlock, but now we can't Dawnbreaker ult for the Chrono. And that's part of why this is like very awkward. Yeah, as the Viper, I felt too slow to do my game plan and was chasing the team around. Yeah, so that's where like your team is like working around the wrong heroes. It shouldn't be you chasing them. They should be like behind you. I think you guys have played around the Dawnbreaker. I vaguely recall you guys picking Dawnbreaker in the past. Dawnbreaker mostly wants to be alone. So it's, if you do that, it really is the mid who's going to be played around the most, because even if you don't have anti-mage carry, like carries are typically also left alone to farm. So you want an active mid. Viper works because like Viper can win the lane and then like be the one pressuring towers. Otherwise it's a playmaker like Storm and something, so to like actually crowd control for Dawnbreaker to come in more reliably. But like Viper works because you can like pressure towers and you can build Athos, things like that. But that should be your like default as a team, I think. I think I'm gonna pop this up. So if you guys have a match ID from the last week, otherwise I can't download it, or it's a ticketed game, that's okay then. Post those, let me know who you're playing, any specific questions, stuff like that. I know a couple of you have already been posting it. Please feel free to like repost it so I don't have to scroll too far up. We can go a little further in this game while you guys are doing that. Why does Team Dota feel a lot different than Pub Dota? I mean, it just is. It's just it's actually a good example of like, it's not just mechanics. A level of team play makes a big difference in Dota, where communicating and working together, and there's less downtime of like, I came here and then no one's doing anything. You know, like it actually does make a pretty big difference. We did get Tormentor, so that's pretty good. Roche, another good objective if we find a pick off first. So like, see right now, again, the team formations, like the Viper is the one we should be around the most, but these two are not. They're like behind the anti-mage. Now this game's weird because we're doing like a fighting anti-mage build, and then like we're doubling down on like the carry wants to be left alone, this guy wants to be left alone, and then we're going boot to travel Viper. So it's like, it's getting very strange. I think with this exact same draft, you'd probably have to skip boot to travel, even though Viper likes it a lot, because like all three cores cannot be not involved, you know? Like I need someone to just build items to fight and do things. So in this case, it's gonna have to be Viper, Power Treads, Dragonlance type stuff to force towers. I was like, that's why the anti-mage went the fighting build. Like, okay, I guess, you know, like, I guess we can do that, but it feels kind of weird. But like, in that case, then yeah, Viper with the boot to travels would be farming while the anti-mage is fighting with these guys. We can try it. You know, whatever, I'm down for it. So in that case, I guess it kind of works. But it is a little funny. So now we're now gathering around the Dawnbreaker, the global hero who wants to be the last in the fight, you know. Initial game plan was no boots Viper and go max aura and survival. I don't think you have to go that far. I think you can still just play like win the lane. By nature of winning the lane and picking up like build up items, you are just very tanky. Cause like, you know, we're 10 minutes into the game and Viper's like 1,000 gold over the other people. He doesn't have to have like strictly tank items, but like the fact that he's got a Dragonlance and like Power Treads, you know, even if you go boot to travel into like Dragonlance, that's just a lot because the Viper's 2 to 3 levels over people. He beat the mid. He like, you know, has like some kind of strength item, like a bracer or two, the Dragonlance, whatever. I don't think you have to, I don't think you even have to go that far out of the like default Viper build. You just have to be the one off the winning lane. The people stand behind you while you walk up to towers, and you line that up with like power runes and stuff. No. Okay, but here, okay, so again, conceptually, like, what are we fighting for? Sing the song. You gotta win fights so you can take objectives. Because if we don't win the fight first, they'll fight for the objective and they might win because they have better team fights. We get the pick off, we get the objectives. So then in moments like this where you win the fight, now you can just take this. Like, okay, if we can get this guy, great. You know, damn, missed. No big deal. Let's get this tower. And then, in fact, they're still dead. So, like, maybe you can poke high ground a little bit. It could be doable. In this case, we're at the tower with all this stuff. Why don't we do it? And then Roche is down here. So let's go do Roche, right? These are the objectives. We went to kill people to take away some of the team fight potential to be able to take these objectives. And then it's like, oh, wait, let's chase Lion. But I don't need to kill Lion. You know, even if you land this hook shot, we now need, like, we're baiting ourselves where the team is now going to leave to, like, try to kill a Lion, and then they're going to respawn, and then this tower is going to be defended again, and then off of defending this tower, I no longer feel good about Roshan. So you got to remember, like, what is the actual goal here? I want to be able to take towers. I want to be able to take Roshan. I can't do it because XYZ, then I got to deal with XYZ. I got to find, you know, the heroes to pick off. Once that objective is met, what was the original goal? It was the towers. You know, I got to go back to it. And if you get too sidetracked with like, wait, we can keep killing people, we can keep chasing, then we're going to miss the window of like taking the towers. I do not know who Detonator is. let's do this one. We're entering the trenches for this one. Yeah, no problem, non-graded past. I am too. I think it'll be good to, hopefully we can like talk through figuring out a flow chart of like which heroes to play around and stuff like that. Because I think that's come up a couple times. I think that'll be a good focus when we get around to that. Adjust this. Okay, so this one is a Witch Doctor. Oh, you said position 4. Maybe you guys swapped. I think you were position 5 in the thing, but maybe you guys just chose to swap. That's fine. It's not a huge deal. Support Witch Doctor. You said it's your second game, so I mean, I would expect some issues anyways, getting used to a hero. But we can give you some tips on Witch Doctor and in Herald anyways. No matter what support you play, there's going to be some basics we're going to look for. I think I already have a rough idea of what we're going to look for. Okay, first, let's grab a Blood Grenade instead of Clarity. So, okay, here's the Witch Doctor game plan. This is why this hero is so strong in pub games. Your auto attack is okay. The thing that gets people is Maledict is bonkers. Maledict will destroy people when they don't expect it, especially when you get a good cask bounce. But this part is not 100% necessary. The important thing is landing Maledict and then attacking a couple times and possibly using the Blood Grenade. Like, those alone will do a bunch of damage. Then if you get, like, just one cask, if you get actual bounces, like, it's almost always a kill, and you just snowball from there because they don't learn the lesson, and then you're just looking for that. To do that, you need to be close to the lane. So the Blood Grenade helps, 1, to tank us up, 2, it's just good for the slow, but then 3, you get extra value from the damage the Blood Grenade does. Maledict then compounds that damage. So you definitely want a Blood Grenade. Maybe someone else bought them all. They didn't. So we definitely want to pick up at least 1 Blood Grenade, if not 2. Next, Herald laning is very rough. You can talk about going to do pulls and stuff like that, and that'll be time to Clarity. There's going to be a million mistakes from every single team in the game, like your own teammate, the opponents. So actually, the more you can be in the lane, the better in Herald to fix problems or take advantage of bad opponents or bad teammates missing CS. So I don't want to have to leave the lane very often in this bracket. So buying something like a Mango instead, which can just be used whenever I need, will be a lot better. I'll have the mana to use my spell combo, and I don't have to like step out of the lane for it. Where, oh, look at that, my carry just left and there's a bunch of CS to get. You know, like, I want to be there to pick up the CS. You do want to be careful about walking the low ground when we don't see anyone. You're never going to chase this. You're never going to get this guy. I'll tell you right now, but I understand if you're not sure from your perspective, then you got to try. So go for it. But over time, what you want to start to fine tune is like, how fast am I? How long do I have to chase people? And every time you attack, they're running. So like, at a certain distance, you will just never catch a hero, and it's not worth your time to even bother going anymore. So I can tell you this is one of them, but it will come naturally to you over time. This is the risk of doing it, right? I can't catch that guy, and someone else might come in and then like get me. So you don't usually want to do it. Let's say we did come down here. I'm not even gonna worry about the ward. I'm glad you're using this instead of the classic Guardian ward, so that's good. If you can place this ahead of time, like when you run out of the fountain, drop it here, whatever, and then go join your team, that'd be a little better. In the end, you kind of placed it in front of their vision. They're probably not paying attention because it's Herald, so I think this will live, but it's technically a bad habit, so I'm gonna let you know to be careful of that. All right, speaking of why I wanna be in the lane a lot. All right, so here is Luna on her own. No one is bothering her. And here she is, ruining equilibrium. And now the lane will push out and our lives are harder. And so I want to be here to be attacking my own creeps ASAP as soon as I see her doing this. It's not strictly a Herald issue. We saw this happen in the higher ranks as well. I don't know, carry players like to just make their life really hard and then complain about the supports. But that's why I don't want to be like leaving the lane, doing stuff that you might see like me do and pros do and all that. And you're like, isn't that the right thing to do as support? Technically, yes, but for Herald, you know, we got to do a little bit of adjustment and I want to be in the lane as much as possible. So buying up a lot of regen, tangos, make sure we're using them earlier. We don't want to wait till we're super low to tango. Like honestly, as soon as you lose a little bit of health, you can use it. Look at your Maledict kicking ass. So now we just need another Maledict, and I need to be healthy enough to do it. Here's where if you had the Blood Grenade, I would Maledict Blood Grenade, and that's probably a kill with a couple auto attacks on the Chaos Knight. You buy the full wand. I don't mind too much, but it's actually not really that necessary on Witch Doctor. I would prioritize the like Blood Grenades and consumable regen to go for kills. All right, this lane's gonna shove because we did a full pull. You guys are now level 2 though, so we should actually look for a fight off of this. So just follow along. See, we should be tangoing here. You can tango this tree so you have easier vision here, by the way. You should try to kill this guy. So you should come from Fog of War, Maledict him, and then hit him with the cask. And if you do that, there's a very high chance he dies if Luna uses one Lucent Beam. And then if you have the Blood Grenade, you can also do that. So here it is, right? Like even from here, you can do it. Maledict, then throw the cask. You're going to start with the cask, but then, you know, this is the issue. We cask, we Lucent Beam, then we Maledict, but now Maledict has no bonus damage to compound because we used it all beforehand. So for Witch Doctor, as much as possible, you want to try to land Maledict first. It's not always possible, but by positioning behind trees and waiting for like creeps to get low, right? Like if this guy walked up for a last hit, that's when you can land Maledict. So that's what you're looking for on Witch Doctor. You try to start with Maledict and then send the rest. And those are the ways you can do it. From behind trees or during CS when they bait themselves and walk up. Very minor tip, if you stay under the tower, you'll get 1 extra HP regen, which will probably get you like 10, 20 extra regen here as we sit under the tower and do this pull. If you can either stack this camp first, so let's say at 2 minutes, you know, 1 minute it spawns, at 2 minutes you get in the habit of stacking this, and then you do the full pulls, that'll work really well for you in Herald. If you can learn how to do a half pull, which is a little bit advanced for Herald, but you can practice it in a lobby, that will also go a very long way for you. If you do these full pulls, you have to be kind of like on point with like, the carry has to manage things well, you have to check, and like, I got to attack creeps at this time or don't do it. It's getting more complicated, and it's much easier to mess up and eventually lead to what's happening here, which is like, we keep going under tower, it pushes out, we do a pull, it comes under tower, it pushes out, goes under tower, pushes out. So this is not strictly bad all the time, but it is messy. If you stack this, the stacked camp will just kill a creep wave. Very straightforward. If you learn how to do a half pull, that pretty much always works out for you. It'll be a lot easier to do it and then like establish good equilibrium. And then here you see we're like in the open. So now if I'm a Chaos Knight, let's pretend the creeps were a little further out, and I know to be careful of Maledict, I'm not going to come out because I know you're here. So then we're not going to find the combo we want. So staying out of sight is pretty good. I kind of missed the timing, so actually you're coming over the Lotus, so actually that's fine. Are we coming for the Lotus? We're not going for the Lotus. So then in that case, we would stand behind trees so that we can bait the Chaos Knight to come up. I think you're centering for the Nyx, but it's actually like way too soon. So this is probably used for any blocking or unblocking, which hasn't been an issue. So like you can just keep that sentry. You won't need it till, if I had to guess, probably like 11 minutes. Ooh, a hard pull. You actually didn't even need to do this one, but it does kind of work. So here's where behind trees. Now, Nyx would scout you in this case, but for example, we're behind trees. Nyx is somewhere in the lane. Chaos Knight comes up thinking Luna's on his own, and then boom, Maledict from the tree, right? You'd be able to reach into Lucent Beam, into Cask, dead. We keep using Maledict after the stuff. So, I mean, you still see it does like a good chunk of damage, which is nice. And that's why if you have to do it in that order, it's like, okay, but as much as possible, you know, do the Maledict first. Like here, I was actually going to say behind the tree, Maledict, this guy, he's initiating on you. So now we definitely Maledict first, pop the wand, cast him, like whatever order, doesn't matter. You're actually scared because he's like running at you. But this is why the more you play a hero, the easier it becomes to like identify this stuff. In the same way we looked at that Viper where it's like, you're stronger than the PL. Why are you backing out? You should actually be here threatening the PL. Same thing for you. As you play more Witch Doctor and you get a feel for it, like, he's killed himself. He has run at you and pulled you close. This is actually a free kill being delivered to you if you just Maledict, Wand. You don't even need to use Cask, actually. You can just, like, attack him and he will die. You may not even need Maledict. You might be able to just attack him and kill him. But because you ran away and you initially were scared, he's now actually gotten away. Okay, we'll do a little... Maybe that is it, actually. I feel like that's already a good place to start. Let's also talk about this. So you end up using the Guardian Ward. This one's going to expire soon, so it's good to actually bring another Observer down here. But for Herald, we can make some special adjustments. For most other brackets, you want this Observer to keep the Luna alive, and then we leave the lane to go play somewhere else. You can try to do that in Herald, but laning goes a lot longer in Herald. So this Observer does not have to be as like full survive mode leave Luna. You can still put it in places like this if you want, but you can also kind of like put it in the lane a little bit more to let you like know when Chaos Knight is in certain areas to kill him, and I'd be okay with that. But in the lane and like further up and stuff would be a little better than over here, because if they put sentries, it will die very easily. In this game, it may not happen, and that's why like this is why the Guardian Ward develops. Like, people have really bad habits around the pole camps, which leads to bad habits around warding. It becomes self-fulfilling until you get destroyed. Like, as you hit, I'm going to say Crusader, but it happens further up as well. Eventually, like, people start putting this stuff, and you will just lose every single ward back to back to back to back, and it's just like a bad habit that will get you. This one actually worked out, but actually there's been like 4 different instances where I think you would kill with Maledict first. So I think actually that's already a good lesson for you to improve your Witch Doctor laning, and then you'll just keep like snowballing kills and go from there. I mean, that's true, but we don't have to be too harsh about it. Like, especially if someone is new to the game or like starting the improvement process, following a cookie cutter build is not bad to focus on different things, especially if you're like not sure what's going on. So if like Witch Doctor just like, honestly, getting the wand, we can critique a little bit, but like, it's not terrible. It's within the realm of like useful items. So if you're not sure and you're just following a build, that's okay. Eventually, you do want to think about, like, why am I building these different items and stuff like that? But if that's not your starting point, that's okay. If you're like, I'm just trying to get good at pressing buttons and using the spells in the right order, then just follow the cookie cutter build, do that stuff. At some point, you do need to wrap around to like why you're using builds. But like I said, it's not like, it doesn't have to be the first thing you do, though it's honestly one of the easier things because it's like, it's something you can think about at any time. Oh, it paid off. We got an observer for it. Nice. Okay, we are still gonna keep going, but I'm gonna be right back. Submit your games again. It's snack time. Is Witch Doctor a good position 5 to learn? Excellent. He is a classic pub hero who has a lot of kill potential because Maledict is so good, and then the Witch Doctor ult is so good. And people tend to clump for Maledict and Cask. He's one of the like hard to balance heroes because he is so good in pub games due to people's bad positioning, but then he is so hard to have relevant impact in a pro match because everyone's positioning is so good. They never give the like easy Maledict Cask stuff. They cancel his ultimate and all that stuff, right? So he is often a very polarized hero. He's either amazing in pro matches and terrible in pubs, or ultra broken in pubs, or he's really good in pubs and completely irrelevant in pro matches. So he's a great one to add for pub gameplay. Abuse the alt cast. Wait, what's the alt cast for Witch Doctor? Oh, Recall Coddle you were talking about. Okay, never mind. I was like, he has what? All right. Let's keep our train chugging along and hopefully we can get to as many people as possible here. yesterday, especially as I was typing that Reddit post, my I key kept double tapping. I had a lot of like typos with that, and I had to like keep fixing it. At some point, I don't know, something must have been under it. I just slammed the I key like 5 times, and it fixed itself. I was thinking about that as I typed ancient there. Oh, it's a late night for you. Well, thank you for hanging around. But yeah, definitely head to bed if you're feeling tired. Thanks for sticking around so long. Is position 4 or 5 good to climb out of Herald? As long as you work on improving your gameplay, it doesn't matter what rank or role you play. If we are talking about actual smurfs and being like really good at the game, then yes, technically a core role, in my opinion, is easiest for Herald and actually most ranks. But for the average Dota player, it's not so easy to just be like, oh, I'm just gonna be a core and like, you know, just outscale everybody. You're gonna have to put in the effort to like, here's farming patterns, here's good last hitting, here's all that stuff, and you can do the exact same thing from support. You can like work on your own. Harass in the lane, pick up easy kills, pick up the CS your team is missing. Like you can do the same steps of improvement to have high impact. I would say the easy thing is that for core, it's a lot more directly easy. Like I get CS, that's good. For support, it's a little bit more vague on how to climb, like just on your own, but it is very much doable. We have various testimonials, not that I actually record them down, but people who have gotten out of Herald, like watching the videos and like improving that way. So it's doable. It depends what you like. If you're not enjoying the process, then go play core. It's totally fine, you know. But if you're worried about like, would it be easier to switch roles? It really doesn't matter. Okay, this one. Had a rough early game, eventually pulled ahead, leading from 20 minutes onward, but took forever to end the game. Is there more we could have done to close this one out easier, or did the enemy have just really good high ground and we were right to slow siege? Could be. I didn't actually like process the draft, so let me take a look once this finishes loading in. If you haven't seen my late game flowchart video, that would cover a lot of the relevant questions and situations that you might run into in late game stuff of like, how do we close out this game? Looking at this draft, Drow is a pretty good high ground hero, so we do have to be careful around that. The rest are not particularly fancy high ground heroes, though one danger is that Dazzle is a hero we need to kill, and he's going to be even further back. Like, Drow's going to be, like, you know, Drow's going to be here, which is hard to get to, and then Dazzle should be here, which is even harder to get to. That's probably the trickiest thing about your high ground here. Even without killing them, you could just repeatedly force this between your Clinks. Actually, probably just the Clinks. Clinks hitting this over time. You have a weird draft here, but like, you know, pubs. Clinks forcing this over time without even addressing the Drow, because she's over here, and then Clinks is over here. You know, she's going to have to step up to deal with him, and then she might get jumped by your other heroes. Or if she doesn't do that and she just wants to safely clear creep waves, eventually you would whittle this down. So the slow siege could work. The other thing you could do, though, if you had a lead, I didn't actually even, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty solid lead that kept growing over time. You could do the slow siege, but you have you have like some of the best pick-off cores in the game. You know, Clinks, Ursa, Monkey King. So if you set up some deep wards on their half of the map, and I'm not talking about super obvious shit like the cliff, I'm talking about like, you know, out here to see them like step out and go this way, or like in here to see, you know, once they do start jungling this and they're making this way, things like along here, right? Things that survive and see them leave the base, you can then go pick them off. And then as we're getting later into the game, you know, like 30 minutes, for example, even if it takes your Clinks like running here to kill a Drow, you will have time to walk all the way across the map and do some damage before Drow respawns. So let's jump ahead. Let's jump to like, oh yeah, 20 minutes, perfect. All right, let's start here with Aegis. So outer towers are still up. We still have, I mean, not still have, we just got it. So we have 5 minutes of Aegis. Classic would be, okay, let's go high ground, right? Super hard. Waste the 5 minutes of Aegis. Should push this lane in. There's a lot of creeps here. But then you should come mid, take this one, make your way top, do this. Look, you guys have some deep wards here, right? So as we push this, and as we push this, and they're respawning, they're like, ooh, we don't want to defend here. Let's sneak out. Oh, you know, we push high ground without killing anyone, it's going to be tough. They're going to sneak out this way because you're up here, and you're going to see them. So as you finish this tower, you're going to smoke, and then you're going to run over here, try to pick them off. And again, even if you have to like chase all the way over here, even if you like kill this, back off Twin Gate, snipe someone over here, you will have enough time to go back, fix the lane in the worst case situation down the mid, and you'll be able to get here to take the tower. You see how your team is still playing bottom? There's nothing bottom. So this part's a mistake from you guys. Should be playing other parts of the map. And taking these towers. We're actually losing heroes. So there's some kind of poor positioning here. That's letting you guys get picked off a bit. Ooh, more discussion on core versus support. We can talk more about it in a bit. I'll try to focus on this while eating my snack. But we can go into it more in like 10-ish minutes. This one's not too bad, but I would try to recommend to Sentry first. You even have a Monkey King, so like your Sentry should be low ground and then Monkey King should jump atop. From here, with the Aegis, like even with the mistakes being made, like again, still 3 minutes on Aegis. We want not only the deep wards to survive, so this one's not bad. I also don't want them to have vision. Let's actually see what their vision is. So they don't have a lot, that's great. The more vision they have, the more they know to avoid you. The less vision they have, the more cautious they are gonna be farming, or they're not gonna be cautious, and then you're gonna get to kill them. So we do want to remove their vision. You could buy a gem, potentially, or just trying to min-max your sentry placement, like on the ground, like we just mentioned, can be good. Either way, this is not a bad spot for your team. You know, keep pressuring this, but you guys are making a huge mistake right now. Clinks is showing in the top lane. You guys are showing here. You killed a sentry. They know you're here. Monkey King showing in the lane. And Ursa is like killing stuff bottom. He did just get a bounty hunter. We are in all 3 lanes. We are so far apart. So the remaining 4 heroes, even without the bounty hunter, they can now smoke and go anywhere on the map and find a successful play. You guys have Aegis. You guys have the lead. You're not like 1v5 levels ahead, you know? So whether the enemy will capitalize on this or not, instead of just all chatting the entire game, maybe not. Now we're definitely all showing mid. And if they did have any wards that you didn't know about, they may know that you are still split up. Clink's continuing to just show in another lane. Like, what you guys are doing is really greedy, and it's more lucky than anything that you guys are not being punished for it at all. You are pretty close to your ultimate, so you would want to wait for that. You also don't even need to be here. Clinks is, you know, he's out on his own. So you guys actually commit in a way you actually don't have to. And then you, because your ultimate is actually pretty close, I would actually just like stay at the edge, you know, provide vision, maybe some utility from afar. But if you jump in like you did, then you're gonna run into the situation that you did, which is like, oh wait, I can't get away. And now my ult is like close to being up and I can't do it. Also, here's our Aegis, you know, he's finally here because he had to come from the other side of the map because we're playing all 3 lanes. Sometimes it's out of your control as a support, but you should at least say it to your team, like, this is really dangerous. You know, we need to be together, whatever. And the course will say, shut up. Still got a minute. As you guys respawn, you can still go for like one more mini push. But this Aegis should have been cleaner. You guys could get like a 10k lead here. Easily. Now, with or without Aegis, we are in the period where you can still do a lot of building damage, especially with this Deso. So any major pickoff will lead to you being able to push lanes and take buildings. Otherwise, you're just waiting for the next Aegis to repeat what we just talked about. So, nothing's really different. I need deep wards to help me find targets, and I need to remove a lot of their wards so they don't feel safe. That's your primary job as a support, and then be near teammates. Whoever is most cooperative and whoever you think you need to win the game. Clinks is kind of invis, so to some degree, like, you shouldn't be near him. At the same time, invis heroes make a lot of mistakes into, like, bounty. It's a little bit up to you. All right, this works for me. Four of us are together where we have a bunch of mines, so that's not too bad. But notice how Clinks can't really get to you guys. He doesn't have a teleport. And even if he did, it's 50 seconds. And he's actually kind of low on mana. So right now, we're not that strong. 8k lead. We're actually 7k behind because Clinks is not here. And all the enemy heroes are missing. So you guys want to be pretty careful here. Okay, now it's okay. I see Dazzle here, and I see Dragon Knight here. So if we go for this fight, it's a 4-on-4. That's not too bad. And I think Bounty Hunter just flashed bottom as well. Okay, but now when we jump the Dragon Knight, right, I was like, here is okay. The heroes that I said, oh, it's okay because he's alone, he has moved towards those heroes. So this is no longer a good fight, especially because Ursa's here and Clinks is here. They're both showing in the other lanes at the same time. So their team should be very happy about taking this fight. Are they here? Will it matter? Nope, we got lucky. We didn't really have the information to know that was a successful play or not. In fact, we had the information to know that was actually a risky play, but it worked out. With that said, you guys didn't try to push whatsoever with a Dragon Knight kill, so that's fine. You guys got the Tormentor. Actually, that's we can take that as well. But I mean, with Dragon Knight dead, you could have chipped a little bit as a team. Everyone's missing. We're scattering. Who scanned it? Roche roared and then they scanned it. Right there. You see Drow Flash here? Boom. Smoke over. Okay, we deal with some lanes. We have 5 minutes. Repeat. We have 1 deep ward. I'm very interested in having a smoke ready to rush here if I see someone move out this way. Otherwise, we just safely push behind cores. We are currently leading the way. Okay, we're getting an Invisor, sure. I am continuing to lead the way. In case I run into a sentry against Invis heroes or a bounty, I will die first because my team is ahead and I have 10,000 gold. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So stand behind the cores and let them be the ones in the front. We can't push without them. Like, what are we really looking for on this journey? It doesn't really matter if you found Drow on her own. You wouldn't have been able to do anything. So all you're doing is inviting, like, that you die, and then you can't do anything as a team. So we should be behind them right now. Or if we are pushing, we're doing it from, like, Fog of War at the least. Once again, currently showing in multiple different locations. Now all three. Continuing to split all over the place. Fortunately, their team is just sitting in their base is my current read of the game, which is fine. If they're doing that, then we just keep farming. However, the correct farming pattern is not show in all three lanes and farm. It's actually to move as a group back and forth. Like farm this stuff, move this way, farm this stuff, and then back. Farming all three at the same time is what gets you picked off. Which is what their team should be doing. Their team should be like smoking and trying to go. Okay, we finally got one. Let's push. This guy come over. Sit behind Clinks. Hit this building. This banner can be further back. All right. I'm going to ignore what I'm looking at right now. Let's come up here. In one dazzle kill, in 2 different creep waves, Clinks came up. He did commit the banner this time, but honestly, the banner hasn't made much of a difference quite yet. This creep wave would still be alive even without the banner. Clinks has done 2/3 of this tower, and he's not done yet. He's still going. So, with a single pick-off, I got over half this tower, which means I need a second pick-off to then finish this tower. So this level of dive is actually not necessary unless it's a really good play. We can see how this plays out. But the point is, you don't actually have to do any of this. If you guys continue to siege this way with creep waves coming up, right, you are getting the tower very safely, very slowly. Clinks still has a minute and a half on the Aegis, so you can wait for the next creep wave, you can wait for the next creep wave, you can wait for the next creep wave, and at that point, the barracks are probably done, just sitting behind Clinks, chipping down these buildings without having to commit this hard. Like, why are these guys hitting the building to all get clumped up? That's what's going to lead to you guys losing a team fight up here. Because when they're here, Drow can hit them from here. When Clinks is here, Drow cannot reach that far. All right, Clinks left, so we all leave. You're very lucky to be alive, but that was very dangerous of you. That was on par. Is it fair to say? To me, this is kind of on par with Core's diving back here, but maybe it's not. I think this is actually a little worse. This is a little worse, but this is like just a step down from that. Because like if we go back to it and we like really look at the map and think about this. Right, okay. We used ults. My Clinks has left. Again, I never know what vision the enemy has unless I've bought a gem and I've been doing these sweeps. I never fully know what vision they have. However, they have tracked the Clinks and they have tracked the Ursa and they have tracked the Monkey King. So right now, I know no matter what fight I take, even with 4 heroes, Crystal Maiden dead, 4 heroes moving in this way, Clinks cannot possibly show up. There's no way his teleport is available because he just went home. And then Ursa's moving this way. So if I go anywhere over here, we can just instantly jump the first target. You see they're playing pretty timid. They're not capitalizing on this. Like a high-level game, these guys should all be moving out with the smoke this way and then instantly kill you. There is no reason to like get that creep. There's certainly no reason to kill this creep wave. Because like, what is the point of killing this creep wave? At the risk, you know? Like, oh, I cleared it so these creeps will push in for information. I've got the information. They're in their space looking to kill you guys because they know you have left. I have all the information I need. I don't need more information. I need to act on the information I've already got. So you just need to be in full retreat mode and not risk your life. And that's why when you come up like this, That's why he can just jump. Fortunately for you, though, the rest of the team was like doing other stuff, and that's why you kind of lived and get away with this. You know, like, why do you guys need to clear these creeps right here? If they have any vision anywhere, like, none of your cores are near you. There's very little reward for the amount of risk. Just let the creep wave push further out and then clear it. You'll be like, it's a massive safety difference. This one's open, and there's a bunch of mines here. So if you guys do win a fight, we should prioritize playing top. And again, you're just like, you're clearing such dangerous creep waves. It's really risky. You're only getting away with it because this team is so passive, which is pretty common in pub games. But like, as soon as you start going up, you're gonna be killed non-stop for this kind of stuff.
Where'd he go?
Okay, I think that's enough. I think we made the point. You guys do eventually win this game because this team is actually being super passive.
Where'd he go? Yeah, you guys are doing it. Okay. Possum gut, no problem. I'm happy to help. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to talk about the core versus support. I do kind of agree that core roles have a little bit more agency. And overall, I agree that playing core is easier. But I also think it's harder than like what that is. Like for a support player to switch over to core, you have to like learn a whole new skill set, practice it, and then have the agency to like climb. As opposed to just spending all that time learning to improve as a support, you also would climb. And especially for Herald, like I do think it depends a little bit on the bracket, but in Herald, there are so many mistakes that even if you are a so-called support, there's so much room to get a bunch of free kills, farm the CS that your team is missing. Like, it doesn't matter what role you play. You would have a ton of agency as a support in Herald. I would say in Guardian, you probably still have a bunch of agency. As you go up from there, I do think, you know, you might be able to do a bit more as core. But I still think you can climb, like, very easily as a support. You might need to shift what heroes you play a little bit, but I would say the same thing for core. Hey, we go hard. Thank you. I'm glad you liked that video. I'm glad I finished it. Took a couple takes, but I'm glad we did it. Hopefully we'll do more. I'm gonna try to do another one tomorrow instead of streaming. I'm kind of feeling YouTube motivated. I'm gonna try to turn out a couple of videos before Thanksgiving. I mean, it is kind of true that, like, as a support,
Okay, what if we put it this way? Because supports, the classic complaint for supports, which I fully agree with, I have experienced it many times, you know, is like you win the lane for your carry and then they throw later on, and that sucks. At the same time, if you can win like 90% of your lanes as a support, don't you think it's going to more often work out in your favor than not? Like, how many times will a carry or a mid throw going too hard? Or how many times will they be winning so they just keep winning, you know? As opposed to like, I play core, I have shit supports, so only 50% of my games I ever have a good time, and 50% are really griefed by my support. I now have to win the rest of the 50%. I think it's way easier as a support to like put yourself into like 80-90% lane winning territory than being a core doing it. Not that it's not possible. I do think there are cores that can do it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm saying this as a support player. I personally think it's like, I think it's very doable. But I don't know. I guess I also have a video saying like it actually is easier to play core because it's less core players when you play core. Oh, I don't even have to change any of this info. Nice. I'm underestimating the frustration of watching cores do the worst plays while you only have support items. I have like 5,000 support games in a row at this point. I've experienced it. I've done it. You don't have to build support items. Let me tell you what. You can play supports that can do more carry stuff. You can play like the nature supports, the tinker supports, the weaver, the clink supports. That's what I do. I'm in this boat. I'm sick of watching core players be absolute garbage and tilt out. But you can still support while being like very proactive. You don't have to keep playing like Oracle and be like full dependent on teammates, you know? Like you can win most of your lanes as Weaver support and have a lot of carry potential. It's a different way of playing. I get it a little bit, but I still feel a lot of agency. I mean, I carry a lot of my games with the like roaming supports. I feel like there's a lot of games where I can win the game mostly on my own, or like I have done more than my fair share in the like first 10-15 minutes. And yeah, sometimes the team still throws it, but like it's pretty consistent to do, as opposed to like cores needing teammates to do stuff to make them space. I don't know. I think I am being pedantic because actually, if you put me to it, I would say it's easier to play core. Like, if you really know what you're doing, it's easier to play core. But I don't want that to, like, dissuade support players from climbing because, like, it is doable as support. And for regular players, I really don't think it matters that much. You have to be someone who's, like, genuinely ahead of the curve. And we all want to think we're genuinely ahead of the curve. But most of us are average. Like, the bell curve is a bell curve for a reason. Most of us are not suddenly capable of playing like way ahead of the MMR. We are reviewing games. I got a little distracted there during snack time and talking about core versus support. But we are reviewing games.
Let's do this ogre one. Focus up, guys. Okay, so this ogre one, you said you won the lane, getting back to what we were just talking about, actually. You won your lane, and you feel like you may have stuck around too long, which I would totally agree. I haven't even watched your game, but for most supports, looks like we have a mix of ranks here. Who are you playing with? The other people, but not... Oh, you are playing with maybe the safe lane sniper. I can't tell you the last time I said, oh man, you really left the lane too soon. You really got to stay here. I cannot think of the last time I have said that. Years, probably. The default is always staying in the lane way too long. There's almost never a time where it's like, dude, you just... The 4-minute rotation, what are you thinking? It's way too early. It's way too early to be getting out of the lane. Said no one ever. I don't know if you need boots as the ogre. I'm kind of open to it, but I feel like a magic stick is very good to start building charges versus a Beastmaster off lane. And it's probably Earthshaker 4, so we're gonna have to be doing with creep dragging stuff, or it's Skywrath, who will use a bunch of spells. Though I'm looking at this, is this like a storm? Who's in my lane? Either way, like I think a stick would be okay, and then you know, you want the blood grenade as you hit level 2. I mean, I guess you could buy it. You know, you can like buy the blood grenade in the sentry right now, but all right, guys, I'm pissed. Just kidding. But I can't tell you, why do you guys like this watcher so much? Let me ask you, what are you guys looking for? How many games? This happens all the time. Yeah, the lane meets, it's time to do a bunch of shit. Now, all you guys love capturing this watcher. Leave this alone. What do you need to see over here? Do you think the guy's coming out of the twin gate right now? Nobody does this. You really don't need this watcher. Go hit this Beastmaster. Go stand over here and see what like the Earthshaker or the Skywrath is doing. You guys don't need to capture this shit. Just stand here. Look at what this guy did. Sniper is too scared to aggro and run forward. You should stand here and you aggro and run forward for him to prevent this from going under the tower like this, right? We miss it because we're getting the Watcher, which like now with the Watcher, I can see that I've lost equilibrium in the first 2 seconds of the laning stage. I'm not trying to flame you that hard. It's just, it's been building up, I guess. It happens so often, but like, you don't need, it's not useful. It doesn't do anything for you. It's really, you can do it later. You can do it like as the first creep wave dies and you're waiting for the next creep wave. You can do it then, but by stepping away, you open yourself up to stuff like this. You know, it's the very first wave and we've kind of lost. The Ogre Magi game plan is like, hold the lane here, hit level 2, and then you have this entire lane to run someone down with Ignite and Fire Blast, and then with Shrapnel, right? This is probably a guaranteed kill on anyone without like a quick escape. But we've now missed that window. By the time you guys fix this, like you're gonna have to come do like a pull, which means you're not gonna hit level 2 as fast. Okay, we don't do that, we sit in the lane. But we push so many creeps forward, so now we're gonna be here when we hit level 2, and I can't run people down, right? We have become in such an awkward spot so quickly. And that's why I'm always pushing you guys, like, be in the lane, like, get your other stuff done as quickly as you can. Don't dilly-dally, TP over, because, like, stuff like this happens so often that you can fix. Whack! This guy also probably has... Oh, he doesn't have boots, actually. I thought he would have boots, and it would be hard to, like, run him down, so I was going to tell you, like, just focus the Beastmaster. Which, as Ogre with Learning Curve, you actually do want to be in the lane as much as possible. You don't want to be... Get in front of this guy. You're like, see ya, sniper! I'm out of here with my boots! This is your carry. Get back here. Tank this shit for him. You don't want to leave the lane too much doing this stuff because you'll miss your level 2 power spike. So as much as possible, you want to be in here just, like, whacking creeps,
and harassing and preparing for the level 2 power spike that you will then try to commit and get a kill. Which is why if you can block this early with the sentry, if you think you need to, that's great. You want the blood grenade ready, all that stuff, so that as soon as you hit level 2, it's like, it's go time. Things are very messy from all this, right? So we control the lane a little better. We avoid, we tank for sniper, all that. Look at that. In the end, it works out. Got the kill anyways. Nice. But why you want a more stable start? Because it was kind of close. You almost lost the sniper, and then we would have missed this window. Fortunately, this guy barely survived, and then you guys were able to just shrapnel plus ignite. So it's a very straightforward combo, and it works with like a bunch of different cores. Ogre hitting level 3, essentially, plus like any stun, any slow, any kind of damage is usually a kill. So you just want to hit that very stably and then like throw your shit out. Get him. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. This is kind of where you see, like, if you had more mana, you could have probably thrown one more spell and finished him. Or the blood grenade, maybe you didn't use it before. You had the magic stick to pop this stuff. Now we're kind of waiting for clarities to arrive. And then when the clarities arrive, we're going to have to wait another 25 seconds. But you are really strong right now. So that's why usually magic stick, mangoes, like faster regen is often quite good for Ogre. Longest totem in the world. Who's the real sniper here? Let's not do this. Go back. All right, sniper died, but he's not missing any creeps, so it's not that bad. So come over here, hit your own creeps, deny your range, you know, be tanking up. If you're scared, you're like, I'm kind of low. That's okay, just chill. You're like, hey, sniper, look at this. Would you like to miss the CS? You're dragging this under tower. So now sniper's not gonna get it. If you have to, you can like aggro creeps this way to like buy time, but you should like be happy that it's staying outside and don't worry about like doing anything to it. Here you guys can just like farm this. You're a little low on mana, and then the items that are coming are like the clarities and the blood grenade, I guess. But we need enough mana to do stuff. And then sniper also need charges. He has 1. Core snipers often go ghillie suit, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much. Scatter shot, sure. The point is he needs to get the charges. So it's okay if you guys take like the 30 seconds to kill this. That'll give you the time to clarity up to have enough for multiple spells and for him to get like another shrapnel charge. Be back here, stack, pull, whatever. You know, just like poke people if you can, but you're kind of low, so we kind of need to heal up. Especially because we got clarities instead of mangoes and sticks. So that's why we have to do it. Okay, I'm gonna zoom forward now because you said we kind of won the lane. Did I rotate out in time? Let me tell you, if this Earthshaker is checking you, he knows you have an observer and a sentry. He saw you kill this, so he can click you, and then you return to lane and you have 1 less observer. I mean, where could it possibly be? It's got to be in this area. So later he will come by with a sentry if he's been paying attention, and then check. He has the information too. Has he actually gathered it? I don't know. I'm actually really weak about this. I'm really bad about this. It's one of my worst Dota habits. So I would also miss it. But on paper, you should know about it, and you should avoid revealing this kind of information. This one's tough because he's really far. So Ignite, I can cast this far. My auto attacks are much shorter. My Fire Blast is much shorter. My Blood Grenade technically can reach, but he's probably going to run out, and then we're going to miss. So this is the hardest, and you have to use most of your slow time just getting close. Let's go back. Lane's actually in a pretty good spot here. Bluff it. Don't cast this spell. Look at what they're doing. They're already running away. They're like, oh shit, this is bad. So why do I need to use spells? Why do I even need to fight them? Because I need to get a good equilibrium. I need to be farming. I need to slow them down from farming. I'd like to get kills if I can, but that's actually not necessary. So in this moment where you just turn the tree and they're already running, I'm done. I've done my job. Sniper has a bunch of space. Sniper will manage this creepy equilibrium, and these guys won't get farmed because they're melee heroes and they're super far back. They're now going to have to use spells on creeps instead of spells on me, so then I'm more likely to win a fight even if they are picking up some CS. So I've already done my job. So now I return to the trees. I am the ogre of the forest. I disappear from sight. And then they go, is it safe now? Can I step up again? And they step up and you pop out again and go, I am the ogre of the lane. I have returned. And if he has not reacted properly and backed up, now you are close enough. For example, the Beastmaster's here and you're here. Now you are close enough to ignite, and you don't have to spend your entire ignite slow chasing the guy because he's like way over here. You're point blank, and then you commit, so you can use the slow duration to bonk him in the head with 80 damage, as opposed to just like running after him for 5 seconds. So for anyone who doesn't have like a gap closer, but you have slows and stuns, you actually want to naturally get close before using it if you are like fully aggressive. And not just like trading and setting things up. You want to get close and then you commit, but you don't throw the spells until you're close. Yeah, actually that's all I gotta say. See, like this? So don't ignite him from here, because then he might run this way and we're going to spend all the time chasing. But as you pop out of the trees and this guy has kept running back and you're point blank, boom. Launch it. Ignite. Blood grenade. Stun. Actually, stun first, then ignite, then blood grenade. If your core can be close enough, great. Sniper's kind of long range with shrapnel. It'll be fine. You actually cut left. I actually think you should have kept going in. I think you could have done that one. Easy, because he's point blank. This guy's going for it. Get on this guy. Blood grenade him. Sniper run. You got 4 creeps hitting Earthshaker. That's like 1 extra hero at this stage of the game. Blood grenade, shrapnel will buy enough time for these spells to be up. This guy's dead. This guy's dead. But I don't think you guys know he's dead, so you're giving him a lot of space. Okay, we got him in the end. Took a little longer, and it was kind of close. He almost got away. That's one of those things where over time, going back to that Smurf video of like, I've played enough that I can tell like he's dead right now. And it took you guys like a few more seconds to be like, I think he's dead. I think this is doable. So I'm glad you guys still got him. Sometimes that'll make the difference, right? Like he does get away because of a few seconds of hesitation. But as you play more, you will see it, and then you'll know to like go right away. This ogre has a good skin multiplier. Hell yeah. Now I am Ogre of the Courier. Here with the items, Sir Sniper. Here you go. Yeah. So, unlucky. But, this is it, right? Like, we TP around, we get close, and if he doesn't back off, because, like, you know, you've been respawning, you should be TPing, and he should be careful. He should actually be, like, in this tree line right now, sussing things out of, like, where's Ogre? Turns out Earthshaker's here, so that's kind of the information he's working off of. But like that's what you want to do. You want to try to like surprise him from Fog of War, and because you're not showing, it baits him in, and then you get close, and then you use the abilities. You could maybe try for that Earthshaker because he was close, but Sniper was kind of far, so yeah, it's a little tough. Here's actually a good example. You see how we're spending most of this Ignite chasing? So it does get you the Ignite. It's like, okay, we did it in the end. Took a lot of shrapnels though. I guess that's fine. That works out. This is a great time to leave. Well, let me finish the thought. That one worked out, so, you know, we'll take it. But you do see, I guess what I was trying to get to is like, we end up spending a lot of time chasing. But we had enough shrapnels, so it paid off. This guy is dead for 12 seconds, and then he'll have to TP back into the lane. So Sniper right now should just shove the lane in and then start jungling, doing his own pulls, stuff like this, and you can actually leave. You can actually even do it sooner, but you guys ended up killing the Beastmasters, is all good. My guy, you are warding in front of their creeps. They're gonna see you do it. What? This guy has nothing to do. Let's see what he's looking at. He's looking around because he has nothing else to do, but he should be clicking you. He should be looking at you and being like, what's the Ogre up to? You know? He's literally dead. He's got nothing else to look at. Anytime you kill the enemy and you plan on warding, you gotta be out of sight because, like, they should be looking at you. So this should get dewarded. I don't know if they noticed again or not. After we kill this guy, let's go. All right, we get out of here. Creeps under tower. Sniper head this way. Just start farming. So we can now go do other stuff. Now, actually, the power rune timing is already missed. So the next thing is Wisdom Shrine, which you could probably go for if you guys want. You know, sneak around this way. Or build up a big push, go through here. But that's kind of the push is kind of like being dealt with now. So that'd be fine. This looks a little hard. You could try to twin gate if you want. Twin gate, get a kill, secure your own shrine. So now, a pull is 60 gold. A small pull. Sniper should drag it around this way. You can share that with your friend. This is going to put him in a bad spot in a little bit. Well, at this point, it doesn't matter because he should be just like jungling anyway. So it's like, it's kind of okay if the lane just shoves quickly. But if he does want it to like bounce out longer, he can do this. The Wisdom Shrine would be a lot more impactful than a small pull. So that's where, if you think there's any chance at all of getting this would have been worth more. Killing heroes and securing runes is also worth more than a small pull. Though I realize there's not a rune at 7 minutes, so it's a little awkward. But the point is, if we find ourselves doing a lot of small pulls after like 5 minutes, it's really not worth our time, and it's only because like, oh, I really have nothing else to do. Okay, if you lose an observer in a spot, never place that observer again for the rest of the game. Unless it's critical for a team fight. You're like, I got it. I've lost a ward here on this cliff before, but like I need this for vision, then I'll do it. If you lose an observer here, just never use that observer again. If you put observers here and you get lost, never use it again. People are creatures of habit. They will just keep coming back to the same spot. AKA you, AKA this Earthshaker will probably do it as well. He has certain sentries and observers he will just use on repeat. And that's fine as a default because people don't know who you are. We're not pros. People don't study you. But in a game, as soon as you lose one observer, just never use that spot again. And you'll be better for it. You will keep a lot more vision up. We're watching together. Oh, nice. Okay, sniper. Well, actually, it's fine because we said it's okay to shove. So here, you want your Ogre to leave. Ogre, run over. Get this, help get this rune. Sniper, you don't actually need to take this tower. You just need to shove the lane and then jungle. Sniper's kind of a weird carry, but like you would still follow the same idea. You don't need to do anything crazy. You can kill these creeps at the same time. Let me show you. So you're killing these creeps now, but actually, if you go jungle, and for example, you stack this camp right now, that's some extra gold for you. You clear this out, you clear this out. The tower is going to kill these creeps. So these creeps that you're trying to kill now, there used to be 4. You've killed one of them already, I think. You would probably lose 1 or 2 of them. That would be about 70 gold. If you stacked this camp, you would have more than made up for how much you potentially lose from these creeps. Because the tower is killing this is going to push, and then the wave is eventually going to get over here. And then by that time, you've like jungled this stuff, and then you're like returning to lane. So that's usually a better farming pattern than like clearing this stuff and then like working on towers. Because all this time you're hitting the tower is not actually getting you money until you finish the tower. But rather than like push the tower for 3 minutes, you can just like expedite your farm, then push it for 1 minute, and you can probably finish the job. Ah, damn, nice try, nice try. I appreciate the carry rotations to the mid lane, actually. I really respect that. We take those. How did you get over here? We TP'd because a big fight was going on. Okay, I'm up for that. All right, go stack. 8:45. Every time you get a kill, look at the time, look at the mini-map. That'll help you determine the next things. You have two options. You can go double stack right now. Yeah, you're Ogre. It's kind of hard to double stack, so you're probably doing one stack. Going to go stack, or go place a deep ward. Because off this double kill, it is a Wraith King. This tower's full health, but you guys can probably take this tower. Like, now that Sniper is good to go down here, you will probably sit up here. You'll try to win these fights. You try to take this tower. So this Observer, starting to go a little deeper, expecting that we take this tower, and then the vision is already set up. So you could go do that right now. This is a good time for it. I don't really care which one. If you had some coordination, Oracle can actually double stack, and you can go do the deep warding. The boys are getting distracted. Did we stack? We were here a little late, so we missed it. Oh no! You can teleport to try to get the kill on the storm, and then after that, just like jungle back to your lane. You can actually see it would have worked out perfectly, right? This is where you TP'd mid, and then you'd be like, okay, it didn't work out, I leave. You either run straight back here, or because this wave is kind of pushed up, and I don't really want to farm here, I want to farm like back here. So you just like head this way, jungle along the way, pick up the money, and then by the time you get here, this wave has pushed up from the Beastmaster. He's actually controlling it a little bit, but like you see, it does push up eventually. Try to be at one of the rune spots at 10 minute. I mean, you have an Oracle, so you even know which rune spot to go to. And then we leave. Your carry just wants to farm right now. You can rotate in for those kind of plays to put the fear into Beastmaster. And now we head out. Which looks like that's what you're doing. Oh no! Spoke too soon. We might be coming back. Right now, if you had left this way, you could stack this camp or this camp. And continue your way mid, continue your way top. All right. And now we see... So Sniper, let me show you the creep wave. This is in the video today. Highly recommend it for efficient carry farming patterns. Your lane is pushing. You are in maximum risk potential. As a carry, we want to push the lane, but you don't have to like literally push the lane. By pushing the lane, we just mean like the creep should be moving forward. This creep wave, these two are supposed to fight. These are the next creep waves. So these two creep waves meet at equilibrium here, and everything in between is like what needs to be figured out, and we just killed every enemy creep. So this wave will push forward, which means the lane is pushing. So job is done. You no longer need to do any pushing. Now you just go back to farming. So now you come to this hard camp and then this small camp. That's kind of like the safest cycle, like farm this way. You're too scared to do that because you don't know where they are, then you come back here. One of these. You're Sniper, so you can even do like Ancients. It's a little slow for you, but like you can outrange them. That is what will keep you super safe. There are times you can push up, and then there are times you will be killed for pushing up. For example, this game, which is where... actually, up to here was fine. You even left. But then you came back. But, like, why? You don't need this creep wave. Beastmaster... If Beastmaster sits here and balances this wave, he's losing money. Because it's better to shove the wave and go jungle. That's actually the same approach you should be having right now. This is 150 gold. This is 100. This is 60 gold. So you could just farm this stuff. This is the Ancient Cam. This is like the Bogless, you know, like there's more money in the other stuff than there is in the lane. Now I know Sniper's not like the fastest jungler in the world, but like you can do it if there is some amount of risk of like coming to the lane, which there is risk coming into the lane, you know? So Once the lane is shoving, you just go jungle and wait for the lane to come back, and then you clear it under tower, and then you repeat. You don't actually have to come up here. You don't have to hit this tower at all. You just need the lane to not be killing your tower, and you just like push it out, and then that's it. Then you go to the jungle or back here, and you like cycle this way, and then return to the lane if you need to. But if it's ever too dangerous, just don't do it. Just jungle. All right, back to the Ogre cam. You got to get a magic stick. I mean, at this point, it's kind of tempting to say for a Midas, but you should be buying the small items, like the magic sticks and stuff. You're a very mana-dependent hero. So random spell casts will just, like, chew through your mana. There's, like, no way you kill this Earthshaker. So we're just kind of, like, spending mana. Then second, you're actually not supposed to see Earthshaker right now. Behind this tree, you shouldn't see Earthshaker. Oracle's here, Queen, Sniper, Creeps are here. This guy's in Fog of War, except for your Observer. So when you launch a Ignite like this, if this guy's smart, he should know there's an Observer in this area that sees him. Oh, he is seen. Run. Run! Body block for him. Get in here. Save your little sniper. There's a couple times you just run and you leave him behind. You gotta get in there for him. You're gonna die for him. This was a little dangerous, by the way. Like, when Oracle died, you guys should just leave. You don't even need to kill the Earthshaker. You just gotta leave. I would like to point out how your sniper... Now, admittedly, you have a off-lane Wraith King, which is also a very greedy off-laner. And in a sense, it's actually paying off that he is farming alone. But a lot of times, for the last, like, 5 minutes, notice, like, we've always been with Sniper. So he is, like, constantly splitting stuff with us, sometimes being killed because so many heroes are here. Compare that to Luna. She's 0, 2, and 0. She has no kills. But she is the same level as a sniper because she is being left alone and farming. We haven't exactly seen what her farming pattern was. And Sniper has gotten enough kills that it is kind of paying off. You got a 700 gold lead over Luna. But one, Luna can actually be farming better than this. And then two, if any of these go worse for Sniper, he's going to be behind. So usually off of a winning lane, it's safer to let your carry farm up. If they're really slow farmers, it can be kind of okay to focus a bit more on kills. And Sniper kind of fits that category of like, I'm not that fast of a farmer till Maelstrom. Though you do have Shrapnel, but you have Scattershot Shrapnel. So this one's really bad for jungling, which is why Ghillie Suit is usually better for carry Sniper. It's not just because you hide while auto-attacking. It's because the other Shrapnel, this one's easier for getting kills. The other one is much better for farming stacks. And so you can like stack things and then like shrapnel in between, and it lasts so long and slows them that gives you the farming speed to get to like your Maelstrom faster. Notice how right before the smoke happened, I saw you pushing up. So again, thinking about like, have I pushed my lane? You do not need to kill these creeps. You should just be like farming back here. That'll free your supports who should be leaving you alone. For a lot of carries, this is all you do. You just like jungle this area, push out the lane. Jungle, farm back, it respawn, push it out. This way, push it out. There's a whole bunch of different farming patterns depending on like what exactly happens. But you guys don't need to do this stuff. Like, you don't need to kill Skywrath. You don't need to be push this lane. Because after you kill this Skywrath and you push in this tower, where will you go to farm next? Will you go farm like up here? Probably not. It's probably pretty scary for you. So then you're gonna walk backwards. Except like these aren't up. Now, the timing kind of works out because actually it's like 14, so they are going to respawn off of this. So if you think you can do it safely, go for it.
but you will open yourself up to the risk of heroes rotating in, and gonna make it out this time. Gonna bring more heroes though. Yo, what's Luna up to? Let's go see what Luna's up to. How is she not farming faster? I haven't seen her in like 5 minutes. I see. All right, right here, Luna has the information in a very similar way of like, ooh, should I go do this? Is that safe? Luna actually sees like all of you. The only one missing is Queen of Pain, but Luna won't be solo killed. So she can keep walking forward. If anything, she should at least go this way, farm Boglets, and then like, okay, I see Queen of Pain. I don't, I'm still scared. Ancients, at some point, like pop out. Now I see Queen of Pain, so because I'm farming Boglets here, I can now immediately come back into the lane. Rather than over here, now I gotta like sprint over this way. Midas? Is that what's on the way? Nice. Is it good? But is it nice? Yeah. All right. I think we've kind of like repeated the point about that we should have left at this point. We might be good to go. Once this guy has Radiance, you should definitely play around him. You're currently just absorbing Sniper's XP. You want to be here helping Wraithkin get kills. Actually, Wraithkin doesn't even want to be here getting kills. He wants to be finishing his Radiance. Stop doing this kind of shit. Go farm. And then you want to be with him getting kills. Like, even though Luna had a rough start, she is not falling behind because you guys aren't doing anything to her. You've been leaving her alone this entire time. And Sniper's not really pulling ahead, right? For as much as like, oh, we're helping him, we're getting fights and all that, he's not pulling ahead of Luna because he's not farming that well. Like, the kills are balancing out compared to her free farming. Thank you, Oracle. Okay, let's get a new match ID in here. I'm not sure how many more we'll do. We weren't that great about sticking to time today, but oh well. God, it's Luna. This game, okay, Midas is funny, so I'm kind of open to it. To give some real advice though, usually Arcane into one item, then into Midas will be a little bit better. Because Ogre is a strong early game hero, you want to kind of keep the momentum going. And then, when you wrap back around for the Midas, you get it around... so for example, this is a Solar Crest. Notice your gold is actually pretty close to finishing the Midas as you hit level 12. 12 bumps you up to the 3 times multicast, which then recovers the cost of the Midas a lot faster. Whereas right now, when you go Midas first, you don't really have a new tool to work with. You have like the same skill set. And sometimes that's okay. Like if you have an influx of money, it's okay. And this is like all you need. But also why you can get something like Solar Crest, Force Staff, Glimmer, whatever, and then go back for the Midas and like have a little bit more upfront power. Like all these fights that have been happening, like Sniper has Solar Crest on him, or you Force Staff him out of like Skywrath ult, stuff like that. I would probably do that. I'd probably do like Arcane Force Staff this game. Or Arcane Solar is okay, except a lot of the damage is magic, so I kind of like the Force Staff. smoked. As soon as you see a sentry appear out of nowhere like this, there are... It turns out it's only Skywrath that's smoked, but you should actually assume the entire team is smoked here, and this should be like panic mode. Everyone should retreat instantly into a better position. Wraith King is dead. So if you wait long enough, he can maybe TP into the fight. Does he want to without reincarnation? Maybe not. But you should panic here. We seem to still be farming. I can't help but notice we actually walk towards the smoke. All right, let me see what you guys are submitting. What does your stream session schedule look like for the holidays? Hey, we go hard. I mean, you were here earlier, actually. I think it's at high. I think for Thanksgiving, I probably won't even do anything. I probably will bring my laptop, so maybe we could do like a variety stream or something. But I don't think I'm going home for Christmas, which is like the first time ever in like however long, like 30 years or something. This is the first Christmas I think our family is going to be like split apart for various reasons. It's fine. But because of that, I think I'm just going to like spend time with my family this Thanksgiving. And then we'll probably have more content throughout the Christmas because I'm not going back this time. Not fully set in stone. Like maybe there'll be something, but that's kind of roughly what I think. I'm gonna pick another one in a second. I'm gonna wash my hands first because I still have all this pretzel on me. Okay, I'm back. Oh no, the family board games. We actually do like to play board games. It's true. How'd he know? He's in the house. He's watching. What's our range of ranks we cover today? I swear I listen when you talk sometimes. If we do a variety stream, I think that's what I would do. Or swap it around. If we do stream over the holidays, it would probably be variety. Or it's a replay analysis stream. I don't really like playing Dota on my laptop. I feel really weird. Which is funny because I started playing games on a laptop. So that's like how it was. But now I'm so used to having a setup. I'm like spoiled, you know, like have a PC, have like the desk a certain way, certain height, certain chair. I would not be a good pro player in Dota because like I would go to a tournament and be like, oh, my chair is too high. Oh, this screen's too small. I'd have to get used to it. I would probably intentionally practice. I would like swap out chairs and stuff if I had to do that to get used to playing at like a different setup every time. But I'm not a pro player, so I don't need to do that. So now I feel really weird when I have to play like on a laptop and stuff. So I would probably do some kind of variety game, or we do the replay analyses where it doesn't matter that I feel like, you know, a little awkward, whatever, because who cares? We're gonna go play a game. Good luck. You got it. Go kill people with Ogre with your fine-tuned knowledge. Oh, I forgot Quap was in your stream. Could have given her some advice. Oops. Okay, I'm going to start with this one because this is a very direct question, which means it's kind of
We can pop in, answer it, pop out. Also, it's one of the ranks we didn't cover today, which is kind of not like I have to cover every rank every day. It's not like, oh, Crusader, that's totally different from Guardian or Archon. But I don't know. I kind of like filling it out. Okay, this one you said there is a fight at 47 minutes, Roshan fight that eventually lost the game. So was it a bad fight, bad decision? Very end of the game, literally lost the game. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? We are currently behind a little bit. This is not that much at this stage of the game. Mid is down, top. Mid, okay, so pretty close game, all things considered. Net worth, looks like they have one guy popping off in particular, and the rest is a little bit more balanced. Okay, okay. You probably, I know I usually say like supports don't walk up and like blah, blah, blah. You actually have a lot of damage because of like this stuff, you know? And 3 of them were dead. So you probably could have walked up here and auto attacked. Especially because Gyro support is not really like, you do have some kind of defensive items, but you're not really a save support. In a way, you're actually more of a, there's like 2 preferable versions of Gyro, which is like your damage Gyro, or you are very tanky in your face Gyro. And if they ignore you, you do a bunch of damage with Rocket Barrage. So then they have to try to kill you, but then you have like Glimmer, Force Death, Solar Crest, and you're like actually surprisingly tanky. You're doing a little bit more of a utility / tanky Gyrocopter because you're like trying to enable Drow. But I would also say being up here and being the one in front of Drow is also an okay way to play. Right, because she's gonna feel like, oh, I gotta like, how do I get past a Gyrocopter who's like spamming flat cannon? You know, I can't get to the Drow, so I'll dual support Gyrocopter, and then who cares? But I think you could have been here helping to like take this a little faster. Okay, then we stick around a bit too long because we've already finished the barracks. We don't have to fight in their base. We don't actually lose anyone. Okay, we should just full disengage here. They are respawning. We use some abilities. Should get out. And Roshan is up. Kunkka left. No BKB. No Dawnbreaker ult. So yeah, I'm not feeling great about this, especially as I see them respawn and I see them coming out. They roar. Right, they're like clearly on the way. So you guys should just back out and stall this for 26, 40. Yeah, it looks like, okay, 40 seconds is the longest you have to stall this. So you all back out right now to your high ground, set up some like defensive vision, supports, play Smoke Breaker. Ancient Apparition needs to be in the back because of his ult, so it has to be you. You are the support Smoke Breaker. Save your buyback. You tank the stuff. You let the core stay super far back. And you're just waiting for these guys to have their stuff, the Dawnbreaker in particular. So this is the downside. If Roche was full health and they came in like this, waiting 40 seconds, super easy, right? Just throw in some spells, dilly-dally, it'll be gone in no time. You've actually lowered it enough where like 10 seconds is enough to kill it. So it's become actually a little harder because you guys keep going for this. And I think it would be better to just have backed out and waited for your abilities to be up and then go for it, because you actually even took bottom and mid. So like over time, this stuff will push in and force someone to come home to deal with it. And then that's when you know you'll have an advantage to like do this stuff.
Oh man. Is there some kind of an item that will prevent double fears from this ultimate? It's just on the floor too. Oh my god. Oh, painful. I announced that they were gathering mid, but the Dawnbreaker said to keep taking it for Drow. It's good to shot call, guys. It's important to give some kind of direction to the team to the best of your ability, and sometimes you direct your team to their graves, but that's okay. That's how you learn to shot call better. So hopefully Dawnbreaker reflects on that one, realizes that was not the time to fight. I also didn't click through you guys. I didn't know you guys didn't have buyback. So like, you really don't need to take that risk whatsoever. I guess you guys bought back shortly before we jumped here. You guys should absolutely just be like full defensive, waiting for abilities to come up, and then you can do that. Is there a quick way to communicate that in pub? Guys, we're about to lose. Everybody back out. Ah! Something like that, I think will probably get through to your team pretty easily. You can also draw the line, like they're coming to kill us. Back out. Just wait. The clear thing is to like give a direction to your team of like what you're waiting for. Not just like back out, we're giving up Roche. We're giving up Roche, you're stupid. You know, it's like, no, like wait for Drow BKB and then we can do this and they can't beat us. You know, you have to like paint the path to victory as quickly as you can, you know? So that's probably what I would throw out. Do you do live coaching? Not usually on stream. It's just tough to know what we're getting into. I would only do it with like people I know. One, for the content element. Like we did it with Sir Action Slacks a couple months ago. Cause like kind of know what we're, I guess with Slacks you don't fully know what you're getting to, but like I know like what's gonna happen. Technically, I mean, we can always just leave at any point, you know, if like game's toxic, whatever. If it ends up being grief, you know, we could get out of that. It might be something we could do, but I also think it's like harder than necessary to orchestrate. Okay. We were taking objectives together, so it feels bad to lose. Hey, sometimes that's how it goes. Let it be a lesson we all must learn, right? You can always, the two most common places to throw, high ground and Roshan. So the utmost care must be had around those two objectives. Don't worry. Typos are no problem at all. Cooking, multitasking. What you making? I gotta make tacos later. Actually, I already cut everything up, so I just need to make the ground beef for it. We are continuing our taco trends. Do replay analysis of your own game 10 years ago. I don't think I could download any or have them. Otherwise, that would be kind of funny to look back, one, at the old maps, but to just see how bad I was. What are your thoughts on recalibration button? As far as I know, the only thing recalibration does is it multiplies the MMR of every match you play. So if you, but not like, it's not like, oh, 10 wins, just like a million MMR. But it's something along that lines. So it just like drops you faster if you lose games or climbs if you win games. However, none of us really know how recalibrate works because Valve hasn't really shared it. To me, it doesn't matter. I think there's no real point in recalibrating depending on your mentality. I think the only reason to use recalibrate is that you have taken a really long break and you're going to be really bad at Dota, so you don't want to risk like how many games do I have to lose to like drop.
But I think we have MMR decay now, so that it shouldn't even be that big of an issue. As far as like, oh, I don't think I'm at my true MMR, so should I recalibrate? It really doesn't matter. Over the course of enough games, you will get to whatever your true MMR is, whether that's higher or lower. It might take a while, but it's just the sample size of enough games. You will get where you're supposed to be. So if that's up or down, it doesn't matter. Like however you feel, like I think I should be higher, I think I should be lower. You will just end up there with enough time. I think I'm ancient, so I want to recalibrate up to ancient instead of having to grind my way up from legend, whatever, right? Okay, sure, you can give it a go. If you get there, sure. Maybe you stay, maybe you drop. If you are actually ancient and you are in legend, maybe you could recalibrate, skip there. You could also just focus on playing well, and you will gain the MMR to get to ancient. None of us are like, hey, if you don't make the next bracket by tomorrow, you die. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, just take time, you know? None of us are in such a rush. So in my opinion, like whatever your goal is, you just play, do your best, or you play and goof off, like whatever. Over enough times, you get to where you're supposed to be. So personally, I don't see any need for recalibrate besides the like, I think I've actually tanked. I've broken my hand and I'm not going to play one-handed, you know? So like, I'm going to recalibrate so I can drop down 2 brackets and like play there. Like, sure, I guess. Why not? How do I request a coaching thingy and is it free? It is free. As long as no one has paid, I will. Javi, I think. Thank you for the Prime sub. I did the same thing last time where I wasn't sure if I should do Javi or Javi. It is mostly free. I just like pick from the chat randomly. I pop this up. If you want to share your match ID from the last week, who you're playing, specific questions, stuff like that, I just grab them from the chat at random. But I will do it guaranteed for a donation of like $5, bits, whatever the amount comes out to be. Honestly, pretty lax about it. Sometimes the conversions don't end up in the right amount. I still do it. I don't care. It's the thought that counts, guys. Thank you for supporting the stream. So those are the guaranteed ones, and I do those first in order. And then when we don't have any, then we do the free ones. But we do this like every Monday, Wednesday when I stream. Outside of like if I'm not streaming. So even if you can't get one like today, it'll probably happen eventually. Okay. Off-lane Venomancer. You're trying it out. Okay. You suck level 1. Let's pull that to heart. Venomancer is very weak. With all these starting stats, you're at 670. You're a very slow hero when the smoke breaks. So life as Venomancer in the early game is a very weak noodle. You really just need to like get through the early lanes, first few levels, and then you're good to go. With that said, if you have a strong melee pairing especially, you can be a little bit more aggressive, but otherwise you do have to be like very careful. Over time, your damage scaling ramps up really quickly. Like 2 points in Poison Sting is nuts. So you just kind of need to get to that point. So to me, the early game is very much characterized by like careful pulling back the lane, unless you have a strong melee hero. Which Pudge, not quite that hero, but maybe. All right, we aggro back. We whack in the Abaddon. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, throw these auto attacks in. Oh, it actually just kind of occurred to me that you started with the passive. I guess it's okay for core. I kind of flip-flop on this. It's been a while since I played offlane Venomancer. I kind of think Q is usually safer. But you are playing versus Abaddon, who has the shield, so maybe you adjusted for this and you decided to go for the passive. I think that's fine. Otherwise, I would usually say Q is actually still stronger for just like the potential it brings, the power of the slow, which doesn't matter versus Abaddon, so yeah. Oh, you got it. Nice. Pudge players, if you want to be useful, like, help with this stuff. Like, you don't actually want to fight right now if you were, like, the Pudge, right? Like, there's a bunch of creeps coming in. Venomancer wants to deal with it. So if you're, like, posturing for a hook, you're just going to bait Venomancer to, like, leave favorable equilibrium. So you're either, like, stopping pulls and, like, jungling the big camp with your hook, or you should, like, help control creep equilibrium. So Venomancer can focus on denies, or sorry, last hits, or, like, harassing with Poison Sting. And this is where, like, if you had the Q, if he uses shield first and you Q'd him, he's probably dead. I haven't checked the most recent Veno off builds, but my gut feeling is that 1-2-0 is probably the way to go. And then you're just careful with when you use it. If you do have this, though, you might as well place it at, like, locations to scout. Let's say you didn't know where Lich was. You could put it here. Like, it's out of the lane, so it won't mess you up, but it'll also scout. And it might get killed, but it'll give you information that Lich is coming around. Another spot could be, like, over here, right? That way, as you're, like, laning, you're not going to get surprised by, like, someone wrapping around. The Plague Ward will get fed, but, like, it's no big deal. It's just there for the vision, since we are taking it. Is that blocking the camp? I think so. Maybe it's not. I think it would be okay to block the camp because you don't want them to have it. I think you did? Yeah, this one blocked it in the end. All right. Pretty sure you can connect this over. Because you can, like, set up the Plague Wards to fight and clear this all. I would drag this over, start placing a bunch of Plague... Since you took it, you know? I would drag it over, place it, and have the Plague Wards help you clear all this stuff out. Because by doing this, we're just giving up, like... I think one creep got denied by this pull, but now Abaddon is here. And I think he was close enough for when that creep died. So he hasn't lost any XP. He's going to get most of the last hits, potentially. And then he's actually here for any creeps that are dying as well. So he's catching up and passing you in terms of, like, I get this creep wave, you get this creep wave. He's getting more than you when you fall this far back. So I'm pretty sure you should come here and, like, fight over this with him. Now, if you do manage to drag this creep wave back here and then, like, deny stuff, like, sure, it might then balance out again, but it's going to have to tank a bunch of tower shots. So I don't think you're going to be able to even deny that much. Maybe one creep. Oh, that was a nice try from Abaddon. I like that. Trick the shield pop on the creep to get you. This is where the Q will help you a lot. I think 1 point is worth it. 1 point in Plague Wards is enough to expedite your farm. They can be cleared out, but, like... I think the idea of offlane Venomancer is that your levels of Poison Sting win you the lane, and then these help you farm faster. It's not that these have to survive and help you win the lane.
you're hopefully doing that with Poison Sting and your Q. So like 1 point is enough. And even into like the Shield of Abaddon and like Dispel and stuff, like you can still see where there are times he is forced to use it, and then you can do it after. Played your first ever Dota game today. Welcome. Feeling completely lost, but we won. Nice. Now I have an itch to play even more. Hell yeah. I don't know if you know about it, but there's an arcade game mode called Overthrow. I admit I haven't played in a little bit, but if you are feeling a little intimidated as you get into Dota, the game mode has some things that are different because they like do some balancing, but it's essentially non-stop team fighting, which can be a great way to learn like getting used to camera movements, button pressings, get a rough idea of what different heroes do. Again, keeping in mind that it's an arcade game, so they do some like rebalancing a little bit. I think that can be a fun way to like get into the game. If you just like the regular version though, totally fine. Welcome. Hope you enjoy it. Hey, Tsunami, how's it going? Welcome everybody. We're doing replay reviews today. If you guys want, we're probably closing in on the end of this one. If you want to join, I will just need a match ID from the last week, who you're playing, any questions you got. Though I don't know. Tsunami doesn't actually play much Dota on his stream. So I actually don't know if the Tsunami viewers, although he is a Dota host, maybe the viewers also don't watch and play that much Dota. I don't know. I don't think we have a cowboy this time, though. Last time we had an Ursa to continue the cowboy trend when we had the raid. At this point, you're doing pretty well. If you can, I'm a big fan of setting up Plague Wards in this area as the offlane, especially because you like max it out, which I don't think I would. I think I would still max Poison Sting as offlane Veno, by the way. But set up a bunch of Plague Wards here, so like anyone popping out will just immediately face tank like 5 Plague Wards. But then you can easily pull in the either camp, and then you can also drag creep waves from here back here to be killed by the Plague Wards. And then you can shove in a bunch of waves to the tower to then dive with or like chip the tower. Plague Wards are free food IMO before it's level 4. They are, but they're also not. Like the thing is, the scaling on Poison Sting is so good, it is difficult for them to walk. Like, if you, at the start of the game, you are also there, and you shouldn't just be, like, placing Plague Wards randomly for them to, like, easily free farm. They should be a little further back to start. And they just need the, like, they already have piercing damage, plus they apply your Poison Sting to help you farm faster. All the health. All right, we got him. I know this is kind of like a single sample size, but you can kind of see in like these moments, the health of the Plague Ward didn't matter. Even if Lich now farms up some of these, like the key fight would have been determined by now before the Plague Wards can be fed. And in theory, if we're winning fast enough, because you know, we have them low from like Poison Sting harass. I was about to say, are you about to get echoed? I hope this guy's got Static Storm. I think when you're smart about which fights you take, then you, like, the lower level Plague Wards is fine. I think support Veno is more likely to, like, max out on Plague Wards as well. Because, like, here's the thing. You're core Veno. So you should be leveling up faster, which means the insane scaling on Poison Sting comes online even faster than support Veno. And you're winning your lane off of that. And then you, like, wrap back around to Plague Ward. I feel support Veno has a harder time doing that because you naturally get less gold and XP. So you're more likely to have to directly go to Plague Wards to have it in time to be useful for these early fights. I don't think Veno is much of a smoke ganker. I mean, you can kind of do it every now and then. I think mostly you just like shove lanes and set up Plague Wards to jungle. So for example, like right here, do both. Or like right here, do both. And you just like push up to towers. Time is at 6:12. Okay. I'm gonna keep moving to try to get to a couple more people before we stop. Okay. This game, you said you struggled a bit, got owned by a Wind Ranger safe lane. Let's see, where should we check? So you did have a good start. That looks good. Still good up to there, but then maybe couldn't close out the game. I mean, you're pretty rich, and then say you got owned, but I mean, it looks like it's a pretty close game till the end, and only... It looks like there were some final fights here that like really went the other way. Battle Fury Manta. Butterfly, Ags, Blink. We need an MKB in here, my friend. I think I found your problem. We need an MKB to deal with the Wind Ranger. So probably around here as you... Honestly, like... if this is a carry Wind Ranger after Manta, instead of... It is a pretty good butterfly game because of like these three, so I'm kind of open to it. At the same time, let's say we do butterfly and it's like, oh, well, I also want the Ags and I want the blink. Then we're like, okay, well, I really need this MKB to get to the Wind Ranger carry, and then it's coming at like this far into the game. Now I can deal with the carry. A little too far. So I think this butterfly might need to be the MKB right there. MKB into Ags, into Blink, blah, blah, blah. Maybe you can do butterfly, Ags, MKB, and then the Blink. At the same time, we got to get to the sniper, so I am open to the Blink. It kind of feels like this butterfly needs the MKB. Even if it's not, when you get here, definitely MKB after. You go for Swift Blink, but we have to have this. Like, without the True Strike... we cannot reliably deal with her, or if anyone else picks up any form of evasion. So I think that's probably some of your problem with struggling to deal with her. Wraith King did the MKB. Yes, you might still need another one. But also, I don't think I would want him to get the MKB, but I mean, maybe, I guess if he did. You are better for it, though. Because of, like, Omni Slash and stuff. It's actually much easier for you to stick to the Wind Ranger than him. I kind of wish he did a different item. Well, let's see. Because... it seems like it's not a problem, potentially. I guess we'll like see the games, but looking at this, it looks like it wasn't that much of a problem, and multiple times you guys pulled like some lead. So maybe we go jump to those. Because if you kill everyone else, it is fine, you know? Let's just like jump in. Oh, wait, I think we had Roche. Okay, 2 minutes of Roche left. The butterfly. And then it looks like you're just about to finish Ags. Okay, so let's finish the Ags, and then we can push with the last 2 minutes of Aegis, some of these tier 2s, which are all still up. Team didn't listen to my calls. That'll definitely happen. But we can... There will be... they don't have to listen to every call, you know? You just like keep calling out things you think are good and hope that some of them happen. Okay, so I see you just like running beyond farm. If you didn't see the Smurf video, you were actually in a very good position to send the mantas down and then jungle down here. And then the minute would change, you would farm it again and then run back up, farm this. Then you come here, farm this, come here, farm this, it respawns, and then you like go back out, repeat. But you see how you kind of like manta'd and then just like ran past this stuff, which is available, back into your own triangle that you already farmed earlier. And now you're going to clear it. Oh, maybe we're not going to clear it. Maybe we're going to need to fight. But like, if we were clearing it, then we just have to like leave again to get to farm. So if you can stay here, it would be good. They were missing, so it's scary. But that's why I think sending the Manta down the lane and you jungle over here, which is a lot less common, I think that would have been good. You might have been meeting your courier for the Ags, but you can also just have the courier go a little further. We are fighting. We get the Rubik. Okay. Let's keep going. Because it's 5v4. None of you are pushing, though. Alright, so some mistakes are happening from your team committing here, and you can see, like, you just killed the tower. If your team just waited, that'd be a little better. How's this game been going up to this point? Oops. Should we be Omni-slashing Dragonite right off the bat instead of just attacking and swift slashing? Maybe it's okay. I'm a little torn on this because, I mean, it's a good kill, but you can see, like, you actually have a lot of teammates nearby. So I kind of feel like if you just swift slash and attack, even without Omni Slash, I think you can kill this Dragonite. Plus, you had Aegis, so, like, if he accidentally does a bunch of damage to you, you're going to heal anyways. I think maybe you can do that without the Omni Slash. Either way, we, like, got the tier 2 and a decent kill, though we lost Monkey King. So now we back out again, resume farming. Your team has no vision, which is more supports, but you can buy... it looks like you're having to. You can buy some wards yourself and place them. We don't all need to be pushing this and farming together. We should split up a little bit. This is kind of scary. All right, they just let us do this. Then we TP out. Does this guy have blink? He does. I don't know if you had to spin TP out, but at the same time, I was scared the whole time. At the same time, we still did it, so if you're willing to do it, I feel like you should also be willing to stay and farm this part of the map until you actually see them kick you out. Otherwise, if you were scared, I don't think you should have even pushed that tower. I'm kind of conflicted on that. That's kind of scary. Oh, actual Tormentor play? Okay, I'm up for it. Whack, 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 whack. I see. Yeah, this is where things are a little tricky. That one's a bit unfortunate. At the same time, like, we should also recognize, like, she will kill someone because she has the Ags. So the way you need to play now is, like, I don't want to carry detection because I'm pretty slotted. So I need to be near existing sentries or near teammates that have dust. I don't see any heroes. Okay, Lich literally just throwed, but then you blinked into the creep wave. You should walk into creeps so you can blink out. I'm going to cover a couple of different things here. Walk into creep wave so you can blink out, as opposed to blinking in and then someone shows and then we're in trouble. Uh-oh. Monkey King has the detection here. So you need to run towards Monkey King, towards the sentry so that they can dust, and then you can Omni Slash the Wind Ranger. But you actually, like, panic run away. But here, he actually still catches her with the edge of the dust. And so then here's where you have to Omni Slash. Except you're spinning because you, like, spin panicked first. But I think with Monkey King nearby, you probably... you should have held that spin. Going forward, though, we still just need to keep that in mind. Like, stick near teammates, because that sucks, you know, like Wind Ranger doing that to me. She got the MKB, yeah. Not sure. I need to eat the Ags. Kind of want a Nullifier. Kind of need an MKB. I guess at this point it doesn't matter though, right? Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to be with the team. You should run to your team right there. Okay. So technically, they probably shouldn't fight without you. But this is a pub game. There's a high chance they're going to fight without you. I don't really mind coming here, clear this. And then I think you have to Manta, send the creeps down, send them down, and then just like run straight down the fastest path to your team. Because there's no guarantee they aren't going to do what they're currently doing, which is to get involved in a big fight without you. And without you, this is not an amazing fight to be taking. I guess it wouldn't have mattered in the end, though. You wouldn't have made it. No, we have to leave. Leave. Jungle this stuff. Okay, we're waiting for everyone to be up here. We do have the MKB queued up. Okay, 1, 3. You can solo... Okay, Wind Ranger's a problem. You can still solo kill the others. Ah, he's carrying dust. We really may need to, like, eat this and carry... Eat this, carry dust, wait for this. I don't know. See, we're in such a... I think it's got to be the butterfly. We have to remove the butterfly. But, like, Wind Ranger we may struggle with, but, like, Sniper's no problem with detection. And actually, I guess with detection, like we can also kind of deal with Wind Ranger, except for the MKB thing. I feel like you ran back to farm even though your team is in like a really high pressure situation there. Yeah, definitely like stick around for that. If you don't have detection, you can't get this guy. So you should have stayed here to get Roche. But also you have enough time to like, I think you just do Roche there personally and then look for stuff. Some teams will ignore it and then go for this, which I wouldn't love, but like you could have done that. But if you TP top, you can't kill Sniper. And you might say like, well, I protected the tier 2, but like, wouldn't you rather have the tier 3 compared to protecting this tier 2? Like, what if you both lost towers? Isn't that preferable for you? So you shouldn't go back to defend unless you're confident you can easily kill the guy, and then still have time to push back down. Otherwise, stuff like this will happen. They'll try to push without you, and then someone will die. When did you blink? Okay, you blinked just to get closer from here to here, and then you missed a kill opportunity because of that. So this is where you should be careful with the blink. In these kind of late game situations, you want blink to be used rarely just to travel distance. You only use it to travel distance when you're like really confident nothing is going to happen. So like I'm running from fountain to here or from here to fountain, you know, I'm like running over here between camps and I like have vision. You actually don't know where anybody is. So you may need to use blink defensively or aggressively. So then the question is like, what am I blinking over here for? I don't know, to get to creeps faster? That's not really worth it, you know? So if you actually saved it while playing aggressively on the enemy's half of the map, if you had enough vision, you could now blink and then swift flash this Rubik to kill him. Except that he has Yules and that the whole team is missing, so you probably wouldn't do it anyways. But it could be something you try for. Instead, you don't have it, so you end up just like running at him, and it's really awkward, right? Hilarious. Not sure you should be spinning there anyways. And we should also, so this is why like we shouldn't have gone for the Rubik. The whole team was missing near their high ground. And we don't have Monkey King. So this one is a decision of like who to fight for, of like when to fight. Build we've already talked about, of like we're really struggling because like we just cannot Omni Slasher without this MKB. Okay, I think we will do, I'm gonna do one more and then I'm gonna stop. True, with the blink, he might be able to backpack treads to carry like the dust and the MKB, like one of those to do this, to deal with this stuff. Like you could do blink, backpack dust, carry, eventually consume this MKB if we're thinking about dealing, like we already have this butterfly, and then like play the map, and when you see Sniper on his own like this, you swap these out so that you can blink, dust, ult him. All right, we should be strong 5v4. So like farming is done, go do things. Like as a team, just run down. He's dead 88 seconds. If you all run down like this, you will be here with 50 seconds left and you will do building damage. I will leave it up as I see what people are posting to see if you guys do that. It doesn't look like you are. Oh no, Wraith King died. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I like saw on the side of my eye, I think you did a lot of farming, which now we can see in hindsight, like what did that farming amount to? Did it change that much? Not really. So the important thing about late game Dota is that you need an opportunity to take high ground and like win the game, right? And facing it 5-on-5 is usually quite tough. So you're usually looking for some kind of kill to give you the numbers advantage, 5 versus 4. Even with Aegis, you would still like to find a kill first to make it like 6 versus 4, stuff like that. You guys had it in the sniper, and it looks like you guys ended up not doing anything. Like you ended up jungling, they kind of scattered, they end up pushing without the full team, and now like Wraith King's dead. So now it's different. Like they should now come push you guys 5 versus 4. Now you guys are like, yeah, let's fight. Now that we're down one hero, let's do it. It's kind of, you know, it's like, it's so backwards. Oh, we got the Wind Ranger. Unfortunately, everyone else is dead. So whatever the opportunity may be, you do need to try to like, when big kills happen, unless you're super close to like some major item that you're like, this will solve X issue, you should probably just like run to the nearest objective as a team. Like the time to like play the map and grow a lead is around 30 to 40 minutes. It starts to end. Like the game will just be done if you have enough time to hit buildings. So now you just need enough time to hit buildings. And you rarely, I won't say rarely, but like, jungling doesn't change that. You're like, I already kill the buildings given 30 seconds. So like, I don't need more money to kill buildings. I need more money to kill heroes. But if I have killed heroes, then I don't need to get more money to keep killing heroes. I need more money. I don't need more money. I should go kill the buildings, like if I can do so. And that's like how you actually close out a game. Gordian. Okay, let's do this one, and then I'm pretty sure we're gonna stop after this. Sorry if you were hoping to get one and we didn't get to you. But we will do this. We do this most Mondays and Wednesdays. Yeah, so next Wednesday we will be here, and then yeah, I'm here on Wednesday. So we will be doing these next week. The week after that, I don't think I'll be available because Thanksgiving stuff. But I'll say that next week. Okay, this game, no problem, guy. Happy to help. This game, we won our lane, but couldn't find a way to make plays. In the mid game, enemy Viper was very ahead and tanky. I've been losing to Viper a lot lately. I was the only one doing building damage. How can I do better this game? Okay, we're Shadow Shaman? You are relatively rich as a support. Viper is doing very well. Blink Yule's Refresher. It's kind of an okay Yule's game, but Yule's is a little funny on Shadow Shaman. And it's not one you usually see, because you often have to be like shackling, so then when the time to Yule's is up, like you're in the middle of shackles, you have to cancel your own ability to use the active item. That's why the active items he buys tend to be like, you use them ahead of time, like the blink or the glimmers, or like you force to have in or out. They're like done ahead of time rather than the Yule's. Which you don't need like the initiation element of the Yule's because you have the Hex. So it feels a little awkward. I'm just gonna jump to like somewhere in. You said you had trouble making plays. I guess we can start running. I'm trying to decide if I should do it before you get the blink or after you get the blink. Yule's is great to surround somebody. I mean, that could be true for other heroes, but Shadow Shaman has a 2.9 second Hex and a 4.2 second Shackle. So, like, if you need an extra, like, 3 seconds to close the distance, that means, like, Shadow Shaman's initiating way too early or way too ahead of his team. Other heroes might need that, but Shadow Shaman should not be one. Like him and Bane, these like really long-range crowd control heroes, they should just be choosing to go in at a better time. That even then, like they could use some of the crowd control time for the team to surround. It's rare that you would also need the Yules to buy enough time. It's usually better to improve your ability to like blink, hex, shackle, stuff like that, rather than like get the Yules. I'm gonna play Shaman a lot. I was farming monster parts. Nice. You meant the wards round. Oh, I gotcha. It's true. It does help, but you don't. Once you get the hang of it, you don't need it too much. Because like usually you blink hex someone, you drop the wards, and then you shackle them. So usually you can do that to get the trap. And I would say like something like Aether Lens will give you more cast range to make it easier to like ward surround someone, and it fits a little better. It lets you like hex and shackle further away. This one is worth dropping the ult for, by the way. For Shadow Shaman, you mentioned you don't usually play him. You were doing the Monster Hunter stuff. So Shadow Shaman doesn't really need to. In the past, it was like, okay, try to just use your ult for towers. Still kind of true, but nowadays, if you use them for kills, it's a lot more, like, it's totally fine. So, especially if this is the guy that's doing well, and you kind of know, yeah, I mean, it looks like, you know, he's doing very well. So, he's pretty deep, like, just drop it. You know, it's so worth it to kill someone like him. Even if it's not, like, this extreme. Killing Troll, killing Primal Beast, any of these heroes, if you can get the kill with your ultimate, it's pretty worth it. So, you would Hex, drop the ult, and then Shackle. If someone else is doing it, you know, that's fine. Ult first. Doesn't really matter. Little thing. Crimson Guard does not work against the wards. Oh, Smoke sit behind Tiny. That could work. You were also pretty close to Blink, so if you just finish farming the Blink, for example, right? If you just finish farming the Blink, you can then have a better chance of success on these plays. So you could probably just jungle there to get the Blink and then do this smoke. Dude, your team loves running into this Viper. You guys either just gotta avoid the Viper or like actually go together and kill him. I keep seeing him killing one guy and then 3 heroes are there, but can't save the guy. Big Tack, thank you for the Prime sub. He snuck that one in. We're probably gonna end after this one. Snuck it in. I asked the team to come top there, but they just kept running at Viper. Okay, so at this point, we have 2 choices. We either okay, I go with the team. They're doing something I think is not great, but like they're not doing what I think is better. So I gotta do the suboptimal thing, but we do it as a group. So there's a better chance of that working. Or these guys are dumb. I'll do it myself. You gotta pick a one. In that case, we're going to split push top a lot, shove it in. We're going to play some deep wards for ourselves. We are going to get maybe solo kills on our own, or we're just going to keep farming towards, you know, your next items. Because you do have a solo win condition, which is the refresher. So that's why people like Shadow Shaman in pubs. And then deep ward. You see how we're like pretty far up off of Ursa coming with us, off of vision of the enemy. We need a deep ward somewhere in here. So for example, you retreated straight back, but if you had like hid behind the tree and come up here, you could place a deep ward in here to give you more safety. I would recommend either here, either somewhere up here to the left of the spawn box. And you never know if this watcher's captured, so you would like go around this way. Put it here, put it here, put it back here. Any of those spots are pretty good. Here's okay. Here's okay. Just teleport, Ursa. Well, that was too late. All right, so you left to start split pushing another lane. You can do this, that's fine. Another thing you can do, though, is they're chasing Ursa. They will not find you in this tree line, right? Especially if you place a deep ward somewhere to let you know where they are. You can just sit in this tree line, they start pushing past you, and then you pop back out, cut a wave, you're gone, right? You've just killed the push on your own. That's the kind of stuff you're going to start doing on your own if the team isn't really like doing things with you and you're trying to like solo split push more. Coming to this side is fine. It like also worked out, so it's not a huge deal. Viper keeps killing people down here, so de-warding and putting an observer somewhere to see Viper up here on his own, and then you can organize a play here. Could be good. We are going to leave, keep it in the dark, so going to continue to let Viper do his own thing. Okay, enemy heroes missing. Viper bottom, Jakiro mid. That's the last thing I saw. Here's where you want to be kind of careful. Okay, you do end up placing this one, but this one's pretty common. So you might lose this pretty quickly. It's fine, but over here might help you a little bit more for like Jakiro. Viper has been playing this area, so you like kind of want to see him around here. And it's less common, like observers around here are less common than up here. If you have to pick a side, I'm too scared to show, which I think is fine. Left side. Left side is less likely. People coming in from jungling will just stumble on you by accident. People rarely check this side, so stumble on this way. Yeah, hide. Oh, ooh. Yeah, be careful of watchers. Just assume they're captured and path around them. Need a deep ward somewhere to make this feel a little safer. Now, actually, as they make this play mid, though, you no longer have to hide yourself, right? Because, like, okay, the play is revealed. They're all mid. We got to do this now. So you got to shove it in, drop the ult. You can run in Ether Shock and then drop this ult. You might as well. And then we're up here. We got to place a deep ward somewhere. This is like the second time we're up pretty far, and there's no deep ward, which is why this is, like, getting so scary. And as part of, like, I don't know what plays to make, I don't see people, so I can't make plays. If you see them up here, then you know we can either go for this guy or, okay, this Viper is on his own because actually I see 3 heroes up here with my deep ward. But without any deep wards, you can kind of tell I don't really know what to do until I suddenly see them all together in front of my base, but like we're losing, so I don't feel good about that. I need to see them scattered earlier, and then I can maybe get something out of that. Three hours of straight customers. That's rough. I'm so bad at warding. Let that be the lesson then. A lot of times if you feel lost in the game, it's because you can't see enough. And it means some of your observers are probably in the wrong spot. Either because they're being killed, so you're using common spots that are too easy to deward, or you aren't getting enough spread vision. For example, you only have defensive vision, no deep wards. You need a mix to like really get enough information to know when you can make plays or not. And actually in the time since we've been like zooming through, I don't think I've seen a ward on their half of their map, right? Which is why I don't know that. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're actually totally scattered. Any of these is a great target to jump right now, but I don't know that because the lanes aren't pushed in and because I have no deep wards to see Primal Beast. And I go, okay, Primal Beast is there. What else do I see? And then I see Troll in the lane, right? So that gives me, okay, they are at least in 2 different points. We can go for the Troll, or we can try this guy and do it quickly before they can TP in and stuff like that, right? But without any form of deep wards, this is it. I'm just so scared. I am scared of everything until I finally see them in the lane somewhere. Yeah, see, like, you have this spot and this spot. Yeah, you're very likely to lose some of these. Let's see where they are now. Still kind of scattered. 1, 2, doot, doot. Right? These are actually all possibilities, but you just don't know. That's why it often ends up being a coin flip in pub games, because bad vision is very common, and then people just make plays, and then it's a coin flip of like, were they scattered, or oops, they were all together. But getting the wards down, reading the map, all of that, that is what will help you pick the right ones and avoid the bad ones. Okay, right here. So sometimes, even without deep wards, you will get good information. Troll is mid, while these guys are pushing bot. So there's no way 5 heroes can be down here, because this is the 5th hero. So now you could fight if you felt good enough to. You're actually missing Disruptor, so at best, this is a 4-on-4. Wait, what if I did have a deep ward and I actually saw one more hero back here? What if I had a deep ward somewhere else and I see them up here? You know, oh, so then it's 3 heroes at most versus our 4 heroes. Then yes, this is something we can do. So that's the whole idea. That'll help you know which opportunities you can be going for. In this case, it does look like the other 4 heroes are here. They're a little scattered, and this is where if you do have wards, like even defensive wards can help you, because this is actually enough distance. 3 heroes here, 1 hero here. That seems close. This guy's gonna go. Okay, I can glimmer. Okay, I can throw my stuff, right? Like, this is a 10-ish second walk for Witch Doctor. So from your perspective, if you happen to know that because you had this watcher, an observer here, something like that, then you would see this and you'd be like, okay, Troll, Witch Doctor, this is a 4-on-3, and then hopefully Disruptor respawns and joins in, right? So we can now jump. you guys do it, it's a little blind. I don't actually know which doctor is in here. Focus, guys, we're splitting it. Focus. Okay, great. So, as part of then improving the warding, when the enemies are all up, I'm pretty scared to move out. But now that we just got a pretty good fight on our half of the map, without any deep wards really, right? It was just people showing in the lanes, and we took the fight. So now I feel a lot better. If I'm just a Shadow Shaman, I'm usually too scared. Now I feel like I can walk over here, and maybe I scan it as I come up, because Troll or Primal could kill me, but the map is big and there's a good chance they like TP'd home, they're pushing top, stuff like that. You may even see it in the lane. So now is a great time to do the deep warding we were just talking about. Anytime the heroes are dead, so for example, you're trying to help push the lane with Tiny, but like, let's look at Tiny. Do we think Tiny really needs help pushing the lane? Not really, right? He's going to be perfectly okay without you contributing, you know, Ether Shock and like 136 auto attacks, you know, like one tiny cleave is like all of that combined. So he does not need you. All we're doing right now is overlapping duties, but this could be me running out to place the deep ward somewhere that I think is safe. And even if you don't need to deep ward, just staying out of sight is good, because then they won't know. Like Troll might be scared of like, oh, well, what if I get blink hexed? I could die. And then he sees two of you farming bottom. He's like, oh, it's okay. I can shove this in. I was worried he TP'd in and they were going to gank me up here if I pushed, but now I know like this is fine. So if you don't have to show, stay out of sight. This will also help you with finding plays and opportunities, because this is the kind of harder to like think about what you are showing the enemy. But if the enemy is making smart choices, like let me go back to it, right? And I'm the Troll, how comfortable do I feel farming this triangle? I'm gonna start getting a little scared as people are missing. Like, what if they are smoked over coming to get me, right? I should probably back out. But if, you know, maybe there were creeps top and Tiny was clearing it, okay, I feel a little better. But again, what if it's like Blink, Hex, Shackle, plus the Ursa, plus Sunstrike? I'm gonna die to that. I don't feel great. But what if I see Tiny and the Shadow Shaman and the Ursa all farming one creep wave? It's like, wow, that's really overkill on the creep wave, but at least now I know I'm fine to be here. If you hide, even if you guys are up here and it's just Tiny and you and Ursa are like jungling and you're waiting in the trees, from their perspective, they might go, hey, I bet that Tiny's alone. Let's go kill him. Let's go like go up here and get him. They overcommit because they didn't see you and they weren't careful enough, because people will make that kind of mistake. And now you get the playmaking. You kind of like let the enemies hang themselves by hiding yourself. It's not as obvious because, I mean, no one really points out like you were showing and stuff like that. But it is why, for example, if there was a low health Troll here that you were going to kill for free when you like blink up here and you find him, now he saw you clear this creep wave, so he's going to go, all right, I'm going to leave, right? But if you just come here from Fog of War and then you're smoked, or you already had the Observer, stuff like that, then that's how you get this guy. Hexbreak would have been nice this game. Yeah, I'd probably go for that one. But it's okay. I mean, sometimes we slip up. It's not a huge deal. Yeah, the deep ward spots. So you've noticed even in this game, there's been a couple times you've made it up, even though the map is dark, right? Earlier, it was because they were pushing mid and bot, and so like you and Ursa went top, right? Even without any existing deep vision to make it safe, you saw enough from the lanes to do it. So that's how you get the first deep ward, and you come up here and you place it here, or you place it in here. And then the next deep ward is much easier because now, even if you don't see them all on your side, you might catch someone in the deep ward. And so now you know, like, oh, okay, I see a couple of them. I can come in here to put a deep ward here. Or the deep ward sees nothing. All the lanes see nothing. Then, like, the only parts that are dark, that's probably where they are. They could be smoked. But, like, then I'm definitely not walking into the triangle because, like, I have a good deep ward and it doesn't see anything. And the lanes are moving in and they don't see anything. So I think all of them are here or they are doing something. Either way, I got to be really careful. So it's what you see or what you don't see. But you need to not see it off an observer, not like, it's Fog of War, I don't see it, right? So I think that's a good question. Warding is easy to overlook, like the impact of it, but, okay, but here is, So when you do the deep wards, the final thing I'll say before we stop, this is a good ward when doing Roche. It's extremely common to check for, right? Which means if you're going to lose a deep ward, let's see if it happens. We going to do it? We going to check? We looking? We looking? No, it's going to live. If they had checked this, then once again, we are in the dark. So we really need to try to make deep ward survive. So try to avoid obvious spots and put them somewhere sneakier, like over here. On the top side, I'm talking like, let's avoid this. Let's avoid like common areas like this, unless we're protecting them actively. You know, put them in the river. Put them out here. This is a pretty sneaky spot, you know. These are less likely to survive. And so they'll live longer, giving you vision to eventually make a play. Hopefully. Is this your last replay? Yeah, sorry, Heart Run. I think I should stop because one, I gotta make dinner, and then two, I forgot I gotta check on we gotta do something for a friend, so I gotta drive out of here. So I cannot stick around too long. We'll be back on, I think I'm gonna work on videos tomorrow. We've been streaming a lot, and usually there's a stream. There has been a stream on Thursdays, but I'm gonna try to churn out some videos. So Friday we'll be back and we'll play some games. This is one of those times. This is kind of I missed kind of how this led up, but this seems like one of those blind plays that like, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, because we didn't have the deep wards. Want to co-cast 82L with me tomorrow night? I think I actually have coaching tomorrow night. Kind of a rare Thursday oh, actually it's in the morning. Maybe. Let's see how the video work goes. I think I probably have to knock that out, but potentially. Lately, with the burnout, part of the burnout is because I'm like unhappy with the video, so a lot of them take the whole time. So that might happen again, but we'll see. How's the Circle of Safety video? So that's one that I like burned out on and wasn't happy with it, so I axed it. But I actually think I will revisit it tomorrow. I think that's the one we should revisit. Hopefully I still have all the various match ID examples, but I'm sure I can just copy some from today. Actually, I can just use the new match ID. We can find this example in like any number of games. What am I saying? It doesn't even matter. If I've lost the old ones, we'll pop up new ones. It's in every single game. Okay. Yeah, we'll be back on Friday. If you guys didn't see today's YouTube video, I think it was, I mean, I know I made the video, so like kind of biased, but I think it's pretty useful. Got some useful lessons there, especially for carry players, but I think anyone gets some value from it. I think there's some useful lessons in there. Even if you're a support player, it is good to like know what cores could be, should be doing. So, I'm a big fan of watching all of ZQuixotix channel videos. Just all of them, why not? I don't even play Dota, just watch them all. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday, so I hope everybody have a good day. Gabriel, hello, I am ending. Sorry, I was just about to end the stream. But hello. Ryan, again, also, hello, about to end the stream. Sorry, poor timing. But maybe on Friday, we'll be back on Friday. You can say hello there. It doesn't matter if there's Smurf is a huge thing I didn't need to hear. Yeah, like I know it's still upsetting to like some people, but I do think it's useful to like not stress over that because it just won't. It won't matter too much. Like you still just got to do the same stuff. So I'm glad that was helpful to hear. Okay, I'll see you all on Friday. If you want to come watch me play some games, get wrecked maybe by a Smurf, maybe we'll run into one.